This is the Office of the Mayor. Whereas Public Works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, emergency management, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and the public health, high quality of life, well-being of the people of Reno, Nevada, and
whereas these infrastructures, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of Public Works professionals who are federally mandated first responders and the engineers, managers, and employees at all levels of government and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment, and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and essential facilities for our citizens, and
whereas the City of Reno's Maintenance and Operations, Public Works and Utility Services, and Regional Infrastructure Departments collectively maintain 775 miles of paved roads, 800 miles of sanitary sewer pipes, 600 miles of storm drain line, 30 sewer lift stations, and more than 200 buildings, 850 vehicles, and 315 traffic signals, and
whereas 2025 is the 65th Annual National Public Works Week, and citizens, civic leaders, and children in the biggest little city should seek knowledge, maintain interest, and understanding of the importance of public works, first responders, and public works programs in their respective communities. Now therefore I, Joseph Cashman, on behalf of Hillary L. Sheevy, Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, do declare May 18th through 24th, 2025 as National Public Works Week.
All right. Do you think we can try and get all of you guys up here for a picture? These are the people that make the city run. And Lily, are you going to come up and read a proclamation about Skin Cancer Awareness Month? Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Sarah Grocky. I'm filling in for Lily today.
Okay.
You'll have to bear with me. I'm kind of reading off my phone. I wasn't aware
You're fine.
read the proclamation, so. Okay, Skin Cancer Awareness Month, May 2025. Whereas skin cancer impacts Nevadans across the state, and increasing prevention, screening, and awareness of the risk factors can help reduce the number of cases and improve outcomes for those diagnosed. And oh, you got it here. Oh, thank you so much. And whereas in Nevada in 2022, the latest year for available data, there were 859 cases of melanoma, the deadliest of skin cancers, with thousands more basal and squamous cell cases non-reported. And whereas basal and squamous cells are unreported as they are often not deadly, but still negatively impact quality of life, and Nevada is one of the most at-risk states environmentally for skin cancers based on the number of annual sunny days and higher elevation. And whereas skin cancer impacts all Nevadans regardless of skin pigmentation or color, and disparities exist in the stage of diagnosis among persons with skin of color due to lack of awareness. And whereas agencies and people across Nevada are working together to increase awareness, provide education, encourage prevention, and promote accessible healthcare to reduce skin cancer throughout the state. Now, therefore, I, Hillary L. Sheevy, Mayor, City of Reno, Nevada, do hereby declare May 2025 as Skin Cancer Awareness Month.
Great, thank you so much. Did you want to say a few words?
Yeah, I could say, yeah.
Yeah.
This is what I actually prepared, so.
Perfect.
All right, good morning. I'm Sarah Grocky, Community Engagement Manager for the Nevada Cancer Coalition. Thank you so much for the city's acknowledgement via proclamation of the importance of sun safety and skin cancer prevention and early detection. As you noted, May is Skin Cancer Awareness Month, an opportunity just ahead of summer for us to remind our community about the importance of sun protection, including sunscreen, shade, hats, and sunglasses, and of regular skin checks to find skin cancers early when they're easiest to treat. The latest data shows our county has among the highest rates of melanoma in the state, higher than sun-soaked Las Vegas even. We're at a higher elevation, we love our outdoors, and we love our sunshine. The perfect mix of conditions for excess exposure to the sun's UV rays. We appreciate the city's continued support of sun safety. We've had sunscreen dispensers at local pools, and soon we'll be educating the area's lifeguards on the importance of sun protection. We appreciate all the trees across our city that provide shade and protection from the sun. Thank you to City Council Member Dewar and Urban Forester Matt Basil for being such great champions of our tree canopy. And we also encourage the city to explore ways to build sun safety into our community through natural and built shade, community education, and greater access to sunscreen. Thank you again for your support of sun safety and of the Nevada Cancer Coalition.
Thank you very much. Very important message.
Thank you so much.
And our next proclamation is from Dr. Karen Higlerson. I think I messed that up, with TMCC, and Councilman Martinez is going to read the proclamation.
Thank you. It's my honor as an alum of TMCC to read this dual proclamation on behalf of the City of Reno and the City of Sparks. So whereas Truckee Meadows Community College plays a vital role in our community, providing high-quality education in the liberal arts, sciences, and workforce development, and whereas TMCC is recognized as a Hispanic-serving and minority-serving institution, reflecting the diversity and strength of our region, and whereas for the past 9 years, President Dr. Karen Hilgerson has led TMCC with a steadfast commitment to student success, sustainability, and accessibility, ensuring opportunities for all in the Reno Sparks community. And whereas under her leadership, TMCC has expanded its impact by forging strong partnerships with local employers, creating the Institutional Advisory Council, and increasing graduation rates. And whereas Dr. Hilgerson has overseen the creation of 81 new academic programs, and whereas her dedication to sustainability led TMCC to achieve 100% green-powered energy, and whereas recognizing the importance of student well-being, Dr. Hilgerson championed the return of athletics at TMCC, launching men's and women's soccer and overseeing the construction of the Sports and Fitness Center. And whereas following the pandemic, she continued to drive progress, leading expansions in academic programs and facilities. And whereas beyond TMCC, Dr. Hilgerson has been dedicated community leader, serving with the Rotary Club of Sparks, EDON, iCelerate, and PBS Reno. And whereas after nearly a decade of transformative leadership, Dr. Hilgerson will retire in June 2025. Now, therefore, I, Councilman Martinez, on behalf of Hillary Shivi, Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, and Ed Lawson, Mayor of the City of Sparks, Nevada, do jointly hereby proclaim May 9th, 2025 as Karen Hilgerson Day. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Yeah, of course. You want to say a few words? And
Oh,
then
okay,
one picture?
first we'll do a picture,
Okay.
how about that?
Yeah.
Are we doing one right here? Okay, hang on. Oh, two, three.
Awesome. Huh.
Yeah.
Let's do one.
Yeah. I really wanted to-
Okay,
Stand up
yes.
back here with you guys too, and then we'll have you say something maybe. Is that okay? Okay. All right.
I love the green. Yeah, I love the green.
I love to color coordinate. It's my favorite. Okay.
Wait for Miguel to get there, okay? 1, 2, 3. Perfect, thank you. So I do want to say thank you. I am so grateful for this. It was just such a delightful gift to help me transition out of almost a 40-year career with community colleges in this great country of ours. I am also so appreciative of the fact that my successor, Dr. Jeff Alexander, had to really vie for the position. It was a national search. I'm so glad he prevailed because I think he will bring TMCC to yet another plateau, and I think he's going to do amazing work, including in partnership with the City of Reno. So thank you again, and and maybe Jeff wants to say hello, and I want to thank you too, Miguel. Not only is Miguel a TMCC alum, but he worked for TMCC, so he really has a heartfelt knowledge of our students. And our students are incredible. And I want this community to really understand this, that we do amazing work with some very motivated, wonderful students. And we are your community college. So if you've got children, parents, grandparents who want to avail themselves of a great affordable education, we are here for you. Thank you.
What comes next for after retirement?
Oh, I'm traveling the world.
Oh, you don't want to come join our public works team?
I'm traveling the world. I will also say I will continue to serve on a national board, which is the board's Second Nature, which is the voice of higher education around climate action and sustainability. So I will continue to do some things like that because I'm very, very passionate, and that passion will never end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to thank the mayor and the members present and celebrate Karen's tremendous accomplishments over the last 9 years. We're so lucky to have had her, and we know that she'll be looking out for us and visiting frequently as she will carry on living here in Reno. We're very excited about that, and we look forward to working with our fantastic team to take the college to the future and to even greater heights. And thank you very much for any support you can lend along the way.
Thank you. Welcome. And next up, we have our very own Emily Kidd to talk about Internal Audit Month.
Good morning, everyone. We have a proclamation today for Internal Audit Awareness Month, and we sure do need it out there sometimes. So whereas internal auditing is an independent consulting function that is insightful, proactive, and future-focused, adding value to both public and private sector organizations, and
whereas governing bodies and senior management rely on internal audits for insight and objective assurance that existing internal controls are adequate to mitigate organizational risks, that governance and risk management processes are effective and efficient, and organizational goals and strategic objectives are met, and
whereas internal auditing is increasingly sophisticated and a complex activity requiring specialized knowledge, training, and education, and
whereas we recognize the important role of internal auditors and the positive impacts of the internal audit profession in promoting efficiency, accountability, effectiveness, and organizational success.
Now, therefore, on behalf of Hillary L. Sheedy, Mayor of the City of Reno, Nevada, do hereby declare May 2025 Internal Audit Awareness Month.
Do you guys want to grab a picture?
That works. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, I think we are done with our proclamations and we can move into regular public comment, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Our first item today is public comment. Members of the public may hear, observe, and provide public comment virtually by registering through the following link, which can be found on reno.gov/meetings, https://LINKS://RENO.gov/COUNCIL 05-21. It should be noted for those in attendance that comments are to be addressed to the mayor and council as a whole. Comments heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the council's agenda. Council may not take action upon any matter not agendized on today's agenda. When you're called on for public comment, please state your name for the record and begin speaking. The timer will begin when you say your name, and you will be afforded 3 minutes. For those participating in chambers in accordance with council rules 6.3.11, while in this room, please be respectful. Disruptive behavior from audience members like clapping, yelling, whistling, etc., which impede the meeting, may result in a warning issued by the presiding officer. If this behavior continues, you may be removed from chambers. If you're an attendee in the Zoom meeting and would like to make public comment, please raise your hand at this time. Our first public commenter today is Terry Brooks, followed by Jerry Mifsud, followed by Richard Brong.
Good morning, Terry.
Good morning, it's me, Terry Brooks again. And today I'd like to share with you my thoughts on going back to work and what seniors go through. To many seniors, the idea of retirement is something they have long desired. But when they do so, then some regret that they actually retired. They may find themselves alone and not as socially active. And they may realize that they are not as physically or mentally active. And on top of all of that, they experience inflation. And then they finally decide to return to some occupation. But when they finally find an opening they have desired, they also find that because of their age, they're less likely to be hired. Even though they had worked for a long time at a certain job, employers would rather hire someone younger for that job. The older that an employee is, the sooner they'd be retired and have to receive retirement benefits, so they're less likely to be hired. And the older that they are, the less able they are to work, and with age comes poor physical health, and they may not show up for work. And the older that they are, the less they know about modern technology, while most jobs in the market today depend more on knowing technology. Most seniors have worked at a few jobs and gradually rose to higher levels. But once you stop working, you'll find yourself dropping to lower levels. Before I retired, I gave it a lot of thought, and living a low-cost life was something that I had already self-taught. So at least for now, I'm glad I retired when I did, but I hope I don't find myself in a situation where I regret that I did. Retirement is something that we all look forward to, but we need to plan for it so we can enjoy it too. I would like to thank you all for listening to me today, and I look forward to coming back if I don't have to go back to work that day. Thank you.
Jerry Mifsud, followed by Richard Brong, followed by Jody Bennett.
You need to turn up the volume on these things here. Please. My name is Jerry Mifsud, AKA Jerry the Pizza Man. Good morning, City Council. Nice to see you all. I'm dedicating today to my future first grandchild. Maya Grace will come in October. So, Maya, you're going to see this City Council meeting many years from now. You may or may not know your grandpa. I know holding you this coming October will change my life. From the moment I heard that you're coming into this world, it's changed my life. But I'm at a City Council meeting, and my example of let your voice be heard in the public forum, if you have an opinion, is so important, honey. I love you. I met Brandy this morning, and she gave me some tips on what to get as a grandfather. So thank you. Secondly, we have a Vietnam vet here in the room. Whenever you see a Vietnam vet, walk up to him, thank you for your service, and say, welcome home, son. They never heard that 50, 60 years ago when they came home from a war. Okay. Right across from here is the biggest little city cafe. You need to go there and buy some food, buy something from, if you're just getting started. I was in the restaurant business for over 50 years. Get something from this little guy over here. He's trying to make a living. So, a sandwich, buy a sandwich or something. Second promotion is for the Parks Department. We have here that guy that wears an ascot all the time, Nathan Uliat. I have to practice saying his name. Nathan is in charge of the parks. We have 100 parks. What Nathan needs is more money. What Nathan needs is more staff. What Nathan needs is the support of the city council. So get him some more money. Give him a raise, for God's sakes. He wears an ascot. Who wears an ascot anymore? Anyway, the parks are an oasis for the middle class, which is slipping away. We have to give a place for them to go to, the middle class now. And after they work so hard, that middle class is slipping away. We have them to thank. And the seniors, look how many seniors you see here. We're still here, and we're not done yet. Right? Right. Bum, bum. Anyway, nice
Thanks,
to
Jerry.
see you all.
Congratulations.
Richard Brong, followed by Jody Bennett, followed by Tammy Holtstill.
Good morning. For the record, Richard Brong. I'm here on behalf of the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce Leadership Class of 2025. I wanted to acknowledge Mayor Shivi online, council members online, and the rest of you here, and thank you for what you do for our community. I also did want to give just a voice of support for item B9 on the agenda today about the California Avenue mural public art project. I do believe that those projects are wonderful for our community and wanted to voice my support for those as they continue to come and appreciate what they do for our community. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Jody Bennett, followed by Tammy Holtstill, followed by Erston Witten.
Hello, I'm Jody Bennett. Madam Mayor Shivi and the Reno City Council members, I am seeking to be appointed to the Finance Advisory Board. It's on today's agenda, G2. So I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm a second-generation native Nevadan. I graduated from Washoe County High School many years ago. I attended the University of Nevada, Reno for my undergraduate degree and also for my master's in finance. And I also worked as a practice manager for a local pediatric office for 18 years. I am interested in serving on the Finance Advisory Board to gain a deeper understanding of our city government and to contribute to the board's meaningful work. I believe that my background and experience equip me to provide valuable insight and support to the board. Thank you.
Tammy Holtstill, followed by Erston Witten, followed by Stephen White.
Tammy Holt Still, the crazy lady, as the staff has called me many times, including to the Lieutenant Governor's staff recently. I have submitted to you guys a packet. I hope you take advantage of reading that packet. It is very important to the people on the council that are on the committees of TUMWA and RTC for Lemon Valley. RTC and TUMWA have a very important role in what's happening out in Lemon Valley. And with it being only 50 feet, that water, that effluent being only 50 feet from our drinking water, if RTC punctures and contaminates our drinking water with what's on top, that surface effluent, we will damage our drinking water. So it has become apparent that there is a major issue out there and that needs to be addressed. I am not crazy, I am not stupid, and I don't appreciate how the staff has treated me on that. I have been before all of you before, and I have talked about this since 2017. Now, I am asking you, please, to take care of, I know some of you are very new at this and have not heard about it as much, but the others that are not here currently and are on Zoom do know about it, and they should have taken care of it and didn't. And I hope they are listening and understand how I feel about this. I am also talking about D4. D4, they should not be changing their PUD. They have not, you have city, the police, fire, and high school. Nothing should be changed because of the fact that if you're going to be bringing out more people and you're going to be creating more work and more traffic and congestion, we need fire, we need school, we need police. There is no reason to be changing a PUD without there having all of that stuff included in it. And so without doing anything right, you haven't done it right yet so far. It has been proven by what's happened in Lemon Valley that nothing should be changed in any PUD until it's done correctly. So quit destroying our valleys.
Erston Witten, followed by Stephen White, followed by Amanda Mulholland.
Good morning. My name is Erston Whitten. I am the co-founder of Soulful Seeds with my wife, Dee Schaefer Whitten, who happens to be working today. I came here today to acknowledge and express gratitude for the support of the council, especially Kathleen Taylor, Brandy Anderson, and earlier Councilman Martinez. Your support with discretionary funds for us is very important. We are a 501c3, and basically we raise the funds through various sources to make this project work. For those of you who may not be familiar, we are located on the corner of Galletti and Glendale, and we service people throughout the community. For example, we provide free food to the food pantry in Sparks, the food pantry in Reno, to the Women and Children Center of the Sierras, and other groups as well. We are continually expanding our reach in the community. For example, just a couple of weeks ago, we had members of the Second Baptist Church off Montello here in Reno to really enjoy themselves. Even though it was raining, they planted a lot of things that they will be consuming later on in the year, as well as other individuals. Normally when I'm here, I go over time, so I gave myself an outline and basically wanted to highlight a couple of items. First of all, one of our missions is workforce development for Soulful Seeds. And this year, we initiated a same-day work and pay process. As of now, 39 individuals signed up, They actually work a normal day in the garden under the direction of the farm manager, and they walk away with a debit card with $100 on it. That agenda is full. Whenever we post this opportunity, we get folks from the community, from our place, from the CARES campus. People want money, and we are fortunate to be in a position to do that, partly as a result, or mostly as a result of the grant from the Department of Agriculture that we received last year. We are continuing to grow. We will produce probably 2 to 3 times more food that will be delivered free to the community. Is it over already? Free to the community this year. We've expanded the area to include the entire 3 acres, and you are certainly invited to come out and take a look. We really appreciate the council members who have adjusted their very busy schedule to come out and take a look. That is more inspiring. We can talk about it all day, but until you see what's going on and see people being rewarded as a result of your support, we appreciate it. So thank you again, and have a great day.
Thank you, Mr. Witten.
Stephen White, followed by Amanda Mulholland.
Good morning, I'm back. Little history lesson. I've been a working artist for 53 years. There aren't a whole lot of us old artists around anymore that can give you a history lesson about the arts here in America. I spent 40 years on the road in an RV, literally painting my way around America. I've done shows in every venue you can imagine, from California to Florida to Maine and back again. You know, 53 years ago when I started as an artist, fine artists did fine art shows. You never found craftspeople in a fine art show, and certainly you never found buyer, seller, vendors in a fine art show. And there was a reason for that. And about the late 1970s, the festival industry started to take off. And city governments were handing out permits for special interest groups to hold what they called arts and crafts festivals. This is the first time fine artists found themselves in this commercial mix alongside of commercial vendors. And it didn't take long for everyone, for city governments, for city attorneys, for the general public to come to believe that an artist was no different than a craftsperson. If they were both selling their artwork, by golly, they were commercial vendors, and they had to have licenses and permits and fees. And artistic freedom was lost in America. Artistic freedom in this country has been lost for more than 30 years, as artists were thrown under governmental licensing controls and literally run off of public property. And then if they wanted to show their artwork, they were told, well, you can be part of one of our festival industries. And they find themselves set up next to people selling T-shirts and sunglasses. And it has literally destroyed community participation in the fine arts in America. Reno has a very unique opportunity here. You are the one city in the whole country that has experienced a federal lawsuit on this matter, and lost to me, but you also have me helping you to explain this and everything. But you have an opportunity to create art in the park and do it in a way that is manageable and that everybody can, benefit from it. And you become the educational example for every other town and city across America. Now, you all know now that it's state law that artists are allowed to sell their artwork in every public park in Nevada without a license, without a permit, without paying a fee. But how do you do that? You do it with that paper that I gave you the last time I was here, the Art in the Park rules. You have to understand what the rules are and how do you deal with the whole thing. But you have this unique opportunity. You can literally give the gift of art back to this entire country if you follow through on this. So I hope you will. Brandy, I left 25 copies of this at the Art and Cultural Center. Would you be sure that all the seniors get it? They're in the art show down there. I'd appreciate it. Thank you, folks.
Amanda Mulholland.
Hello, I am Amanda Mulholland. I am here to speak on behalf of Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful and B17 on the agenda. Thank you so much for your donation to Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful. We do, for those of you who don't know who we are a nonprofit in the area that believes in creating a more sustainable region. We promote education, we do cleanups with the community, and we are a small staff of just 9 people. And the only way we're able to get as much work as we are able to do done is with the support of the community. We're very thankful to have that. Just last year, we were able to remove over 300,000 pounds of trash, green waste, invasive weeds from our region in 291 cleanups. We also just recently completed our cleanup on May 3rd, where we were able to remove well over 200,000 pounds of trash and weeds, green waste, whatever, also including over 200 tires. It's really amazing what we're able to do with the support of the community. I think, 14 of our parks that we worked at on May 3rd were City of Reno parks. We engaged in a ton of amazing projects, such as our Northwest Painting Project, where we had volunteers from District Council 16, which is the locals painters union, who did a beautiful painting project there. All of the baseball fields and everything are nicely covered in paint again. A lot of graffiti was covered up there as well. We also do community cleanups, which are one-time cleanups with different neighborhood organizations, groups, volunteers. Recently, we did a cleanup at Hilltop Park with IBEW Local 401, where they removed over 200 pounds of green waste from the park. So this donation will go far to helping support your local parks, keeping them beautiful, engaging your local community members, and just really promoting our mission of creating a more sustainable and beautiful region in the greater Reno Sparks area. We're really thankful to Reese for his donation and just the city of Reno in general. You guys are also awesome to work with, from Kayla Snow to Nathan Eula. You guys are all just super great to work with. So we're really happy to have you guys as supporters of Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I know we're happy to be a partner with you. Another great organization. Madam Mayor, or Madam Clerk, do we have any other public comment?
We do not have any additional public comment registered at this time. For the record, we did receive 13 comments which were general in nature or not directly associated with an agenda item prior to 4 p.m. yesterday, May 20th, 2025. These comments were written correspondence received via our reno.gov online public comment form or by email to our office. Copies of these comments have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public on reno.gov/meetings. 4 letters in favor, 3 letters in opposition, and 6 letters of concern.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, we're going to move into the approval of the agenda. And do we have any updates from Manager Bryant?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We're going to start today by pulling items off of the consent agenda. Depending on the number of items pulled, we'll either hear them immediately or move straight to item C1 for our regional fire presentation. After that, we'll hear item C2 and then follow with C3 to finish out the department items. Later this afternoon after the break, we'll open the RDA board, Redevelopment board, to hear Reno City Council item D1 with redevelopment item B1 for FY26 budget adoptions. Following that, we'll move through the rest of the agenda in the posted order. Items D4, 5, and 6 are related to Stonegate, and they will all be opened and heard together.
Okay, thank you, Madam Manager. We have a full day. Do we have any questions on the agenda? Can we get a motion? Go ahead.
About consent right now or no?
We're gonna go through consent, see what has been pulled, and if there's a lot pulled, then we're gonna hold it and go to regional presentation. If not, we can work through the consent.
I'll make a motion.
Madam Vice Mayor, I move to approve.
Okay, we have a motion and a second by Councilmember Reese. Any other discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Let's move over to the consent agenda, and I'll start with to my right, Councilmember Anderson.
Yes, I don't have anything to pull. I was originally going to pull item B13, and this is the donation to Nevada Peer Support. They aren't able to be here today, so they wanted me to let you guys know that they were out on the Wadsworth fire last night. That's why they're not here today. They used the ambulance that Reno Fire donated to them to get out there and support those men and women that were fighting that fire, and they are working today to mop all of that equipment up. So they would have liked to have been here, but they were doing their job, so thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Martinez?
I don't have any items to pull, but I'll just mention that there's kudos to staff for all the arts, murals, the military sports camp sub-grant that we're getting, and the upgrades to Wilkinson Park.
Fantastic. Councilmember Reese, do you have anything on consent to pull?
No, Madam Vice Mayor, thank you so much.
You bet. Councilmember Dewar?
Nothing today, thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Ebert?
Yeah, B4, B5, B6, B7, and B11, please.
Okay, we're going to, thank you. Madam Mayor, are you on the call?
Madam Vice Mayor, she's not on the call.
Okay, we are going to pull those agenda items. Can I get a motion to approve the rest of the
Madam
consent?
Vice Mayor, just for the record, if I could, we did receive one letter of correspondence for the consent agenda items, and it was a letter of opposition that has been distributed to the Reno City Council.
Okay.
And Madam Mayor is present in chambers at 10:44.
Thank you. Welcome, Madam Mayor. Did you have anything on consent that you wanted to pull? No. Okay. Motion to approve?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Madam Mayor, we have, I think, 4 items pulled on consent. Do you want to hear those, or do you want to move into regional? Since we have people here for the regional presentation, I would say that we can move into the regional presentation, then we can circle back to consent, if that's okay with everybody. Councilmember Ebert?
Yeah, that's fine with me. I don't have a lot, I just kind of want to have some a little discussion on these items, but I'm totally fine with waiting to do them till later.
Okay, perfect.
So we're opening item C1, the joint presentation by Truckee Meadows, Reno Fire, and Sparks Fire.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of the council, and City Manager Bryant. I am Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief, and I'm here to, well, I'm going to give you a little run of show. I'm going to present on the regional fire collaboration efforts. And then at the mayor's request, we are going to do a presentation on evacuation planning. And I have Chief Ansho behind me who will be presenting that. And I also want to make the council aware that I do have representatives from TUMWA and NV Energy in the audience. So if you have any questions, they're live and in person at your disposal. Happy to help. Absolutely. So, starting with regional fire. As you remember, you met collectively with the other jurisdictions on February 6th and gave direction to the managers to work on building better, developing fire, making us more efficient. Ultimately, if we can get to a regional consolidated fire department, that would be the goal. And I emphasize consolidated because one of the things that we started off, we formed a managers group, the fire chiefs are part of that group, and one of the things that we started off talking about was this continuum. It's not like all or nothing, like we don't cooperate or we cooperate 100%. There's a continuum there. And we wanted to make sure we defined what the terminology meant. And a consolidated fire department, in the way we're using it, is a single fire department. That would be under one umbrella, ideally under a dedicated financial system. But beyond that, if you don't get all the way there, you're looking at mutual aid and auto aid and other things on the continuum. So we've talked about all that, and that would be more of a regional approach. So regional versus consolidated. I mentioned the working group that we formed with the managers and the fire chiefs. Started meeting in February and have basically met every week with maybe one exception since then. Emphasis on collaboration and, like I said, improving the system. How can we be better with what we have, but also with what we will be? And by that, I'm referring to the Hexagon CAD system that you've heard so much about. That's going to be coming online hopefully later this year. I do have Cody Shadle from Dispatch here if there's questions about that as well. And just a spoiler alert on that, Cody will be presenting a full update on the CAD system. So that's not really the purpose of this presentation, but that will be coming to this body. So the milestones since February 6th. We talked about regionalization versus consolidation. transparent public updates, of course, that's what we're doing now. We're here, and that's why I brought the whole team, so that you could have all the information you need, get all your questions answered. We're working on drafting regional operating guidelines. The Senate bill that you're familiar with, Senate Bill 319, that is currently before the legislature. I'm going to talk a little more about that later, but that's been introduced, and I have an update current as today's headlines for you in a minute. And then we are working on an RFP for the study. As you know, study and the idea of a study, I think the bodies want to do it regardless of the bill, but the idea of a study is also incorporated into the bill. So I'll talk a little bit about what that looks like as well. And by study, I mean, of course, that whole spectrum of what fire service is and what it can be. The operational priorities. We've talked about it. We want the closest rig to go to the appropriate rig, to the appropriate call at the appropriate time, regardless of jurisdiction. That's the goal. We're upgrading the CAT. That's the hexagon system that I talked about. Working towards co-locating dispatch centers. You'll see dispatch, that word come up a lot, because that really is the key to all this. Co-locating and having a single dispatch center that handles all fire and EMS in the Truckee Meadows. We're working on standard operating guidelines. Again, the regional response model, we don't care what jurisdiction it is, we want the closest appropriate resource to go. And then the most effective and efficient call routing. And that ties back to the caller experience. Person who's dialing 911, we want them to have the most effective, most efficient service possible. We've also now incorporated an operational chief subgroup that is basically the second command to all the fire chiefs in the region. They've been meeting on a weekly basis as well. We're focusing right now on training and standard operating guidelines. And that's going to move out to actual operational implementation in the field. We made good progress there, and I'll talk a little bit about that as well. The standard operating guidelines, what we looked at there, we started with safety. The top 5 that we believe improve safety for the region with this regional approach. And I'm pleased to report that we have 4 of those completed, and the 5th one should be done today, maybe tomorrow. So that would be regional guidelines that all of us can work off of. Focusing on safety, I mentioned that. We're talking about RIT and Mayday and things like that that have firefighter and public safety at the forefront. 319, so you can see that's the history of what's going on there. The bill is on the assembly agenda on the floor today. They could get a vote today. So it is moving right ahead. I did talk to Senator Daley on Friday. He's very optimistic that it's going to move forward. So we can look forward to that coming out of the legislature, I hope, knock on wood. The thing I want to put a pin in, though, earmark for you, that bill directs the jurisdictions to appoint 2 people from each jurisdiction to be basically the working group, the working committee that's going to manage the study. So just have that in mind. I'm not asking you to do that today. We're not there. But this group is going to have to appoint 2, the county and Sparks. So they will issue the RFP. The idea would be we'd issue an RFP for a consulting group to do the study. They would manage the study, and the consulting group would report back to that committee. So that's coming. And then here's our next key steps. We're going to continue to develop those operational responses, a regionalized approach. Oh, I skipped over. It says we're going to, next steps, engage labor groups. We have engaged labor groups. We had a joint meeting with all the labor groups and the working group. It was very productive. That was about 2 weeks ago. So check, we've done that. We are working on the RFP. So when that committee is formed, we're going to have a draft of something for them to work off of that they can then put out to get that consultant to do the study. That'll be up to the committee to finalize that RFP. And then we'll continue to monitor 319 as it moves through the legislature. That is the end of my portion. Now, Chief Ancho, who's behind me, is going to give you an update on evacuation planning.
All right, good morning, Madam Mayor and council members. For the record, I'm Andy Ancho. And today I'll be presenting a quick update and overview of evacuation preparedness that the City of Reno has been doing since the 2-6 meeting, and we do ongoing throughout the years. Let's see, figure this out. Okay, a few things I'll go over for our evacuation preparedness is public education, And then evacuation route or route analysis, risk analysis, whatever you choose. And then the two funding sources that we are using to do those studies on the risk analysis of the evacuation routes. So community outreach and readiness. What we're doing right now for the public is we're encouraging residents to, first of all, make an evacuation plan. And there's a handful of things that go into that. It can be super in-depth, but we're focusing on like 4 or 5 top things. And all of this is included in our reno.gov website under the fire department, fire prevention, and wildland urban interface. Tons of information on there. So the first thing we encourage residents to do is sign up for emergency alerts and notifications. We do that through Smart 911 for rave alerts. As you know, there are many ways that alerts are sent out through EAS, WEA, social media, email, texts, and voicemail. And through that platform to sign up for the alerts, you can choose your preferred method. We also are encouraging the public to get familiar with the Perimeter platform. So Perimeter is web-based. It's a mapping software program that allows regional partners and responders during a major incident to enter real-time information such as incident location, evacuation areas, evacuation alerts, directions, also map out road closures. And then we publish that so the public has instant information and it's real-time information throughout the incident. It's updated. So the public does not need to sign up for an app for this. It's actually a website, but you can get an app as well. The agencies that use it rely on the app for the platform to share information. So that's the number one thing that we'd like to get them to do. Additionally, we want them to prepare go bags and complete evacuation checklists, and then prepare their home and family for an evacuation. So those are the main things we're trying to get the public to do starting off, is create that evacuation plan. We enforce that and we back that up through public engagement. And what do we do there? We do community events, presentations, and forums. We do tabling at a lot of events where we hand out pamphlets, all the information on how to create that evacuation plan, plus many other things for fire prevention, preparedness, and also preparedness for other emergencies that can happen within the region. We do media campaigns, and last year we created a dedicated evacuation preparedness video, and that video was born out of the same concerns that we're all experiencing now after the LA fires. If you remember, we had the Caldor fire that caused South Lake to be evacuated, right? The public had these same main concerns, and so the regional partners all met together with multiple meetings and put together this evacuation video that really streamlines and lets the public know this is what you need to do to prepare, and this is what you need to do during evacuation. That also is on our website. And all this stuff's also hosted regionally in the Washoe County website. Additionally, about a month ago, a fire prevention team sent out 10,000 cards to residents within the WUI neighborhoods, wildland urban interface neighborhoods, that contained information in a QR code to our website that also hosts all this information for evacuation preparedness and many other things. So moving on, we talked about, on our second topic would be evacuation route risk analysis. So it's very important information that hasn't been done in this depth, I'm not sure if ever. So there were 2 major funding sources that have been secured to do this type of study. The first one is through the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, the CWPP. Some of you may have heard of that. So a third-party vendor or facilitator has been hired. This was a grant-funded project through the Fire Prevention and Safety grant. It's about $244,000, I believe. And part of this plan includes what's on their risk assessment, vegetation mitigation, evacuation planning, public outreach strategies to support readiness. But the major part, which we're really interested in, is this data-driven GIS evacuation planning information. So through the CWPP, this is a Reno study only. And part of that study includes part of that plan includes these 2 studies. Number 1 is a route risk analysis. This evaluates road conditions, connectivity, and neighborhood density. Super important information when you're talking about evacuations. Additionally, it has an entrapment risk analysis study, which is going to assess the fuel loads and potential fire behavior along key corridors. If we're going to be sending people to these major evacuation routes, which are major freeways typically in the McCarran Loop, we want to make sure that the vegetation and fire hazards aren't high and prevalent along those corridors to make the evacuation a failure and more risky. The second one was born out of the 2-6 meeting that we had, the regional meeting. Not long after that, a private donor addressed the county and said, we would like to fund a countywide evacuation study on the same things that I discussed: route analysis, fire modeling, and evacuation modeling. So the county reached out to both cities, the city of Sparks and the city of Reno. This will be a Washoe County-wide study including both cities. Washoe County accepted the private donation, approximately $185,000, I believe. And currently today at the Desert Research Institute, there is a wildfire resilience working group or workshop, which I would normally be at. But we sent Talina Sky, which is a wonderful representative from our Fire Prevention Bureau, so we could be here today. What's happening there today is a lot of stuff, but regarding the countywide evacuation study, they're going to be creating a working group of subject matter experts throughout the region to steer and evaluate the study of these routes, right? And then also we'll be selecting a vendor and then reviewing the work that's being done on this study. It should have a completion within a year. The main theme is to ID the top 5 areas of concern within Washoe County regarding this topic. And that's what I have for you guys today.
Okay, thanks so much.
Thank you for your time.
So thank you. We are now all at your disposal for questions. We also have Chief Way from Truckee Meadows here. Chief White from Sparks is trying to get out of a meeting. He knows about the meeting.
That's
He's trying to
right.
get here, but
We'll give him a pass. Thank you, Chief Way, for being here. Really, really appreciate it. Okay. Thank you, all of you for coming and addressing this, because it's something that gives me massive anxiety. I definitely want Tumwa and NV Energy to come up here. I have questions for them. And one of the things I need to know, Chief Cochran, is that where can we find evacuation plans? Where do we find Reno evacuation plans? And where do we find county regional evacuation plans? If I am a resident and I need to know where those are, where they exist, where would I find them?
so Chief Ancho is going to speak to that specifically.
Okay.
I can answer that, Mayor. So we have the, I wouldn't call it a luxury, but the privilege of being able to work on these plans regionally. So in 2 weeks, we're going to be bringing the hazard mitigation plan up for adoption by the City Council. That's a 1,300-page plan. The evacuation plans aren't quite that large, but we work together regionally, Washoe County, City of Reno, City of Sparks, and the tribals to develop these plans. So the bulk of them are all housed on Washoe County's website or through WebEOC.
Okay. So hazard, is that different than wildfire? You said hazard.
It's all the major
all the same.
hazards within there, so that was just
Everything.
kind of a segue to say, we work because these plans are so big and labor intensive.
So are those plans up there now?
Yes,
So we have an evacuation plan for the city and for
yes,
the region?
countywide,
Okay.
yes.
And we need to make sure that everyone understands where they can find that. And how do you notify the public that it's in effect? When we have an incident, how do you let the public know?
Through emergency alerts, all those avenues that I explained before, the EAS, the WEA, wireless emergency alerts, what you get over the TV, right in radio is emergency alert services, and then you have social media, text.
You're just using regular communication.
And then perimeter as
All
well.
right.
So perimeter now has been adopted by 9 or 10 counties throughout the state. The idea is that the whole state, and that's that is actually the appetite as well from the other counties. It's just a matter of getting them trained on it and to get the platform, is that everybody's gonna operate off perimeter because it is a real-time thing that is constantly keeping up with the incident.
It has to be one hub, because in the last fire, it wasn't. It was all through, I think other channels, and I think it needs to be messaging from all three jurisdictions. This is where you go, so there is not any confusion. Next question, this might be for Chief Cochran. In the event of a massive fire, tell me how you communicate with another jurisdiction if you are needed. Tell me what triggers that.
So there's a couple different ways that we can trigger that. Locally, we'd work through dispatch, each through our respective dispatches, Sparks, TM, and Reno.
But isn't it at the discretion of a chief?
The discretion in the sense that, yes, we make a judgment call, do we need help, do we need additional resources, and we make that request. If the question is it automatic? No, that does not happen because we are separate jurisdictions with separate dispatch systems and separate communication systems.
Yeah, that's one thing that I think does delay service and time, and we need to make sure that we're all working, because I know in every jurisdiction, it tends to be whenever, at someone's discretion. That leaves a lot of room for time and air to get to people quicker and to get to homes.
It does. Now, if I could add 2 more points. Because we're a small community, we all have each other's phone numbers. So we do shortcut some of that. That is not ideal. I'm not saying that's a solution, but that is something we do because we work together so often. And I say we're on different communication platforms. We are, but we have shared communication. So when we're on a fire, we are talking to each other directly.
I guess my point is where I get nervous is sometimes those fires move much quicker than humans anticipate, and we've seen that happen, and then there is a delay in service. And so unfortunately, the region is not getting the best possible fire service collectively, and that is a problem, and it puts people's lives at risk. And then there's, I think, a lot of conspiracy out there about, the city and their finances, that's why they want to merge. Everyone better wake up, because this is a wake-up call. This is not a matter of if, it's a matter of when, and it is very serious. Unfortunately, people are going to be in that situation where they'll take it seriously when they lose a loved one or their home burns down. So anyone want to refute me on this? Come right ahead. Come at me. No way, no how. I know this system too well, inside out. I know what happens in the event of a fire. I know when we have even a massive fire, I am your mayor and don't know until way into the situation that's happening. And that tells me we have a very broken system. Now, the good news is, I believe with Chief Way and Sparks and Ancho and you, we have much better relationships. It was all very, very political before. I think it's gotten much better. It's getting better. And I believe you gentlemen and also women that are at the helm want to do the right thing for the citizens. So I will come back and ask, because I'm going to have NV Energy and Tumwa put some comments onto the record. That being said, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have 2 questions. The first one is it's on SB 319. So, I love a good study.
Don't we all?
What actually happens in this study? What are the goals of the study? Because there was a previous study by the Blue Ribbon Committee. So my first question is, can we use any of that information to sort of make things more efficient moving forward? And then what are you expecting to get out of the study, and how are we going to move forward after the study? And actually, who is leading the RFP process? Because you said we, and I wasn't sure if that was the group or Reno or Washoe County. And then my second question, which I might have to talk about a little bit in my second round, is probably for emergency management. The CWPP study that you were talking about, you had said that it's only within Reno. So I'm going to ask a couple follow-up questions on that and how we work with Washoe County in that space.
I think Fire Marshal Beck, who's here, will be able to answer that.
Okay.
So the study, going back to that, the way the bill is structured, it directs the jurisdictions to form an interlocal agreement, to enter into an interlocal agreement to conduct a study. And that interlocal agreement will be shepherded by 2 representatives from each jurisdiction. So those 6 will put the RFP out. What we, the working group, are trying to do is get that RFP in place so that we can give it to the committee and they can look at it. We like this, add that, why isn't this here? We are trying to streamline it, or target it is a better word, as much as possible towards the things we haven't studied. I mentioned dispatch. You're right, there's been many studies. They all say put dispatch in one place. We don't need another study to say the same thing.
And we probably need to look at costs and
So
financial.
finance and governance are the
Okay.
things that we think are the biggest hurdles, and that's where we want the focus to be.
Okay.
So yes, we will use those prior
find out
studies.
the goals of the study as we move through it with this working group. It's not necessarily defined yet.
Yes.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you so much. And then on the CWPP, my question was, I thought I heard, hey, good to see you.
For the record, John Beck, Reno Fire Department Fire Marshal. Councilmember Taylor, thank you for the question, and please.
So I was curious, I thought I heard that the Community Wildfire Protection Plan was only to study within Reno, and I'm not sure that makes sense to me. How do you study wildfire just within Reno, and is that going to be in conjunction with the countywide evacuation study that is going on? I'm just wondering how you merge those two.
So basically, the current City of Reno CWPP, we actually had one in 2003, and this is actually way more robust, and it's officially updating for the jurisdiction of the City of Reno. When we applied for the grant, for the CWPP grant, it was specific about the jurisdiction, so we couldn't capture the whole entire region. Essentially, that's exactly how the grant, the FEMA grant was written. Additionally, there's an in-kind match cost that's borne out of that, the 5% for that grant, which was wholly funded by us. So we bore the whole cost, and it's specific to the City of Reno.
Okay, I'm out of time, but I'll ask again on my next round. I'm just wondering, we need to be thinking about the county in that too.
Absolutely, absolutely. And this is a document that, while it's just for the City of Reno per se, it's something that's going to be used for the community as well, like our neighboring jurisdictions. I believe that there's other jurisdictions that are in the process of trying. I believe Sparks is trying to use what we have to help them. It's a model for the other jurisdictions to use to be able to create similar documents. Once that's complete, I believe that we could entertain having a collaborative regional, like a regional CWPP.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councilman Martinez.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Chief Cochran, and everybody for the presentation and the information. The progress you're making is awesome. I think the study is going to help us further define and figure out how we work better together. I think my first portion of questions, I want to start asking about some of the information that you provided in terms of the emergency preparedness. I think I was looking online trying to download, the Perimeter app and trying to make sure that I stay informed, but it looks like there's some caveats to get into the Perimeter app, or maybe I'm not looking at the right one. If you could just provide me with more
Yeah, so the public
information on that
doesn't
one.
have to sign up for the app. You would just go to perimeter.com and
And that's
follow.
where you can see.
Yeah, so the
Okay.
people that are gonna have access to the app would be someone like myself and all regional partners in certain positions that can add that critical information. And it's vetted, and then before the last person sends it out, which is usually one of the emergency managers, we know that that information's coming from the right sources. So pretty much nobody else can get that app with that kind of clearance or security, I guess you'd call it.
Yeah, that makes sense. So if you're
Yeah.
a member of the public, what you want to do is maybe bookmark that website and make sure you
Yes.
have it handy
Yep.
in case anything does happen. And then for the Rave Smart 911, is that something you have to sign up for as well?
Yes.
And how would you go about that?
So again, if you go to the website, our website has a link to it, so does the county's for alerts and notifications, and that'll give you a QR code or direction to get to that website. So you guys may have remembered, it used to be Code Red, now it's Rave. So it's just a different platform doing the same things, it's just a different name that, we switched to Rave regionally because we thought it was a better platform. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and I know there has been a couple workshops, I think that Councilmember Anderson has collaborated with to have go bags. and make sure folks are prepared. So just want to give kudos all around for all the preparation that the city is doing to make sure we stay safe. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Councilwoman Anderson, go ahead.
Good morning, gentlemen. Okay, so I think the number one thing we need to do is make sure that everyone in the region knows about this rave alert system. So if we, kind of like 911 or stop, drop, and roll and all of the different tips and tricks, we need to start getting that out into our city communication and into the media as much as we can, because I haven't heard about that yet, and that's kind of freaked me out.
Yeah, I mean, we do it with all our tabling, and we had it at your event as well. There's going to be a big push regionally to do exactly what you're requesting, because at a certain time frame within a year, since we switched from Code Red, the people that are signed up for Code Red automatically are going to get the rave alerts, but after a certain amount of time, they'll be dropped off. So we want to make sure that everybody gets the memo that rave now is the platform for emergency alerts and notifications, and Code Red is no longer.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So for incident issues, so there's an incident in the community, you're saying that the Perimeter website is the #1 most updated and consistent information for a community event?
That is the idea, yes. We want everybody on board on Perimeter.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking is that I want to know what tips and tricks we can give the community to be more prepared this summer. And we've already gone over the first 4. But one of the things that we noticed during incidents last year was that people that are well-meaning and have great intentions and want to help, they go towards an event and they get in the way. They inadvertently cause issues. So is there also a centralized regional website that we either have or that we could create that reminds people of all of these different resources? So that website is the first one that they go to, and hopefully maybe has a link to the Perimeter site, right? The second thing is oh gosh, I just lost my train of thought. We could have resources like what was developed for my preparedness summit, that video that we had for children. If that was on that website and we created a community hub where it was like, okay, we've got maybe police presence or we've got fire presence. You go there, you can figure out what potentially you could do to help or not help. Oftentimes not helping is the best way to help, but that could be like our community update system community-wide. Is there a way that we could get something, brought up quickly this summer?
What you're talking about, it exists out there through our website, through the county's website. There's emergency preparedness. There's under the fire websites.
I just need one website, though. I'm asking about one collective resource in the community.
The information we have on there isn't just specific to Reno. It's a link to everything regionally. The same with the county, and I believe Sparks is doing it as well. What I would say is that I think we can draft a memo to City Manager Bryant with how to get to all these different areas where we have this information, and if what you guys are looking for is not in there, then we can improve from there.
Well, I'm looking for one resource. I'm just looking for one site
I
that could
understand
be a
that.
community resource where we're not, that's all, we just have to get there.
Councilmember Anderson, I hear you, and we're going to work on that.
Okay.
And so give us about 2 weeks to come up with a plan, and we'll schedule some time to meet with you to make sure we're addressing your concerns. But I think I understand what you're looking for.
And I think it exists, but I want to make sure of you. So.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the presentation, a subject of great interest to most of us. I have a number of questions, so I'll try to sort them a bit. And I just wanted to acknowledge we do have John Zimmerman here, head of Tumwa, and I think he's going to be prepared to talk about water issues associated with fire. But I wanted to start first with Chief. You mentioned earlier in your presentation something about, well, they'll either have mutual aid or auto aid. But at our collective gathering, virtually all of us said, could we go to full-on automatic aid? I mean, and not partial automatic aid, not in certain portions of Reno. And it seemed like a good step even before either regionalization or whatever our buzzword is currently. So can you, I just want to make sure, about the auto aid, and that's a direction we're going to, because that's like low-hanging fruit compared to full-on consolidation or regionalization.
We are doing that. Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. We're doing automatic aid. The distinction I was making there is that we don't have automatic aid with remote jurisdictions like Carson City or Story County.
Right.
That's mutual aid.
Right.
So.
Okay, but within,
But within this region,
let's
we
say
are
call
doing-
it the Reno Sparks metropolitan area,
Yes.
we already do, or we're working towards?
No, we have that in place.
No, but when you spoke at our regional summit, if you will, you said we had it in place in certain sections. Maybe it's downtown, or maybe it's somewhere else. And all of us said, yeah, but we would like full automatic aid. To the mayor's earlier question, waiting to call people. Now, my understanding was it was going to be tied to when the new equipment was installed in September. Is that
Okay,
correct?
I understand your question now. The Hexagon, the new CAD system.
Right?
Yes, so that is what we're targeting. And in fact, the operations group, the operations chiefs that I mentioned have been working on that. Because right now with the different systems and different communication systems, trying to go too deep into it's already very clunky as it is.
It is.
And trying to go too deep just complicates it. But that new system is going to be the tool that enables us to
Right.
clear that path
So
forward.
is the new system, and these are the thing where, I forget the name, the vehicle automatic locator.
AVL.
The AVL, that goes on each vehicle.
That's already in place. The new system we're referring to is the CAD, the computer-aided dispatch system.
Right, but is that expected to be online in September?
I don't think we're on,
Why not?
Cody can speak to the timing on that.
All right, well, we'll come back to that because, let me just get a few questions out there and then people can come up. Number two was I had the same exact perspective as Ms. Anderson, which is that there are all of these places to go. But we really do want a centralized place that's well publicized. And what I wanted to make sure in all the places to go, do they all direct you to the same information? Like, are there, maybe there's 10 or 15 apps, but are they all saying the same thing? Like, for example, the mayor's question earlier about evacuation. Do they all have a consistent message at this point about who needs to evacuate when, no matter which app you're dialed into?
I think that's what we've committed to working with Manager Bryant on to make sure that we're getting you what you need. We believe that exists because it's on our website, and not everybody has the same ask. Somebody might need to find shelter for their large animal. Somebody might need evacuation information. Somebody might need information about how to, or temporary housing. So we have that centralized, we believe, on the Reno Fire Department website. Now, it's going to direct you to different locations depending on what your ask is.
Right. But, I mean, so just for the interim, are we supposed to check in with the Reno Fire Department, everyone in our region, or, I mean, what about the rave? What about the previous code red? I'm just trying to follow the bouncing ball.
Those are different apps that are going to contact you. They're going to reach out to you with
I have
automatic
signed up,
notifications.
but sometimes I get notifications, sometimes I don't. And maybe I'm not signed up with the right app. That's one of my worries. So I'll just leave that. Sounds like we're going to have a follow-up, and I'd love to hear the answer to the question about we were assured at our regional meeting that come September, when the final thing was done with the CAD, that all would be well and we could go to full-on auto aid. So maybe Cody could address that.
Well, Cody can speak to the timing.
Yeah.
And in February, we did believe it was going to be done in September. I think that's pushed back a little bit. The automatic aid does we can't dictate. It needs to be a collaborative effort between everybody. So we need everybody to be on board with that plan.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking for Reno, we are 100% on board with a co-located dispatch and full automatic aid.
But that's the problem too. If you're not, then guess what? Guess who suffers? The citizens. That's what's hard about that.
Could Cody just address the timing?
Yes. Cody, come on up. How are you?
I mean, this is our first
Happy
meeting
Dispatchers
since
Week.
February.
I always feel like it's Dispatchers Week every week. I don't know.
It seems like it, at least for me. Cody Shadle, for the record, Director of Public Safety Dispatch. On the project itself, so what Chief's alluding to is we are having some scheduling pushback. We're trying to identify what things need to be done and in what timeframes. Our goal is to put out a system that is correct and working right. And so we've identified some things that need to be done before we go live. So right now, we're still working with our vendor to determine what that new go live looks like. As of the schedule today, it says the end of September, but we're expecting up to 90 days. So I'm gonna come back once we have that finalized. We'll probably end up sending a memo out to explain what that pushback is. And then following that memo, I'll be able to come in and actually give you an update on the project and show the key milestones, what we've accomplished, what we intend to accomplish. Additionally to what Chief is saying about automatic aid, we are having those discussions now about how to make sure we're building automatic aid correctly, and we are working with that operations chiefs group with our implementation group to make sure that when we do go live, we are able to do automatic aid in the meaningful way. And I think when Chief says we have AVL now, what he's saying is each of our jurisdictions has AVL or automatic vehicle locator equipment on all of our rigs. It's feeding into our CAD systems, but our problem is our CAD systems don't communicate. So even though we have AVL today, it's not in a centralized source. The system and a single dispatcher can't look at REMSA equipment or TMF
We
equipment
understand.
and
But
make
let
those
me
decisions.
just, one follow-up. You said scheduling, but that's so generic. I don't know what scheduling means, the scheduling problem.
So there's a lot of things that need to be done between now and then. Right now, we are still configuring our dispatch equipment. We're still configuring the CAD system. Configuration has to be complete. Then after configuration, we have to test it. And then once we test it and we feel that that we are confident in what it's doing, then we actually have to train over 1,000 users of how to use it. And so all of those things are gonna take months. And so with the configuration pushing back, we now have to take all of that testing and all of that training, and we have to push that back as well. So all these things are kind of dependent upon each other, and that's why the schedule has to be adjusted. I hope that answers the question.
I'm out of time, but I appreciate it. I might have follow-up.
Yeah, okay, no worries.
Cody, I assume that you meant you're going to push it back 3 more months, 90 days?
Initially, that's what we're looking at right now.
Ugh.
Yeah, it's not
I don't love
optimal.
that.
It's not optimal.
Why
but-
is that exactly? Is it because of humans? Is it because it's really the system?
I mean,
Because a lot of times humans
it's
get in
extremely
there
complex.
and make a mess of things.
Yeah, I mean, when we started this project, we looked at it and we wanted it done as quickly as possible. We were telling vendors, hey, can we get this done in 12 months? And they kind of laughed and said, you're not going to get this done in 12 months. They came back and told us, how about 18 to 22 months? So this was an initial contract signing. We agreed to 22 months initially, 18 to 22 months. And what we found is that with 17 independent agencies or individual end user agencies involved in this system, and with so many users and so many things, we really have a complicated project that we're trying to do. We have 46 independent vendors that we're trying to integrate into this system. Things like when we're talking about Rave, Smart 911, how do we get that information into our CAD system? How do we make it relevant to our dispatchers? And so trying to get 46 outside vendors to say, here's your information, here's you're gonna integrate, those are things that are complicating this process.
Okay.
And so that's one of the things that's leading to it.
Okay, it's not the other jurisdictions.
No.
Everyone's getting along and doing what they need to get there. Okay, I
I'm
just want to
actually-
make sure.
No, I'm really impressed with the way that we've worked together. I mean, yes, at times there are disagreements, but we're in a room together and we're figuring those things out in live time. Something as simple as, we're gonna call this engine 36, and Reno agreeing to saying, okay, well, we're gonna call it Reno engine 36, and you're gonna call it engine 14 or Sparks engine 14. Those seem like simple things, but on the back end, those change the way we send resources. And so being able to resolve those in real time with regional working groups is huge.
Okay, all right, thank you so much, Cody.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Great job. Okay, this is for NV Energy. How are you?
I did.
Good morning.
I did
Madam
have
Mayor.
Oh,
hand
go
up.
ahead, Councilwoman Ebert.
I'm so sorry. Yeah, thank you. I did
Sorry.
have some questions.
I
Thank
forgot
you. I
she's
know
up there.
I'm in the sky right now. But so I had some questions. I have met with some of the different labor unions regarding regionalization for a while now, just because it's kind of been a topic, at least for the last couple years that I've been around. I know from hearing from the mayor and other council members that it's been a topic for a very long time. And something that I've heard from everyone that I've spoken with on the labor side was that there has already been several studies, and the results have all kind of been very similar in that the results point to, we need to all be on the same dispatch system first, that there's not going to be any kind of regionalization without getting onto one dispatch. So I'm curious as to why we're not looking to the results of any of these previous studies and going into another study. Like, is there a reason why we're not looking at any data. I mean, I believe the last one was as recent as 2019. I know it was a few years ago, but it's my understanding we're all kind of in the same position with our fire departments as we were then. And the other part of that is there any issues with contracts that we have with REMSA being part of the dispatch process in other areas, maybe Sparks, Washoe County, that would kind of cause a hurdle for us to get to a point where we can regionally truly be on one dispatch before we can even actually start the process of becoming a regional fire department.
Thank you for the question, Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. So you're 100% correct. That message was communicated loud and clear by labor that dispatch needs to be consolidated among all the jurisdictions, and you've heard me say that this morning. The other studies have recommended that. And one of the points I tried to make, and I'm hoping we can direct with the RFP, is to take dispatch as a given. We don't need to restudy that. We know that's a goal, and look at some of the other challenges we have, like governance and finance. As far as REMSA, no, there's no barrier there to incorporating them. In fact, the plan is to incorporate them into the system so that it's seamless between the 3 fire jurisdictions and REMSA.
Okay, so there's no problem with Reno Fire, Sparks Fire, Washoe County Fire being on one dispatch because of any kind of contractual obligations with REMSA?
No, the goal, that's actually the exact goal, is to have everybody, including REMSA, on one CAD system in one dispatch.
Okay, so it will be regional with Washoe County, Reno, Sparks, and REMSA.
Yes.
Okay, so just wanted to make sure I understood all that. The other piece is, I know that Senator Daley's kind of spearheading this and moving this along, this legislative session. What input did he have from you before kind of taking this down to Carson City and getting the ball rolling on this? Because I know that I didn't have any meetings with him. He didn't reach out to me for any input from me. I'm not sure if he spoke to any other city council members. I inquired with City of Reno staff. They said he didn't speak with any of them to inquire about what kind of input City of Reno would like to have on this bill draft. So I'm just curious, what, if any, input did he get from you on this before initially submitting it to the legislature?
He did not have any input from me on that BDR prior to introducing it to the legislature. I think his direction came from the February 6th meeting. And I think the mayor would like to
I would like to weigh in. He did reach out to me. He reached out to Mayor Lawson and Chair Hill. We had a meeting right before he went into session, literally like days before he went into session. And none of us had asked him to, or any legislator for that matter, to address fire in any capacity. He came to us, and when a legislator does that, it's not something that we can stop. Only we can do is weigh in on things that we think can be helpful. Oftentimes, no disrespect to legislators, but we do this every single day, so we kind of know the issues that we have to face on a daily basis or how these systems work. And I think he's genuinely trying to help, but also I think, it's very complex. Obviously, it's taken a long, long time, but he did reach out to us and we had conversations. I asked the fire chief to please be there in case he could weigh in on anything that he thought was beneficial. And it was just very premature. And we were already right at session, so I don't think that he had any ill intention. I think he has the intention to bring the community and the region together. And also wanted to I think he really wanted to explore how our relationships were. In the past, our relationships have not been good between the jurisdictions. That has changed dramatically, and I think he wanted to be very respectful of some of those severed relationships. And I think he was very pleased to see Chief Way was there, Chief Cochran. He was very, and I can't remember, was the fire chief there? I know Sparks was there, but I can't remember. He was?
My only
And I just
concern-
think that that's how that came to be. It was a nice meeting, so we wanted
Yeah.
to be respectful and give him the time to have that meeting.
My concern with that, though, is it is, something designed to help us regionally. And he should have come to the subject matter experts on this problem, which should have been Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County. And to check in with you, Chair Hill, and Mayor Lawson the day before that's very courteous, but we should have been more at the driver's seat is what I'm getting at. If this is truly looking to help us as a region provide a better level of service, our fire departments, our leadership are the subject matter experts.
Okay.
And I appreciate his willingness to take this on, but it feels a bit rushed, and it feels like there was not necessarily enough input from the people that know the region the best and know what we need the best. And that's my hesitation,
Okay.
that's my concern.
All right, thank you so much. I just will reiterate, you did have subject experts there. You had all three fire chiefs, and any concerns, you can address them with Senator Daley. All right, moving on. Go ahead, Councilwoman Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a quick question for Mr. Ancho. Clerk, can you put up I'm going to be real simple here about the alerts and stuff. I know there's a lot of stuff going on. If I go to this website and I scan this code and get these alerts, am I signed up for alerts?
Yes.
If there's a fire, if something happens, am I going to get alerted if I go here?
Well, this will answer this question and Ms. Dewar's question. Not everybody's going to get the alert. The people that are in the evacuation zone are going to get the alert.
Because you have to put your address in, it pinpoints your address, it's GPS.
Exactly.
So this is the place that I go for right now to sign up for evacuation or alert information?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
And I have a quick
Okay.
go back for you as well regarding the CWPP, if I could.
Sure.
We're curious about if there's collaboration or if it's just the city of Reno only.
I just wasn't sure how you
Yeah.
stopped at like the city of Reno line and not go to
It doesn't,
Washoe
but
County.
FEMA guidelines require it to be a jurisdiction. However, once we were accepted for that grant, we reached out to the county and said, is this going to be a duplication of efforts, or can it add to more evacuation analysis? So we did team up collaboratively, but not through the same grant. Does that make
Perfect,
sense?
that makes sense. I
Yeah.
understand you have some reporting things that you probably
Yeah,
have to
so
be pretty strict on.
we're actually
and-
working together so that, again, we're not doing a duplication of efforts, and that we maximize what areas of concern that we're gonna study, because Reno's in this, Washoe County, so we don't wanna do the same area.
Sometimes I think people get in their mind, like you walk across the street and you're in Sparks and that's where it's gonna stop. And
No.
I imagine you guys aren't working that way.
Nope.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank
You
you,
bet.
Madam Mayor.
Okay, NV Energy, come on up. State your name for the record.
Good morning,
You've done
Mayor.
this
Good
a
morning.
few
I'm
times.
sorry,
It's okay.
Was that round 2 for fire? Because I did have another couple questions.
Okay, we'll get back to you. Okay. Sorry. Okay. One of the things that has changed dramatically, and I don't feel like there has been a lot of communication on this, all of a sudden, we can have major power outages. I guess deliberate outages or sort of mitigation outages, correct?
Maybe I'll take a moment to explain that. So first off, thank you for the question, Mayor, City Council members. It's a pleasure to address all of you today. My name is Jesse Murray. I'm the Senior Vice President of Energy Delivery for NV Energy. I oversee the operations and maintenance of the state's electric grid. I also oversee the gas distribution utility here in the Truckee Meadows, and I oversee our Power Safe NV program which is our natural disaster protection program that we implement statewide, including here in Western Nevada. So
Okay.
regarding what I would call emergency de-energizations or planned de-energizations, we actually have two programs that we implement. One is our public safety outage management program. That is a program that has existed since 2019 and was a founding required part of our natural disaster protection plan as implemented in state law. That is when we have extreme hazardous weather conditions that are moving into the region, we will proactively de-energize the electric grid prior to those hazardous weather conditions impacting that grid with the intention of eliminating the opportunity for our facilities to ignite a fire. So that's the first program that we've had now for several years. The second program is what we call our emergency de-energization program. So the emergency de-energization occurs after a fire has started. And so now what we're worried about is potentially starting secondary fires that could make the initial fire worse or more cumbersome to fight. And then secondly, to protect the first responders standing behind me as they move into the area to fight the fires, because our facilities can present a hazard to them as they move their equipment and manpower into the area. So those are the two programs that we implement. One is weather-driven, and the second is when the fire is already present.
Sure. So tell us how you communicate with our teams regionally.
Yep.
How that works, because I get residents, now listen, they could be at work and then they come home and whatever. But the communication aspect, because here's what happens is people absolutely have to know whether they're on oxygen or they're in a gated community and, you know, the gates don't open. I mean, there's a lot of different factors, right? And I think that we're in a place where the public needs to know it's a possibility at any time for any fire.
Yeah.
So how are you working with our teams? Because I get people, you know, blowing up my office and saying, well, why is our power out and we are not in the affected area? And so tell us how you're accomplishing that.
Yeah, so we collaborate and cooperate very closely with the regional fire agencies, right? I'm here at the invitation of Chief Cochran. We work with Chief Cochran, we work with Chief Wade, we work with Chief White, all throughout the region. We actually have contracts in place with 11 different fire agencies throughout the state. We participate as a critical member of the emergency management teams regionally. We work with Administrator Echeverria at Washoe County. So we are very much a part of the fabric of the emergency management response. Now, to the specific question about communications, for our PSOM program, we have a very robust communications plan that we start implementing several days before we think that hazardous weather condition could potentially impact our state's weather system. We encourage all of our customers to sign up for their My Account information so that they can receive texts and information from us in real time, emails. We also do robust media communications. I'm often the person talking with our various media outlets about upcoming PSOM events that may be occurring in the region, so we try and get the information out there. You referenced Green Cross customer program, or what we call Green Cross customer. These are these medically sensitive customers that require life-sustaining equipment. We ask that they register with us so that we can identify them as a Green Cross customer. And in instances where we have power outages or PSOMs, we reach out to those Green Cross customers to provide additional help for them. So those are those programs. Now, on the emergency de-energization program, that happens instantaneously. If a fire starts, we don't have the time really to communicate in advance because the fire, it could potentially be impacting our facilities. In that case, we will send out texts through My Account to the extent that outages begin to occur as they're occurring. And then we will also implement our public communications plan with the media also so that we can get that information out while also coordinating with the emergency management individuals that are running that, running that incident.
Okay, I think that's a big one that we have to start messaging hands down, even before a fire, that listen, now we're all living in a region where you could lose power at any time due to any event, even if it's not, right next to you or your own backyard. So I want to really make sure that people understand that, because even I was born and raised here. It's just been recently that all of a sudden, power is deactivated, right? And so And we're like, huh, what's going on here? And so I think if we can just keep messaging and messaging, this is a possibility at any time, then we need to do that. I'm going to move on, but I am going to ask you about power lines.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Councilman Reese, go ahead. I don't believe you have had a round.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll try to be brief, but I have a couple things. One is I want to thank Chief Cochran, Chief Ancho, and Mr. Shadle for the presentation. I know there's a great deal going on here, and I want to make sure you have first my sincere gratitude and appreciation for the work that you're doing. It is complicated, and I think, Mr. Shadle, you pointed out the number of agencies that are involved, the number of vendors. What I want you to hear our council saying, and what I think you understand is happening here, is that we are all not fire people, right? We have a considerable amount of information that we have gained over the years of service, and sometimes because we have a particularized interest, sometimes born out of tragedy, but that we cannot substitute our judgment for yours. We also can't always often speak the language that you speak. And so you may sense some, not frustration, but just simply like a desire to get an answer. And so I'm hopeful that when you go back to the drawing board about some of the questions that my colleague Ms. Dewar asked, or even the questions that I might ask, you just figure out or think through the ways in which just the everyday, regular Joe and Jane Q public thinks about fire. They don't really think about the PSAP, all the acronyms involved. They don't care who is responding. They just want the safety of knowing that their loved one will be taken care of when they have an emergency, and that the fire engine will roll when they have a fire. So, and so again, my thanks to you. Think about how we communicate with the public, and I would say don't let our desire to see a particular path dissuade you from planning for our future and making good choices. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, I think it is, I don't know if the right word is naive or it's just maybe a lack of understanding, but this question about regionalization and why a state senator might be taking up a bill on this topic is really one that has been born not out of any one moment in time, but it's every day since our initial divorce from our prior regional fire effort to today has been on the minds of electeds, both here locally at different bodies and then certainly statewide. We aren't the first people to consider a regionalized fire approach or a consolidated governance. That is what the province of the state legislature involves themselves with, whether that's thinking about Metro in Las Vegas or what we're doing here, because it is really about governance and how do we operate as governing bodies. And so I think it's certainly true that we have a role to play in it. I think it's anathema to believe that we are the only people who should have a role in it, or that we as electeds have some greater privilege of knowledge that should drive that conversation. I am grateful to Senator Daley for the work he's done. I don't know what the outcome will be in Carson City as we careen towards the end of this legislative cycle. But I know that he cares deeply about the region, and Madam Mayor, you and Mayor Lawson and Chair Hill think in ways that are very complex and perhaps are unknown to me, but for which I support, because I believe ultimately that we're trying to find the best way forward for our regional governments, our regionalization efforts. So those were my comments for now, Madam Mayor, and I may have other questions in round two.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to head down to Councilwoman Anderson, and we'll go back this way and around. And then I just want to remind everyone that I have not been following time on this topic because I think it's one that really deserves to be heard, and make sure that all your questions and comments are on the record.
And Madam Mayor, before we begin the next round, do you want to hear about, you asked the water folks to be here?
Yes, well, that'll be my next question.
I got you. Okay.
Yes, okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Anderson.
Thank you. I just have one question for NV Energy. On this Green Cross program, and this is probably a really silly question, but do you guys already proactively partner with senior living residences and things like that, where you go out and you make sure that they're all part of this Green Cross program?
So that's a good question. I'm not aware of specific outreach activities that we do with senior housing as an example, but I think it's a great suggestion and one that we can take up potentially to get the message out that we have that program. We do, as part of our wildfire messaging, we talk a lot about the Green Cross customer program. We think it's probably one of our most important aspects of when we shut the power off. We need to know where those medically sensitive customers are. All of our customer service agents are trained to help those customers through the process. So I'll take that as a great recommendation that we can potentially use to drive that message further.
Okay, I think it would be, I mean, if we could somehow get it into protocol when people become, sign leases, if it's part of the process when they sign a lease, that they become a part of that program would be really helpful. Just take one more thing off of their plate that could potentially save their lives. That's all I have for you, sir.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson.
My next question is for Fire Marshal Beck, please. Good morning. I was so impressed with this board that you and Talina had to display at the Emergency Preparedness Summit, and it had to do with all of the different types of vents for housing that would be really, really helpful to harden a home that was in a WUI area. So first question is it pretty obvious that you live in a WUI, the Wildland Urban Interface area? And if it isn't, how would you find out other than these postcards that have just recently been mailed?
So that's a great question. Right now, we're actually currently, the meeting I came from right before this was with one of the members in this building who helps us build our GIS maps. So as we're going through this code adoption process, we're currently building a map that is going to be an adjunct to the CWPP map when that's actually finalized. So the current map that we're using is available to the public, but we're building a map right now where you can actually plug in an address and it'll automatically take you directly to, if you put your address in, it'll take you right to where your region is. And we're gonna include that map link into, we sent out 10,000 postcards into all the wildland, the WUI areas for the residents, which going forward, we're gonna keep periodically sending those out, maybe annually, to make sure we just remind the public. That link is gonna be located at that page, so you can directly say, hey, do I live in one of those areas? Now, obviously, if you're in a WUI area, that postcard means you're actually in one. But it'll also help you figure out, okay, well, am I in a light hazard, or am I in a moderate hazard, or am I in high hazard? So it'll give you further guidance as far as what specifically area within the WUI that you live, so you can actually do some of those home hardening techniques and applications that we're trying to push out to the public through a lot of those contacts.
Perfect. That's a great segue, because the reason I'm asking this is people need to know why it matters. Why should they care if they're in the WUI interface? And why it matters is you have the opportunity to make your house safer with really small changes like these different vents that can be purchased and reinstalled in your home, sealing off different areas where embers could get in. So just making sure that our postcards are going out and they understand why it matters, that they understand if they're in a WUI area. Tell me some other things that fire prevention or your department could help consult with if somebody finds out that they're in a WUI area and they want to figure out if they can create a more defensible landscape or property. How else can your department help them?
So that's actually part of Inspector Talina Sky. She came to us from Truckee. We kind of poached her from Truckee Fire because in part because of a lot of the qualifications that she had, because she had all the certifications and also specifically the expertise coming from a high hazard, extreme hazard WUI area. And what she's done is she's brought a lot of that knowledge base, and what we've been doing together, her and I have been aggressively reaching out to HOAs. We had a former Fire Marshal, Trey Palmer, just conducted a large evac drill up in Somerset and Sierra Canyon last Saturday that we attended. And so what we're doing is we're recognizing there's actually a couple components to it. How we construct the new homes, but the majority of homes that eventually, when our city is built out, are not gonna fall under what's left, the available build-out, properties. So instead of just saying, okay, well, for the remaining homes, they're gonna be home hardened, realize that we actually need to tackle all of the existing homes in the city of Reno. And to your point, there's small little steps that you can take that make an extremely huge difference in the outcome. Most of the people in this room might not know this, but of the 10,000 homes in the big fire we had down south, the Palisades fire, they burned from the inside out. And so in the wind-driven fires, it's the embers that can blow way beyond the actual WUI areas into other areas that are technically not in the WUI. And so we're not just targeting merely the WUI homes, but specifically every home in Reno. If you want to make your own home hardened, I mean, you can have a fire in your backyard and the embers can blow into your vents with just a single fire in your backyard.
Yeah, I think that the more information people had about the ability to pretty low cost with
Yes.
really great safety improvements on these vents and things like that. So that's great. And I'm assuming that all of this information is available as well at our website.
It is indeed.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor, and I think I'll invite Mr. Zimmerman with Tamwa, if you can come up. It sounds like that's some of the concerns or questions coming up to you, so just invite you up, and as you get situated, I'll just set the stage, and if you, Madam Mayor, or Councilmember, do you have any questions, feel free to hop in there and take the time. But I want you to sort of set the stage for us a little bit and talk about some of the work that you're doing proactively. I know, just being a new member on your board, I know you're working on getting generators out and making sure that we have power in case that it becomes an issue during wildfires. But if you could maybe talk about the pressure zones and give us a crash course on that. I know it's a dense topic, but just kind of want to lay that out there for you.
Sure, I'll do my best. Thank you, Councilman Martinez, and thank you, Mayor Sheevy, for inviting me here today to speak. So Tumwa has a very resilient water system. This community, our predecessors built a very resilient system, but it's also a very complicated system. We have, over several hundred pressure zones, each with different sources of water going into them. We have over 118 pump stations, 86 wells, over 387 pressure regulating stations. Those all take power. And so over the last 10 years or so, we've installed more generators, and it's somewhat of a paradigm shift with the public safety outages for electricity, and then also the emergency de-energization. We have to have generators on standby that we can roll out to some sites, and then other sites that are critical facilities, we have permanent generators ready to go. And just to kind of give you a little bit of perspective on how Tumwa operates in a fire, we're often some of the first ones to know because our operators are watching our tanks, and they can tell when they're dropping more quickly than normal. And so we're in touch with the fire agencies. We're making sure that all of the tanks in an area that has a fire are as full as possible. And then we're also working with our regional partners in collaboration. We're investing in emergency management. We now have an emergency management team and an emergency manager on staff who's also here today if you have any questions for him. And then just working with our local partners to make sure that, as Mayor Sheevy said, we have the contacts. We know the people on the other end of the line. We know who to call and what we need. We're also inviting the fire agencies over to test, to do testing at our facilities because they can practice there and get to know our facilities and our team a little more. We're bringing them over to give them tours of our system so they know what happens during a fire and how they can help us and how we can help them. Same goes for ND Energy. And then lastly, I'd like to just point out that we also maintain all of the public fire hydrants in the city of Reno, the city of Sparks, and Washoe County. And that just makes sure those fire hydrants are operational and ready to go. The one thing I will say though is that a municipal water system is built according to the International Fire Code. It's built for smaller structure fires, commercial buildings, industrial buildings. It's not meant to provide water to a catastrophic wildfire when it becomes a natural disaster over a sustained period of time.
Okay, I'm glad you said that, because that's the $64,000 question. In Los Angeles, everyone said, how dare they, we were trying to get water out of those sources, and it still has not been put on the record. If we had an incident like they had in Los Angeles, would water come out of all of our fire hydrants?
Yeah, and that's a good question, and it would be.
Any of you experts behind him, feel free to weigh in on this. And this needs to be put on the record, and your citizens need to know this risk.
So I'll just give the Davis fire as an example. So our team was putting generators ahead of the fire and in those PSOM areas. We were prepared if the fire did a worst-case scenario and went to McCarran like the projections said it would. You know, in my opinion, I back my professionals, and I think we would have done whatever we could to make sure we didn't lose water pressure in that system, but I couldn't guarantee it. It would be possible to lose pressure, because in that zone that could have lost power, there are about 29 pump stations. Some of them could have been destroyed or impacted by the fire. Some of them could have been de-energized, and the generators were damaged, so it's a possibility.
Mm-hmm. And I would like someone from fire to come up here and address this situation. One of the reasons we were told in Los Angeles, Chief Cochran, is that you over there? Please come up. Sorry, you sit behind everyone, I can't see you. Stay up here really quick. I also want to know, one of the things that we heard, and I need you to confirm or deny, when everyone else, because what happens, a lot of other residents start to water down and hose off their own homes or areas, correct?
That's correct.
And because of that, it also lowers the supply or, you know, the pressure. You need to confirm that, because that's another message I have not heard in this region very much at all, that during an event, everyone, not just people in that fire area, need to be very aware of conserving water if they don't need it. So, but we even see it, you know, in different jurisdictions where people are like, ooh, you know, and I get it, the wind could come up. So you need to put this on the record, and I want you to confirm, Chief Cochran, the possibility of water not coming out of a fire hydrant is possible.
Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief, thank you, and you're exactly right. Everything that draws off the system, and John can speak to the specifics, the engineering, everything that draws off the system, whether it's an individual trying to water down their yard, their home, or a home that burns down and now has open pipes, just flowing water, that is going to draw from the pressure. And as we said at the event that you and I spoke at many months ago, back by the Davis fire, there's no municipal system that exists that could be sufficient to handle the the Palisades fire.
Can you repeat that?
There is no municipal system that exists that can handle the type of catastrophic incident that was the Palisades fire.
Okay.
And yes, your points about watering the homes or trying to protect your own home, the pipes that get burnt through and melted through and leave water running, that all detracts from the pressure of the system and makes it exponentially more difficult for John and his team to maintain that pressure.
Mm-hmm. John, is that something you have been messaging out to people? I've been having a monthly public safety briefing with media, and so maybe we need to start inviting you, but are you guys pushing out that information?
So John Zimmerman, for the record. So on the Davis fire, we asked for conservation ahead of that, ahead of the Wednesday or whatever day it was where we thought it might run to McCarran. But yes, and we're working with the fire agencies to let people know, when you leave your home in an evacuation, don't leave your hoses running, because it doesn't help the firefighters, it doesn't prevent the fire. It's just a drain on the water system, and you're taking away water from the firefighters. But that's part of, I think, our messaging with the fire agencies, and have it coming from them, that it doesn't help to do that, just so residents know, don't do that.
Mm-hmm. What is the backup plan when we don't have enough water? What happens then, Chief Cochran? What do we do?
I mean, like I said, there are alternatives. They're probably not sufficient for something of the scope and magnitude of a Palisades fire, because we have water tenders that we can draw on from, like Chief Way's department, they have water tenders. The Air Guard has water tenders. But when you're looking at the amount of water that you need, those can help with a single structure, maybe 2, not 10,000. That system is.
Chief Way, can you come up here and address this? Would you agree?
I'm sorry, Dale Way.
Did you hear my questions?
As far as municipal water supply?
Yes.
I agree with everything Chief Cochran said.
Okay.
There is no municipal water supply out there that when you have 8,000 to 10,000 single-family dwellings that are on fire and fire spreading through them, that you're gonna be able to hook up to hydrants and draw off of every hydrant.
In the last fire, were there pressure issues?
Thank you, Mayor Shivey. I could speak to that. No, there were no pressure issues. And I should have referenced to, it goes back to the, we had the Gold Ranch fire, the Davis fire, the Callahan fire, and then prior to that, we had Pine Haven, Collin Ranch, and the Sullivan fire. In none of those fires have we lost pressure. So we do have a resilient system, but there's limitations.
Okay, and Chief Wade, just really quick, and I'm gonna move on. What is your solution whenever we don't have enough water coming out of those fire hydrants?
There's not much of a solution. I mean, water is the source that fire departments have used traditionally for hundreds of years, right? Fire hydrants, water supply systems are developed, and our water tenders, even when they run out of water, you've got to go back to a hydrant to fill up. Or a pond or something, and that has to obviously be close by.
Yeah,
to the
that's why I think, we wanted this presentation. We all want to know evacuation plans. We all want to know communication. And I'm just going to be really honest, hearing a lot of these questions and comments today, it seems things are fragmented a little bit. And so I really hope that we can do, I think we're doing a much better job than I've ever seen in the past, right? But this should make everyone nervous, because we also have to protect our firefighters, not just our community, but the firefighters that we send in there every day. But I think the public needs to know and be a little better informed, because everyone assumes that water is gonna come out of those fire hydrants. And it's absolutely frightening. And that's where the communication between both jurisdictions needs to come together. And this is not to any of you. I'm also gonna ask City Manager Bryant, in our next council meeting, I'm gonna ask for all 3 comms departments to come, because I wanna know what that communication looks like. To be honest with you, I was told, stay out of our event, it's not yours. And it came right up to the city of Reno. I look at us regionally, and so I have a real problem when someone tells me to stay out of a fire event that we actually had predictions that was coming into 7 miles of the city of Reno. And that's where, I want to be honest and transparent that it's not pretty, but I do want all 3 comms departments here talking about how they communicate with each other and the electeds. Because I was really disappointed. It wasn't any of you, but I was really disappointed in how those communications were handled. And I know on the back end that it's not going to help any citizen to have those sort of disconnects. Anyway, okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I just switch gears a little bit back to evacuation, if I could. And that is that a couple things. One, last night we had a community forum for Ward 2, and one of the questions came up about we're in the summer season, and it sounds like we're about to start a brush clearing process that's spearheaded by the fire department. So one of the questions came up, is that just for the WUI area? And I'll give you an example. So when the Collin fire happened in 2012, I figured there was about 1,000 homes between me and the Collin fire. And while I got prepared to evacuate, we weren't used to a concept of 7 miles of having to evacuate. And, but I thought, my gosh, this would have to burn 1,000 homes before it got to me. But what it really did was it jumped over McCarran, went down a canyon, burned 3 houses at the bottom of Pioneer, jumped over Pioneer, and in a moment, it was on my street, across the street from my house, without burning through 1,000 homes, to everyone's previous points about how fire behavior occurs. But in terms of the priorities for brush clearing, what I was being asked by some of our residents last night is, well, but to the point, the fire might start in an area that might be considered a WUI area, up in Collin Ranch or something, but it's coming down ravines, down into closer to town. And we all have ravines there too. Many areas, Susseline and other areas in those areas. And I just wondered, their question to me is, are they eligible? Can they request these programs? That's my first question. And the second question is about evacuation. I want to understand the key elements of the evacuation. When you say an evacuation plan, what are we really talking about? Sounds good. I know that they just did an evacuation plan for Ranchera, which they communicated to the residents where the exits are, that they have a gated community, that they would put up the arms, where the people to go, you know, how it would work. But is that what's in these other evacuation plans? And as an adjunct to that, I heard, and I'm not sure, maybe I got the information wrong, but that Somerset recently, just a weekend ago, did a full, like, evacuation, like where they actually evacuated, like a
Drill.
a drill?
Yeah.
And I wondered how that went. So my question's basically priorities for brush clearing or how communities can be part of that program. And then on evacuation, what are the key elements we're talking about and how did this drill go?
So I'm going to just make a couple comments,
Yeah.
and then I'm going to turn it over to Fire Marshal Beck. We do have a green waste program funded through a State Farm grant that is available not just in the city of Reno, but to Councilmember Taylor's point, Sparks and the county.
Right.
John will speak to how you prioritize the requests there. And I would just add that Sparks has also been awarded a grant for a similar program that they'll be implementing shortly. Then John can speak to the drill and the evaluation of those requests.
Yeah, good.
So, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate the opportunity to speak about, would you like to talk about the drill first, or?
Whatever you,
Okay.
however you want to tackle.
So the way the drill worked was, the former fire marshal, Trey Palmer, reached out to me, and with the chief's blessing, we didn't spearhead it, but we actually supported the back end of the drill. So what he did, he's working up there, consulting essentially in the Somerset area. They had won a grant. It was $1.5 million. It was the first grant of that size that an actual private HOA had actually landed.
And how much was it, did you
I
say?
think it's like 1.2 to 1.5 million. And included with that grant was an actual evacuation drill.
Right.
And so what they did, what former Fire Marshal Palmer did is he reached out to me saying, hey, this is what we're thinking about doing. And so we collaborated together on what we could actually support with, because we do have a finite amount of staff, we do have our workload as well. And so when the drill went down last Saturday, I went to the brief beforehand when he briefed the community. They had an HOA meeting at the Del Webb clubhouse, and then about 2 weeks prior to that, and then they kicked it off. It was a 2-hour window, and they had what they did in that HOA was they identified all of the different evacuation routes. One of the challenges of where do I evacuate to is we don't know where the fire is going to be at.
Right.
So we can't necessarily say there is not a one-size-fits-all, like, okay, if you live here, evacuate there. And that's one of the educational, there's a lot of education that we're really aggressively trying to put out to the public. Because those are hard questions to ask and answer. And so what they did was a notional fire that would be most likely a large event would be coming from Verdi.
Right.
And so each of those those areas within Somerset, those evacuation areas, he had his community say, hey, look, find the most likely route out, and it might not be the main road, and use that and see what that's like. And then we had everybody evacuate to Billinghurst Elementary School, or I'm sorry, middle school, because at the time, most likely would have been the high school. Why can't I think of it?
McQueen.
McQueen, thank you. Because there was already another event going on there.
Yeah,
So we
just
wanted.
briefly, I don't want to take up
Okay, I'm
everybody's
sorry.
time, but what I want to know is like, how many people participated?
Okay, so.
Was it successful? Where,
All right.
what was the takeaway?
So it was approximately 500 people would be in that region, and I would say approximately 200 to 250 people showed up and performed in the drill. So it was very successful. They got some education from us.
They all got in their cars and left? I mean, they physically drove
They drove and then
away?
yep, and then they
Did they
came.
tune into a channel to find out how it's safe to come back, or what?
No, so the way it was briefed was when you get to Billinghurst, that's going to be FinEx. That's
Oh.
just going to be finished exercise.
Okay. And is this something you would recommend for other communities?
That's a challenging question to answer because there's over 500 HOAs in this community, or in the city of Reno, I'm sorry, the region. And I don't know exactly how many are in the wild and urban interface areas, but it would be logistically challenging if we would be running these every weekend potentially. So, that would be a hard.
Right, so we can't really support that, but getting information about the evacuation like they did at Ranchera, they didn't
Absolutely.
practice a drill,
Right.
but they did go over the plan,
Right.
what to do, where to go.
Absolutely.
And that's a valuable exercise,
Oh,
right?
and so that can be done at the HOA level.
Right.
And that's what we do have the staff, depending on how many HOAs want to participate and that reach out to us, to be able to say, look, this is kind of the boilerplate script, find your exit routes, and then know them and learn them.
So the other question I'd asked was about the priorities for the brush and how people can apply and get the work done.
So as the chief mentioned, and just briefly touched on, so we have our green waste program that we're in our 4th year now, and we've collaborated with Waste Management and State Farm. And the public signs up, and it's essentially first come, first serve in those areas of priority that we're targeting. And we use all the money till it's spent. And at the end of that, we're looking at ways, and this is the first year we've actually opened up to the region. So now Truckee Meadows and Sparks, those jurisdictions can sign up for that program as well.
Where do they call or sign up? Is it on the web or?
That would be through our website, I believe.
Okay, well, I have people that want to sign up.
Sure.
But they don't know any of what you're telling me, like that it's first come, first serve, or,
Yeah.
they don't have to be an HOA or whatever.
So I can get you that information.
Okay.
After.
Yeah, I think we could all use it, so if you want to distribute it to all of us.
Absolutely, I can send it to City Manager Bryant.
Right. Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilwoman Ebert, and then we'll go to Councilman Reese, and then we're going to wrap it up.
Thank you very much. So I had some comments and questions regarding a lot of my community members that are in the rural area. I know that it was mentioned that there's postcards that go out and there's QR codes that can be accessed to find out about different resources and paths for evacuation. But I know firsthand of residents in my community out here that don't have cell phones, they don't have internet because they simply can't afford it. They have landlines. Some of them are kind of have limited mobility. They live in this area because financially that's what they can afford, but they're in a position now where they can no longer physically keep their properties clear of weeds and things like that. And they have started reaching out to me for help with clearing their property for fire safety. So I want to know how I can connect them with any resources that would be available to help them with that, if there are any. But 2, what are we doing to help people in that situation? Is there any door-to-door outreach going on? Is there any landline help or assistance for these people? Because I think it might be the only ward that has this kind of interface with that more rural territory where we have people that really kind of are on the outskirts. And I spoke with a woman for quite a while yesterday, and she told me I have permission to use her name whenever I want, so I'm going to call her out. She'll get a kick out of it. Her name is Barb, and she just doesn't have the ability to get around. She will not receive text messages regarding evacuation or fire safety because she can't afford a cell phone. So I know of people in that situation. What kind of backup plan do we have for people like that? And I know it's not a huge population, but those people matter too. So is there a fallback plan for people that we're not going to catch with a QR code or with a text message?
Thank you for the question, Dave Cochran, Reno Fire Chief. We have not looked at that subgroup of people who are a challenge to reach in terms of communication, but I will represent to you that I will collaborate with our communications experts here at the city and figure out how we can do that outreach and get the message out to them. Great.
And that might be something too, like just thinking it out loud with you right now is maybe if we could get a representative to come to a community forum meeting, just to kind of get that word out, and we can help contact those people that we know in the community that fall into that category, so we can help at least compile the information for you to find out who falls in that category, so you're not literally figuring out how to go door to door. Maybe we can help kind of close the loop on that a little bit. It's pretty tight knit out here when you start getting in the rural area, but there's some people that just kind of are a little bit on an island, particularly some of my retiree community members. So just want to make sure that they're not kind of left behind, literally, in the case of an emergency.
Very good. I
Thank
will work
you.
with our communication experts and we'll get that done.
Thanks so much. Okay. Also too, just wanted to follow up. Is there some resource that I can help or find to help elderly people that need assistance with clearing dead vegetation away from their homes, away from property lines, things like that? I know that I volunteer as well, but are there community resources that I just am not aware of?
That specifically for that, the only thought I have that comes to mind is maybe working through the senior center, and they might have
At the county? Okay.
direction for those resources or access to those type of resources.
Okay. Thank you very much.
And Councilwoman Ebert, maybe it would be a good idea for you to host just regular, fire emergency meetings for our seniors, and you can invite any of these gentlemen here and rotate so that they get information from different jurisdictions and different perspectives.
That's a great idea. We'd
I
be
would
happy to
love
have a
that.
representative
I would
there.
love that, particularly out here. It's hard for people up here to come down. So if you guys would be willing to come out to like the Westbrook Community Center out here in Black Springs, I'm sure you're familiar with it. It's right next to that fire museum. That would be probably an easier location for some of my seniors to get to as well.
We can absolutely make that happen.
Thanks so much.
Okay, Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, I've had my questions answered. Thank you so much.
Okay, all right, that's gonna wrap that up. We don't have to take any action. I just want to say thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate this. It's sort of a new day. I think citizens should be hopeful that we can all work together and make the system much better, but I also need it to be very clear and transparent what we can and can't do, what our limitations are. We don't talk about that enough. I know it's not fun and it can be very concerning, but we have to be very, very honest. I mean, I cannot tell you how many people, if we went out there and surveyed 10 people probably in the park, they would absolutely think that water would be available when we turned on those hoses. And we've got to message and be, I mean, I hate to say it, it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And everyone should see the patterns that are happening and see, the wind has been unbelievable. I've never seen wind like this, and I've lived here my entire life. And look at just 2 days ago, we had thunder and hail, and we have a very extreme weather pattern, right? Matter of fact, we all probably heard that big crash. We all thought our homes were like, what's going on up there? But we really have to be honest, and we really have to communicate to everyone in our community. I want to commend Councilwoman Anderson. You brought up something that we don't talk about enough in a fire. We do talk about the elderly. We need to talk about them more. But you brought up children. And we even saw in the Los Angeles fire, there were children home with their brothers and sisters, and the parents were at work or, on an errand, whatever. But we don't talk about how we communicate fire to children enough. And many times, actually, there was a brother and sister that were calling their dad saying, hey, Dad, we're concerned. We're seeing, smoke over here. And the dad was like, really? And then he couldn't get back into their neighborhood. And it's just, one of those things. So I think that would be another great way. And I appreciate Councilwoman Anderson is doing an amazing job. She's sort of my co-pilot in fire concerns. And so it would be great. Maybe we put together a coloring book and some host some children's events for fire safety, so.
Materials that they had were amazing, and I just wanted to just put one point on what you had said, which was all so important. There are a lot of things that are possibly out of our control, and there are a lot of different variables, but there are also, the good news is there are a lot of things that are in control and things we can do individually to prepare ourselves and be in better shape when these emergencies break out. So if we can focus on both of those things, we're going to trust you brilliant folks to get, the counties and the cities together doing the right thing, and then we will take the helm at communicating what individuals can do to prepare themselves.
Yes.
So thank you for all of the energy around this.
Thank you so much. And lastly, I am going to say Councilwoman Ebert did bring up something several council meetings ago, and I just wanted to let Chief Cochran know that we will put it on the agenda for a broader discussion. And one of those other areas of concern are lithium battery fires. We are seeing a lot of those in the media lately, and obviously with those batteries, they're becoming much more popular and very problematic to put out. So Councilwoman Ebert, am I correct?
Yes, that, for a lot of reasons. I know there's a potential factory at the said airport, which is completely out of our hands. That's the FAA airport land. But, there's lithium batteries and all kinds of things. And it's a new type of fire that we're going to have to or not me personally, but our fire departments are going to have to deal with going forward. So I think it is important that we talk about it and that the community feels safe, because there's so many scary videos online. I get tagged in them. I don't know how to respond to them because I'm not a subject matter expert on it. So I think it would be really great if we could get a little bit more information from our team on how those are being handled, what kind of strategy you guys have, and if there's any kind of holes in what you guys need, that we can fix that. But also, Madam Mayor, I'm sorry if I missed it, but was there any comments on how we're making sure we have water at our fire hydrants? Like, is there a mitigation plan for that?
You must have missed it.
I'm sorry. I heard you bring it up several times, but I couldn't remember if that is something that is in the works for what the county's working on, or is that at
All right,
Tumwa?
I'm going to call up Chief Way just really quick to reiterate.
I'm so sorry.
up.
I missed that
was more of
piece.
a
I
John.
do recall you saying it several
John?
times, but I can't remember what the answer was.
Do you hear the question, John?
Sure. John Zimmerman for the record. So, as I stated, Tumwa maintains the actual hydrant the mechanical structure of the hydrants for Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County. In all of our pressure zones, we make sure that when we have a critical pump station, that we have backup generation. So the event of a PSOM, a public service outage, or de-energization, that we have water supplied. All of our system is supplied by tanks, and in those storage tanks, there's a certain amount of water that is for fire flow. It's not for just normal customer demand, it's for fire flow.
So if we were to have a major event, as discussed earlier, that would be enough to meet all of the demand that we would have?
So like I said, in past fires, we have been able to maintain water pressure. When it comes into, when a fire becomes a sustained in duration and becomes a natural disaster, that's when potentially, if we had pump stations that were taken out by the fire or de-energized and generators were damaged, that's where it would be speculative, but it's possible to not have water pressure in that zone.
Okay, so I guess that was the piece where I didn't remember if you said that we had like backup plans or contingency plans for a long-term event like that, where, if there wasn't enough pressure at a pump, that we could, reroute water, or not yet?
Yeah, that's a great question, and I'm not the expert in it, but I can tell you the reason I have confidence in the Tumwa staff is because when we do have those emergencies, we do have ways to valve and push water into different areas. We have people going out on standby mechanics to make sure water can flow in different areas if we have a main break or a pump station that's out. And so that's how we've been able to sustain water pressure in those previous fires.
Okay, so I think that was just the piece I was missing. I did hear that, and that you guys usually know where there's a fire burst because of the water pressure shown at the tanks and things of that nature, but I just wasn't sure if there was an actual plan in place to address the mayor's concerns, because that would absolutely be catastrophic.
Well,
But
there
thank
is
you
no-
for that. Huh?
Without water, there really is nothing you can do. There is no
Yeah.
plan. There is nothing.
Nope.
So,
Yeah. Okay, well, thank you for addressing that. Thanks so much.
And Madam Mayor, on this one small point on this water, John has been briefing the Tumwa Board on the fact that we really, he mentioned it, but he kind of brushed over it, which is that we really didn't have these generators at all of the places that we needed them. And often they could be at risk, right? They could either be affected by the fire, or routes to them cut off by the fire to even operate the generators, because they need people, right, to operate. It's not an automated system.
Quite a few of our generators are automated, and we're working to make more of them automated so that our folks don't have to go into those areas and risk
Yeah.
it. I think another point on just the catastrophic fires is the firefighters are also pulling from natural water sources. And so that is, part of how they're attacking the fire as well.
Well, I was thinking that when the mayor said, what are we doing if the fire hydrants aren't working? And all I could think about is maybe we're going up to Washoe Lake and Lake Tahoe and dipping buckets on top of homes instead of on top of burning forests. I mean, is that a thing?
Yes, that's actually happened in the past and could certainly happen again.
I mean, you mentioned tenders and such, but I was thinking those buckets carry quite a bit of water.
Yeah, there was a famous air tanker drop here back in the 40s, I think, on the Golden Hotel. It's a thing that could happen.
I've been golfing on hole 15 at Lake Ridge when Raven came down and filled a bucket in that lake.
yeah. But we should also identify those water sources, because that was another thing in the Los Angeles fire. They had areas that were dry, and, there's just a lot of this. Let me just tell you, like, in a catastrophic fire event, and people have been complaining, the money, the city. Like, I love how you have some residents that are just saying, this is about, their budget. Give me a goddamn break. Give me a break. And let me tell you why. Because if we don't spend the money for infrastructure and invest it now, you will pay on the back end. Look at what the cost is to that Los Angeles fire. Look at the cost. So you think it's going to cost you a lot now to put in the proper resources, infrastructure, work together? You'll be sadly mistaken when you look at the money that it is going into Los Angeles. And I will also remind everyone, there will be a massive, massive investigation into every department. Your department, NV Energy, yours, mine, we will all be on the line. So don't overlook a damn thing, not a thing. Because I got to tell you, I am up at night with anxiety thinking about it. Because I also live in a very fire-prone area. I know what it's like to try to get out of there, the traffic, all these things that we all got to be prepared for. We got to be prepared to evacuate those to-go bags. To-go bags, just so you know, were not really pushed or a thing a year and a half ago. Not to the extent that we need them today. But I just want to put everyone on notice. It will be all of us that is going to be in big trouble if we don't do the right thing, put politics aside, invest in the people that fight fires, because I love how people think, it's fire trucks that put out fires. No, it's men. I want a 4-man engine crew. You might not, but I know what the aftermath of a fire looks like, and the death of someone in a fire. So don't tell me. And if there's anyone that wants to refute it, bring it on to my office. I would love to hear from you. Any day, anytime. But that's the problem that I have with this, is I know it firsthand because I've seen what happens behind the scenes. So politics has got to be set aside, and we all have to do right by this community, regionally, right? And if it doesn't get done, then, I can say that I tried, I did everything I could, I left it all at the table. And I'm sorry that we couldn't get there. And sadly, your region is not safe. And that would be the end of my discussion. So, thank you, gentlemen. So I'm going to make you report back. So you're going to take away some of the questions and some of the things you heard today.
Yep.
And I'm going to ask you to come back in 2 months. We really need a regional meeting with both of our jurisdictions, our partners, to make sure we're still on the same page and moving forward.
Very good. That sounds good.
Okay?
All right.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Okay. Moving along, we are going to head to Councilwoman Ebert. Thank you, everyone, for your patience on that. I know it took much, much longer, but it's information we need to have on the record and everyone needs to be aware of. So, Councilwoman Ebert, am I correct? You pulled some consent items? 4, 5, 6, 7?
Yeah, and 11.
Okay, 11, and then I am going to pull B9. I'm going to have to make a reconsideration to pull B9, Madam Clerk. May I get a motion?
So moved.
Second. Bring back B9. I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, heading into item 4, B4. Come on, Chief Nance. Hi, nice to see you.
Yeah, so I always just kind of like to give Chief Nance a moment to shine and just talk about what RPD is doing for the community, city of Reno at large, to hear what's going on and what we're doing, and just kind of a little bit of public discussion and, just explanation about what force metrics is and what it does.
Chief Nance for the records. Force Metrics is a tool that allows officers to access information that combines multiple databases, including geographic mapping and keywords, to enhance our ability to evaluate situations, look for trends, and to determine if there's patterns or people that we're looking for, actions we're looking for in one consolidated place as opposed to going to multiple different platforms.
Okay, so it helps you kind of do the law enforcement research faster. Is that like an accurate assessment?
Faster and more accurately, yes.
Great, great. So this is an amendment. What's the amendment specifically?
This is for the contract that we have with them. We launched it as a pilot program, and this is to extend our contract for multiple years.
Great. So it's been a successful program then. Are you happy with the results so far?
Yes, very.
Good. Is there anything specific like you want to share with us about a success story that you feel like was a result of using this new tool, or just kind of, is it just generally overall the RPD is running more smoothly?
Generally, overall, it's just an additional tool that provides more efficiency in our workspace.
Okay. Well, thanks so much. Like I said, I always want to give you a chance to shine because I know you're doing a lot of things. There's a lot of firsts that you're bringing to RPD, and I appreciate the work that you do. So thank you very much for coming up and talking about this. I don't know if anybody else has any questions or comments on this.
I don't think so. I think we're looking for a motion.
Great. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We are moving on to item B5. Councilmember Ebert.
So this is awarding a contract to Resource Development Company, DBA FAR Construction Corporation for the Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility Aeration Tank 1A Rehabilitation Project, in the amount not to exceed, well, it's almost $5 million, not quite, with Reno's share being a little over $3 million. Can you just kind of explain where this tank is going in and kind of why this cost share with Truckee Meadows, how we came to this split?
Certainly. Matt Smith, Senior Civil Engineer for Utility Services. I have an exhibit here to help explain.
Great, thanks.
A few exhibits here. So this is at the existing Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility. You'll see this center section here with these tanks, individual tanks. We have 5 of them, and this is aeration tank 1A. This is at this treatment plant. Aeration tank 1A was built in 1964. It's had some upgrades since then, but there's a lot of equipment inside these tanks, such as what's shown here. This is the aeration diffuser grid. This is below the water surface, so you're usually not able to see this infrastructure down here. this is responsible for injecting air into the treatment system. And this, these pieces of equipment in particular need to be replaced on a 7-year basis, and these have not been replaced for well past that. We're coming up on maybe 19, 20 years now. So,
Oh my gosh.
yeah, this,
Does that-
go ahead.
I don't mean to interrupt, but just a quick question. Does that have any implications for like water quality or safety to have it in use that much longer?
It's an efficiency of the treatment itself. So when these get old, they get fouled, and then they are not able to transfer as much oxygen to the water. But by replacing these, you're basically, bringing it back up to where it's supposed to be operating. We'll also recognize some power savings as well, because the equipment that pushes the air through these will have less resistance, and so we'll utilize less power as well.
Great. And this is how we get carbonated water in Reno, right?
This
That
is
was a joke. That was a joke. I apologize.
I smiled. Yeah, I got that.
Yeah. No. So, just curious, because you said this was put in. Was it in the 60s?
It was originally built in the 60s. This diffuser grid was installed back in 2006, along with some other improvements.
Do you know, just because I'm curious about inflation, what this cost in the 60s, just like a comparison? And if you don't, like, it doesn't matter, but just I'm curious.
I don't know off the top of my head, but just to share a little bit more about the scope of this. Back then, they were building the tank, the concrete walls, everything. We are going inside and just replacing the guts of this tank, and also repairing and rehabilitating the concrete structures as well, because we don't want to build a new tank. We want to retain our existing infrastructure.
Yeah.
Councilmember Ebert, do you want to get to a motion? Or you have more questions?
I'm sorry, am I over my 3 minutes?
You're at 3.
Okay. Well, is it all right if you finish his presentation?
Yeah,
then?
we just have we have a long agenda today, so I'm wondering if maybe you want to set up some time to talk privately.
No, actually, I just would like this for the public's benefit. I'm aware that I can schedule meetings privately with anyone on staff, so thank you.
Please,
for your
go
concern.
ahead, go ahead.
Would you like to continue your presentation?
Certainly. So just this equipment is in need of replacement, so we're recommending to replace that. We have our contract with Resource Development Company, and yeah, this is going to be budgeted out of the sewer fund. And one of your original questions, forgive me, I forgot, the cost split. The 31.37% reimbursement from City of Sparks is based on the interlocal agreement between the two cities. It's based on the ownership ratio of the plant. 68.63% is borne by City of Reno, and 31.37% by City of Sparks.
Okay, so it's not being split with Tumla, it's a split with Sparks.
That's correct. It's just cities of Reno and Sparks.
Great. Okay, well, that was all the questions I had. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. And Councilmember Ebert, you are up again with item B6.
Okay. B6 is approval of a consulting agreement with engineering services during construction to Carrillo Engineers, Inc. for the Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility Aeration Tank 1A Rehabilitation Project in the amount of a little over $500,000, with Reno share being about $350,000 from the sewer fund. Is this a part of the project that was just explained to us on item B5?
Matt Smith, Senior Civil Engineer, Utility Services. That's correct. It is tied to that construction project.
Okay, so the last item was like the cost of the materials, and this is the cost of the construction company or the engineers?
So the item B5 is for the construction of those improvements, and so the contractor will order all the materials and then construct those improvements. This agreement is for Carollo Engineers, and it's for special inspection, because when we're doing structural things, we need to have buyout from the building department, we have to have special inspection. This is running the meetings and any coordination or design clarifications that need to occur during construction.
Okay, great. So, and this split, is this also split between Sparks?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
Yep,
All right, and this just, is this also based off of usage between Sparks and City of Reno?
correct. It's through that interlocal agreement that was mentioned previously.
Great. All right, so that was it for me on this. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve unless there's any questions.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. And I think we're at B7 with Council Member Ebert again.
Yeah, actually, I was gonna kind of ask, and we did the regional discussion with fire earlier, but I was just gonna ask if this was part of any of those discussions. This is for Washoe County's P25 radio system interlocal agreement of June 2020 for public safety radio communications and annual payment to Washoe County for the city of Reno's proportional share of infrastructure and operational costs in the amount of $700,000, and it has a breakout by fiscal years from the general fund. Is this something that will continue on if we are to get onto a regional dispatch? Is this something that will kind of be linked into the conversation about regionalization, or is this a separate thing that we'll just have to continue paying to Washoe County as something that, you know, it's a service that they provide to City of Reno?
Craig Frandon, IT Director for the record. This project won't sunset. These are for handheld radios, apparatus radios, in-car radios, dispatch consoles. It's a regional project including Washoe County School District, for example, Washoe County, City of Sparks. So yeah, this is with us for the foreseeable future.
Okay, so on the agenda, it says for public safety radio communications. What is the definition of public safety radio communications?
I brought some subject matter experts. I'm gonna let Cody maybe answer that.
Great.
Cody Shadle, Director of Public Safety Dispatch, for the record. Our public safety radio system is one part of the way that we communicate from the citizens to our first responders. So public safety is going to be any of your firefighting departments, your police departments, marshal's offices, anybody that's providing a public safety function within that system. We do have some other entities that support public safety that operate within that system as well. So under the City of Reno, we have users like our park rangers, we have other people managing public safety functions that live under that. And then this here provides us the ability to operate over the radio within that system. So we do have a regional dispatch system. We operate a radio system, we operate a CAD system and a telephone system. This is one of those three legs of kind of that public safety system.
Okay, so Reno pays into that, Sparks pays into that, Washoe County School District pays into that. Is that kind of how that works? So we all pay to use it, or how does that work?
Yeah, yes, that is correct. All users actually pay into the system based on their usage in the system. And we do have an administrator here from Washoe County who helps to administrate that system, and they're happy to answer those questions as well, but yes.
Right, well, I think that's it for me. I just kind of wanted to know what exactly was being, what was that system being used for, and if it had any kind of link to the regionalization, and if it would be going away or anything, even adjacent to the regionalization. So thank you so much for answering those questions. Does anybody else have any questions? Okay, I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve.
Second. Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Megan Berner, thank you so much.
Hey, good afternoon. Madam Mayor, City Council, Megan Berner, Arts and Culture Manager for the record.
Okay, I wanted to pull this item. It says that, I assume, why don't you tell me how we got here, because I assume, I know we have kind of vaguely talked about this California project, but how did we get here that it's this? I assume that there's already art that they have submitted. How does this, give me an idea how we got here.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, so council allocated the funding for this project out of room tax in last year's or this current fiscal year. And so that went to our Arts and Culture Commission, who created a call for artists, and our Public Art Committee. We put that out for submissions, received 57 qualified submissions from artists. The Public Art Committee reviewed all of those thoroughly and made a recommendation for this. It's an art group based of 2 artists, Sorrel Sui and Trent Thompson. And that went to the Arts and Culture Commission for their approval and recommendation to council.
Okay, and then, am I correct? So are these gentlemen together as artists?
Yes.
Okay, which is awesome. But how, okay, so I've had issues with this before. How many people submitted for this? How many artists submitted?
57.
57.
Yeah.
And the council is not seeing one. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. The way our process works is it goes through the Public Art Committee and the Arts and Culture Commission for their recommendation to you all.
Yeah. I do not like that at all, because at the end of the day, when there is a piece of art that goes up, do you know, it's every council member that has to wear it. I think that the process is broken, not to mention the people on that board were not elected to make those decisions, quite honestly. I want their input, but I want a better process, because I think that's problematic. And then the next question that I'm going to ask is, are these gentlemen local?
So they have ties to Reno.
Do they live here?
They do not live here.
Okay, so again, Arts and Culture Commission selecting people outside of the area, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. So that's why I also think our boards and commissions need a massive overhaul, because my blood is kind of boiling right now, because I think there should be a conversation with the council. If the council at the end of the day says, I don't want to, but we've got to give our local artists a seat at the table and a shot. We really, really do. And I bet these men are totally amazing and qualified and all of that good stuff. But I think those are things that should really, come to consideration. Not to mention, there's not like 4 or 5 artists on here. There's one group, right? And I just think that is, because it could be very different than what the council sort of envisions. I've felt that area has been really hard for me to look at, because it gets graffitied a lot. And when those kids come out of that high school, it's one of the first things they see. What about if they saw something of words of inspiration, or a saying that was super inspirational that spoke to them, or something to that capacity, right? So I'm just saying, they might have had those conversations, but we're so disconnected from what they do. And you want to know what's embarrassing is when we send it back after you bring us someone forward, and we're like, no, we did that with the bowling stadium. Remember? We were like, not great. And I don't want that to happen. I just think I'm going to ask city manager, is there a better way we can figure out some of the process?
I think indeed that there is, and our clerk, Mickey Huntsman, will be bringing forward June 4th a broader discussion about Parks and Rec that we can seek council's input, not Parks and Rec, sorry, boards and commissions. We can seek council input about what are you looking for? Where do you feel like you've ceded control? Where do you feel like you'd like some back? And how does that look for you? So that is on the agenda for the next council meeting.
Yeah, that's great. The other thing I do want to point out, because I think this is problematic too, is when you put an amount into a project, they will go above and beyond and over. And that also is always concerning. Think about like when someone says, what's your budget? And you're like, oh, my budget's like, $3,000. They're going to use the $3,000. It would be really nice, actually, because I think you could do this project very minimal to make high impact, leaving more money on the table from this room tax to do more art. And that's the other thing is I think we put a lot of money into one art project when we could be spreading it over, whether it's arts in the parks or children or people. I see so many areas that could be great potential by elementary schools for kids to paint some of, our beginning muralists, things like that. So I feel like there's a big disconnect from this board to the council. That's just my thought.
Mayor, can I just interject
Yes,
here?
please.
Because I have been the liaison, at least for this project.
Yes.
And one thing that I have observed that I think would be interesting, if we do have a desire from the council to make local artists, more prevalent in the discussion or the evaluation, is just making sure we're including that in the rubric.
Yeah.
That we're including, points for certain things, whether it's if somebody can come in, if they're, let's just say it's a budget, it's a $100,000 budget. If maybe they get rubric points if they think they can come in under budget. There's ways to score this by, layering in these values, including messaging. If they're like, that is such a prominent piece in Reno. So if the council were to put the message, like we want to make sure that this art piece inspires X feeling in the rubric, like when we come in and like ask for applications, I think that would be smart. So I think there's opportunity there to really look at how we're evaluating them. But I will say that it was very robust, this discussion on this project and the evaluation of these artists. I was very impressed with how many people were at the meeting, virtually or in person, and how much time they had spent with the artists, the information they had at least applied with.
Well,
So-
thank goodness you didn't already select the art, which is a good thing. Because I've seen in the past where Mayor Cashel was not having it after they selected the art. Do you remember that? All of you sitting here probably remember, right, at the bowling stadium. So, okay.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
I just want to make sure I understand, just because recently California Avenue's come into my ward in November, but I'm really not familiar with this project. Which part of California Avenue is this?
So this is at the intersection of Keystone and Cal
That's what I
Ave,
thought
that
you were gonna
large
say.
retaining wall.
Yeah, I think that this would be, such a big piece of art in my ward, and I have no knowledge of the project. I didn't know it costs 100 versus 20 versus 200. I didn't know what kind of directions that you had given. I think that's another thing is that no matter if it's in my ward or any ward, I think somehow, as we're reinventing this process, I think it is good to include, I wouldn't have known about it if I served on the Arts and Culture Commission, but I don't anymore. So I'd like to know about it before we just get out there painting, and I don't know how to make that
It does
connection.
come to you all in an annual work plan that was approved earlier.
Yeah, but I
in
mean,
the
in
year.
an annual work plan, I know for just this year or whatever, but I can't say I studied that with a fine tooth comb to know that this $100,000 project's coming in Ward 2. Okay, I'm just sharing, unless you reach out to me.
Absolutely.
Oh, so I'm just saying, I don't know if that's part of your perspective, Mayor, but I'm just saying it would be good. And I don't know, some of the projects we do on murals are inclusive, for example, might include children, might include multiple artists. It doesn't sound like that's this one. This one is one artist,
Two.
right? Or a team.
It is, yes, it is a team of artists. We did put in the call that we would like an opportunity for a local artist who has not as much experience to get mentored through the process, and so that is likely to be part of this project. And the artwork has not been selected yet or designed, and so part of the process is, once the artists are on board, to have them engage with the community, including you all, if you would like to give input on what that design looks like.
Well, what we did before, when we had, remember when Virginia Lake was part of my ward, which it is once again, we actually had you come to the Ward 2 NAB, We had all the members of the NAB and the whole community come and weigh in on the project and actual, Mayor, vote, the larger community, not just the people in the Public Art Committee. And we ended up with a good selection. I mean, the Dragonfly ended up being really, really embraced. We had a special event to introduce it to the community. So I'm wondering, would we envision something like that for this one? Where if they might come up with some designs? And maybe we could get some input from the community?
That's exactly how the process will go. We've done that for several of our
Yeah.
previous murals.
Just been a while since
yeah.
something in Ward 2. Quite a while, I think. So I'm
Store,
excited.
I just want to say that that's on me. I should have looped you into this, being the liaison. In the future, if it's in any of your wards, I'll make sure that I give you a heads up. So that's an opportunity for me to
Yeah.
improve.
Oh, well.
No, but let's be honest, listen, people on that committee were not elected, right? And especially a ward member, you are going to have to explain how that happened, how embarrassing to say, I didn't know anything about it, I don't know how that happened. And so I don't think that that's on you. I think the process, quite honestly, is broken. And then also how we, set up boards to make those decisions. And then it comes right before us. And how embarrassing to say, I mean, I don't want to have to vote against this. I'm sure these artists are amazing and they're talented. But I think it's broken. It doesn't work.
Well, and let me just say this. Eventually, we would have found out. It sounds like Megan had.
You would have
planned-
found out after it was on the wall.
No, I hope not. It sounded like the NAB process was very effective for this. And I had a huge attendance. I would say at least 45 people were there to participate and select the art. And we had sculpture proposals from, 30 artists, 25 artists anyway. And it was only by 1 point, but I was really pleased with what they picked. But I just want to make sure, that we're integrated, and maybe that was to come, but I just didn't know it was coming. And I don't know, we don't even have NABs right now. And so I'm just trying to figure this out, what process.
Good thing to look at when we assess the NABs and that stuff, so.
I'll make sure that you know what the community engagement plan is on this, and so you can participate.
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, then I will make a motion reluctantly to approve.
All right, second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
those opposed? Motion carries. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
I'm so sorry. I did have something to say, and I'm sorry I wasn't quick enough on the mute button. Can you hear me?
Oh,
Yes.
Okay, so.
go ahead.
It didn't affect the vote. I just had something to add to the conversation. So
Okay,
I've
perfect.
been reached out to by some artist groups that are local that have said that they would love to do some murals in Reno just because they're artists and they want large canvases. The only thing that they need help with is paint and having a space to paint. So I know that there's groups out here that want to do art for not a lot of money, but there's definitely a disconnect in the messaging because we have artists in Reno, and I know the call for artists is not excluding anybody. If we have people submitting from other areas, people from Reno could obviously submit. So there's kind of a breakdown there too, and I don't know. I'll reach out to these people and see if they're aware of these calls for art, but I just wanted to kind of throw that out there that when it comes to murals, I know several people that are like, yeah, I would love to do that. I just can't afford the paint and I don't have a wall space. I'm not gonna go out and just paint somebody's wall without their permission. So I understand the position Megan is in. She's following the rules and the guidance that she was given and trying to find the best person that applies. But there might be a better way that we can do outreach and get more Reno centered art for less money so we get more of it too. So just wanted to say that real quick and just wanted to say thank you to Megan for all the work that she's done. I know art's subjective, so she probably gets a lot of negative feedback. And I just wanted to know that I appreciate the work that she does.
Yeah. Isn't that so true? You might love something, someone else might dislike it. It's really interesting. I do want to just touch on Councilwoman Ebert's points here, because how I've felt for so long, and Megan and I did serve on the Arts and Culture Commission, and the reason I got off really fast, and is that it's a group of individuals that are going to select the process in your city. And if they're not receptive to maybe beginning artists and just certain different demographics in art or types of art, they are going to dictate the process. And I think that is, I think it's a slight to our local community, like, what we're seeing now, and it's been a problem for a long time. And so I think those boards have to be looked at, how we be careful, because again, then what happens, it's a small group of people that are putting the process in place of what that looks like. And it needs to be really open to the community and generalized to everyone, because we need to have the message that we want our local artists. I hear them all the time saying they feel slighted. They, see art here and that was created by someone else that doesn't even live here. So that's all I'm saying is, like, we've got to do a better job. Art in the park, art everywhere. We should be screaming art everywhere and spending the money on our local citizens, especially our artists, because they starve the most. So again, it's subjective, but I think the way that our boards are set up doesn't work for us, so. Thanks so much. Okay.
Do you want me to say what's next?
Go ahead.
Okay, confirming, did we do item 11 or no? Oh, we need a motion.
Oh, I thought
Did
we
we
already
do a
did.
motion?
We did a motion.
Okay,
Yeah, I just jumped in.
Madam Clerk,
what item?
where are we?
11?
We're on item B11,
There we
pulled
go.
by Councilmember Ebert.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just looking for more information. So this is resolution in support of the city of Reno applying for a grant from the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection for the Rivermount Neighborhood Septic to Sewer Conversion Project, together with matters which pertain or are necessarily connected thereto. So will this grant, if this grant is received, will this funding only go to City of Reno for this area, or will it also go to any residents in that area and help them get off of septic? Or how will this work if the funds are received?
Good afternoon, Kayla Garcia, Management Analyst with Regional Infrastructure for the record. Yes, the City of Reno would be the applicant for this grant. So the award would go to the City of Reno, and if we are selected, it would have to come back to this body for approval.
So would any of the funds, like City of Reno gets it, but would any residents be able to submit an application to receive funds from the City of Reno for help to get off of septic? Or would this be strictly for City of Reno to use to, take septic out of the area and put in sewer?
The grant would be for construction costs of septic to sewer conversions.
Okay, but not only for City of Reno's expenses, no help for residents in the area. It's not like when we get money for housing assistance for people that live in the area where we help and give people money. If this grant is received, this money is only gonna go to the City of Reno.
Carrie Koski, Director of Public Works. Let me just help with a clarification. So if we are successful in receiving the grant, the money will go to the installation of the sewer mains, which is a direct benefit to the property owners. They will be able to connect, they will have a sewer main to connect to. So that is the benefit for the property owners.
Okay, but they will have no assistance in whatever fee is associated with them hooking up to the new sewer line.
Did you say they would have no fees?
No, they would have no assistance covering the fees to connect to the new sewer line.
Not with
That would be that.
Correct. Not with this particular, there's no additional assistance to the property owners, but we are working with NDEP to look at other ways that we could put in for a grant so they could get additional assistance to hook up from their homes to the main.
Okay. Are you aware of any federal dollars that are available for residents to apply for assistance with this, to hook up to sewer?
Just this grant here, there is an opportunity with this one here. It's the only one that we know of at this point.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. That helped.
Is there any other questions on this? Okay, all right, I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed, motion carries.
30-minute break.
All right, we are going to take a 30-minute break. I need everyone to get up, go to the bathroom, and also eat something. And then I want to let everyone know, Madam Clerk, we are going to jump to item D4, 5, and 6. Okay?
When we come back.
So when we come back, everyone just be prepared. Thanks. All right, Madam Clerk. For the record, it is 10 to 2, and the meeting is back in session. Hold on 1 second. This is item D4.
Madam Mayor, we're reconvening the meeting at 1:49, and at this time, all members are present. Councilmember Reese is on virtually, and we're going to open items D4, D5, and D6.
Okay, thank you very much. At this time, do you have any public comment on this item?
We do have public comment on this item. Our first public commenter, people are still rolling in. Do you want to do a staff presentation so we can let the public continue coming in before we do public comment?
They can do public comment on the back end then?
Sure.
You want to do that?
Yeah.
Why don't we do that, and then I'm going to head into disclosures.
Okay.
Do any council members need to make a disclosure? I do. So I'm going to start with mine, Madam Clerk. Fellow city council members and Madam Clerk, items D4, D6 involve Stonegate land use approvals. Josh Hicks, an attorney from McDonald Corona, represents Stonegate in this matter. In my private life, I have retained Adam Hosmer-Henner, a partner at McDonald Corona, on a civil matter of a GPS tracker that was placed on my car. I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office and have been advised that I may have a commitment in a private capacity to the interests of McDonald Corona pursuant to NRS 281A. That said, this item has nothing to do with my civil case, nor will it impact McDonald Corona or the services I receive in return. To the best of my knowledge, any action I may take today on this item will not have any impact on me or McDonald Corona, to reiterate. I will be participating in this item. Madam Clerk, please put this disclosure in the record. Okay, any other council members with the disclosure?
I'm
Go
going
ahead.
to ask legal if I need to disclose this. I've met with the applicant and gone to several community meetings and had discussions with several residents regarding this agenda item. Is that something I need to disclose?
That's something you certainly put on the record, so
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Okay,
You
thank
can
you.
still be fair and impartial.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we're going to head into staff presentation, and then we're going to go, we will take public comment on the back end. All right, hello.
Hello, hello.
How are you, Jeff?
All right.
Good to see you.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, members of the council. Jeff Foster, Associate Planner for the record. Today I'm bringing you LDC 24-51, which is the Stonegate Hines Ranch Master Plan Amendment and Zoning Map Amendment request. The project site is about 1,767 acres, generally located north of US 395, west of White Lake Parkway, and south of White Lake and US 395 in Cold Springs. The site has been used for ranching since the mid-1850s and is largely vacant except for ranch buildings. The requests before you under consideration today, which cannot be conditioned, are a master plan amendment and a zoning map amendment from Stonegate planned unit development to a mixture of industrial, single-family 5 units per acre, general commercial, and parks, greenways, and open space. The project is also a project of regional significance. It should be noted that review of the zoning map and master plan amendment is based on findings, which focus on the following: conformance with the master plan, compatibility with nearby land uses, the provision of public services and utilities, and conformance with the Nevada revised statutes. In terms of zoning, the applicant is requesting to dissolve the Stonegate planned unit development and to return to standard zoning designations. Their emphasis is on industrial zoning, similar to what existed prior to the Stonegate PUD rezoning in 2018. Regarding land use compatibility, the applicant's proposed commercial land use designation in the northeastern portion of the site here is adjacent to major roads and industrial. The proposed residential development in the southern area of the site here would be separated from from industrial uses by railroad tracks and open space buffers in the area there. The industrial in the center of the site would also be adjacent to existing residential uses and zoning in Washoe County. The applicant has proposed a formal 100-foot wide parks, greenways, and open space buffer, which was reviewed to the satisfaction of Washoe County Community Development. Turning to the project of regional significance, because this is a request for a zoning and master plan amendment and does not specifically include a development plan, the applicant is asked to provide assumptions on development to help determine if this will trigger a project of regional significance, or PRS. Based on the overall proposed land uses and acreages, the applicant has prepared various studies and analyses to demonstrate compliance with the PRS requirements for conformance. The information that they provided is shown on the table on the screen and will be further vetted and reviewed by regional planning. Please note that initial review by the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Agency did not identify any potential conformance issues. Regarding future development, again, as mentioned earlier, the master plan and zoning map amendment cannot be conditioned. However, the project site has several constraints, including topography, vegetation, year-round streams, and existing easements. As a result, future development is subject to building permits and public review entitlements for issues such as steep slopes, cuts and fills, disturbance of major drainage ways, and residential adjacency. Also, specific industrial uses would trigger an entitlement review, and the residential use will also trigger a tentative map review. In all cases, these required entitlements would allow the city and other reviewing agencies to ensure that any future development meets Title 18 standards and that all potential impacts to the general area and surrounding neighborhoods are addressed and properly mitigated. Turning to master plan conformance, the proposed master plan amendment and zoning map amendment requests present four major themes supported by numerous master plan goals and policies. To start off, a mix of over 1,300 residential units combined with jobs. Next, zoning to support a variety of commercial and industrial uses. Third, buffering between residential and industrial uses. And lastly, a significant amount of designated open space acreage. Here are the general review criteria that all applications are subject to. Note that some of these are to be determined with future development plans. Here are the recommended findings for a master plan amendment. Staff can make all recommended findings. Here are the recommended findings for a zoning map amendment. And again, staff can make all recommended findings. The Planning Commission heard the requests on April 2nd and discussed a variety of issues. 3 planning commissioners cited concerns related to quality of life and incompatibility of uses. The Planning Commission vote resulted in a technical denial recommendation to council. Therefore, before you on the screen is the motion forwarded by the Planning Commission. However, staff initially recommended and continues to recommend approval. Therefore, on the screen is an alternative motion for your consideration, and the applicant will now be making a presentation.
Okay, thanks so much. Hi.
Hi. Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Council. For the record, Andy Durling with Wood Rogers, representing the applicant. I think I have 10 minutes, correct? So just want to walk you through. Staff did a fantastic job of giving an overview, but just to provide a little color commentary to their play-by-play. As Jeff mentioned, this project has been, or this property has been privately owned since the 1800s. It was a ranching activity until actually most recently. In 2006, this area was annexed into the city of Reno and master planned primarily for industrial uses with a mix of some limited residential and construction. On the map there is that 2005, 2006 annexation boundary. All told within there, the Stonegate property back in those, 20 years ago, was the jobs creation land use for the Cold Springs Valley and that annexation area. About 10,000 residential units were also included in that overall annexation area. Fast forward, 2016, Stonegate PUD was submitted, changing it to predominantly a residential land use. That was approved in 2018. The development team continued to work very diligently to build that master plan, that residential master plan. Up until 2021, they had about 95 overall approvals, permits, easements, rights-of-way, you name it. They were shovel-ready with 3 bid packages that went out for bidding. Those bids came back, and ultimately the upfront infrastructure costs were just far too high. In 2021, obviously inflation was hitting a lot of construction projects very hard. We are anticipating those would come down, but here we are, 4 or 5 years later, and they still haven't. So we had to pivot and look for an alternative land use that would be more feasible. Essentially because that residential PUD just was economically infeasible to develop. So what's requested now is a mix of uses, about 923 acres of industrial, 54 acres, 55 acres of general commercial, 386 acres of SF5, 5 unit per acre zoning, and about 404 acres of parks, greenways, and open space. Just by basics here, it's a master plan amendment, a zone change. Because we're utilizing straight zoning, it will be beholden to Reno Municipal Code and zoning code going forward, even as it changes. So as things evolve, obviously in the city, and codes change, we would have to change with it. And then as Jeff mentioned, we are a project of regional significance. So just want to lead you through our analysis of the master plan and zoning as they conform to Reimagine Reno, your master plan, as well as the land development code. Just a reminder, the findings that have to be made for this, master plan amendments have to be found to be substantially conformant with the master plan. There are essentially 3 components to your master plan. There's guiding principles, or which are kind of the overarching principles for the city. There's area-specific policies, and then there's a growth and reinvestment framework, so I'll lead you through how we're complying with those. We have to prove that it is reasonably compatible with nearby land uses, and we have to show that public services and facilities can be provided in accordance with the concurrency management system that's in your master plan. Then the findings for the zoning map amendment is that it's basically in compliance with Nevada revised statutes and in conformance with the master plan. So looking at conformance with the master plan, again, those overarching guiding principles, all the different, 8 guiding principles here. Resilient local economy, we meet 8. Responsible and well-managed growth, we meet 11 goals. Thriving downtown doesn't obviously apply. Vibrant neighborhoods, 5 goals we meet. Well-connected city, we meet 5 goals. Safe, healthy, and inclusive communities, we meet 3 goals. Quality places and outdoor recreation, we meet 11 goals. And effective government, we meet 1 goal. Furthermore, jumping into then the area-specific elements, employment areas and logistics areas with the industrial use that we're proposing obviously very much aligns with those portions of the master plan. Interestingly, the Reimagine Reno, the image that's shown on the right of your screen there, straight out of the master plan, this area is still identified as an industrial logistics and employment area. So it very directly aligns with that goal. Outer neighborhoods, foothill neighborhoods, we meet a number of those goals, as well as design principles for sustainable development. And lastly, the third kind of leg of the stool of the master plan is this growth and reinvestment framework. It supplements those guidelines and essentially calls for a mix of land uses throughout the city. We still have a mix of land uses within this development. It's not just industrial, it's industrial and still a substantial amount of residential. About 1,350 homes that we're anticipating could still be built. It just is built in a different phasing to where the residential is actually feasible because the industrial is going to bring that infrastructure there that's needed. And so that leads you into the concurrency of infrastructure and services, water, sewer, flood management, transportation, public safety, parks, greenways, and open space, all are able to be concurrent with the development of this project. Compatibility, your second finding for the master plan. Amendment, we're creating a live-work opportunity here. So because we're largely an employment-based land use, it's attracting employment to this area. So it's actually, we'll share on some other slides here, it's keeping trips, keeping people within the North Valleys. Still proposing that mix of land uses. As Jeff mentioned, we have buffers and transition zones incorporated. Those have been agreed to by Washoe County as well. We are supporting multiple transportation opportunities. This location right off the freeway is ideal for industrial. We don't have to have trucks going through any of the neighborhoods. They'll be utilizing the freeway, for easy access. We have rail access. A rail spur goes through this property, and a future trails system opportunities as well. We have an opportunity to improve stormwater management. There's currently some flooding issues, especially across 395. So working with NDOT already and the permits we have in hand, we'll be upgrading their culverts going under the freeway, which will help with the flooding issues, as well as creating additional capacity in White Lake for additional stormwater. And we're able to demonstrate that we have available infrastructure. What's interesting here is, when we look back to when this was annexed and originally master planned by the city of Reno in 2006, this is very similar to what was approved previously. So when you're looking at it from a compatibility standpoint, the city already, in their own actions, determined that this was a compatible land use mix for this property. What we've improved upon, what we feel like, is adding in open space areas where they're appropriate. So this plan, if you look at it, has actually more open space than what was previously in the annexation plan. So some of the regional benefits we want to highlight: traffic, overall. Industrial land uses and the mix of land uses we have with that industrial generates far less traffic than what the 5,000 homes in the Stonegate PUD generated. In addition to that, those trips are a little bit different, right? Because with an employment-based use like this, folks are likely to have more of a live-work opportunity. They're living in the North Valleys, and they'll be able to work in the North Valleys, rather than currently what you see. The North Valleys is largely a bedroom community. Those folks are having to leave the valley in the mornings and come back in the evenings, which exacerbates kind of those commute hours on 395. So it helps balance the trip distribution throughout the day. Some of the benefits to the North Valleys: jobs, housing balance, more traffic remains there. And more traffic remaining there is also beneficial to just kind of this broader economic growth within the valley as well. When you have more employment-based uses in close proximity there, folks aren't leaving during the day, so there's more propensity for things like restaurants, additional retail, medical, dental, office, things like that, services that are definitely needed in the North Valleys. Some of the traffic improvements that are planned: about $2.5 billion is currently slated in the regional transportation plan for projects specifically in the North Valleys. The map there on the right-hand side of the screen identifies the near-term projects that are either under construction or will be in the next couple of years. We will also have then phased improvements as part of the development. Already have an agreement with NDOT for improvements to the interchange at White Lake Parkway and 395, as well as those drainage improvements I mentioned earlier. And then widening of White Lake Parkway is included in the RTP as well. We also reached out to RTC and worked with them on including Cold Springs in their future transit planning as well. Water, significant reduction in the water demand. So the PUD required about 2,500 acre feet. The rezone requires only 1,000 acre feet. Stonegate themselves own 1,700 acre feet on site. So they're able to now serve themselves essentially. That will be served through Great Basin Water Company, who's the water purveyor in Cold Springs, which is a really great thing for Cold Springs as a whole, that they'll have additional water resources here that'll be built and dedicated by the development. I mentioned the opportunities for employment here. This is an interesting slide where it looks at the comparison of Ward 4 to Ward 6. If you think back to Ward 6, it started with the South Meadows Business Park, largely an industrial development, and then Double Diamond, other residential built later. Right now, about 12,000 folks in Ward 4 are leaving the valley for employment every day, whereas Ward 6 is gaining about 14,000 people during the day. So that's, additional population that helps, those restaurants and things. The second part of the graph there, look at, what the employment labor force is in each of those wards. It's about the same, but largely those folks in Ward 4 are having to leave the valley. So the land uses that we're proposing here are giving opportunities for Ward 4 residents to work within their ward. Madam Mayor, if I could just have a couple more minutes, I'm getting close. So increased employment is going to lead to opportunities for additional drivers for retail, restaurants, things like that. So just kind of in summary a little bit here, some of the increases: creating thousands of permanent and construction jobs, new parks and trails, new diverse housing stock, access to open space as well as public lands, new services, grocery, eating, and drinking establishments, as well as establishing new revenues and higher revenues than the residential that was originally planned here. We also have decreases we feel are positive, decreases in traffic, decreases in water use, decreases in sewer, decreases in flooding, decreases in school impacts because there's less students generated, and decreases overall in public service costs. So just in summary with your findings, we do feel you can meet all of the findings. There are literally hundreds of guiding principles within the master plan that support this. It is reasonably compatible with nearby land uses as it was found previously in 2006 by the city, but improved with this proposal with buffering and transitional zones, the mix of land uses, and the live-work opportunities as the North Valleys have grown since then. And then public services can be provided both from infrastructure as well as parks, roadways, and stormwater. And then the zoning map amendment findings as well, we are in conformance with all of those as well. And I know I'm over time, so I'm willing to elaborate on any of that during Q&A. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Madam Clerk, do you want to go into public comment? I know that I still have to open the public hearing.
Yep.
So why don't we do that?
Perfect.
Okay. At this time, I will open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given on items D4, D5, and D6. Correspondence was received as 6 comments, 6 letters of opposition. Those have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are available to the public.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, we'll move into live public comment. We have, I'm so sorry, Marty Mitchum, followed by Taylor Adams, followed by Dan Morgan.
I have to get up. I have to.
Good afternoon, Mayor Sheevy and members of this council. My name is Marty Mitchum with Martin Harris Construction. To speak in support of Stonegate project, not only as a builder, but as someone who understands the vital role of these projects like others play in long-term economic stability. I personally have lived here for about 35, 36 years, 30 of those years in North Valleys and Spanish Springs. So I'm a resident of those areas, so I understand how it works. This project represents years of consistent work for local construction crews, carpenters, electricians, plumbers, heavy equipment, you name it. Stonegate is providing a pipeline for well-paying, stable employment that will last through multiple phases of the development, as explained previously. And when we hang up our hard hats at the end of the day, the job opportunities that this community project presents will last much longer than any of us here in this room today. Stonegate isn't just a construction project, it's an economic engine that is kind and thoughtful and is exactly what sustainable economic planning should hold. Martin Harris is proud to be a building partner, something that supports a stable and prosperous future for Nevadans in this area. I've been following that property for about 15 years and everything that's gone on with it. When you look at what they're presenting and what they're proposing is probably the best well thought out plan that, as a planner and a builder myself, has seen go into that area up in the Cold Springs area. I strongly encourage the approval of the Stonegate project, and thank you for your time today.
All right, thank you so much. Vice Mayor, I have to get up and tend to something, so the meeting's all yours. I will be
Okay,
back.
we'll move. Looks like Mr. Taylor Adams is up.
Taylor Adams, followed by Dan Morgan, followed by Victoria Edmondson.
Good afternoon, Mayor, and now Vice Mayor, members of council, and Manager Bryant. For the record, I'm Taylor Adams, Chief Executive of the Economic Development Authority of Western Nevada. I'm here today to express our support for the Stonegate project and to speak on the long-term economic impact it will have on the North Valleys and the region as a whole. At EDON, we work to ensure that growth in Northern Nevada is not only strong but balanced. Stonegate is a critical step in that direction. with thoughtfully planned housing, long-term job creation, retail, and public spaces. Stonegate gives the North Valleys an opportunity to evolve steadily and sustainably. We're not talking about rapid change, we're talking about sustainable growth that brings with it amenities and resources closer to home for the thousands of residents in this part of our city. With direct freeway access and a large parcel of land zoned for commercial and industrial use, the Ward 4 area will be well positioned to attract high-quality businesses, just like we've seen in other parts of our city. Stonegate, what we believe, will generate new tax revenue, require fewer city services per capita, and help create a sustainable future for our city. At Edon, we believe Stonegate represents a rare opportunity to shape the North Valleys into a vibrant, well-balanced community that contributes to the region's long-term growth and prosperity. With that, again, we ask for your support. Thank you so much. And next time, I'm going to tell my team bigger print so that I can put it down here and see it.
Dan Morgan, followed by Victoria Edmondson, followed by Gary Overholt.
Good afternoon, Madam Vice Mayor, members of the council, Madam Manager. For the record, my name is Dan Morgan. I am the CEO of the Builders Association. Established in 1956, the Builders Association represents more than 700 member companies and 700 member companies engaged in all aspects of residential development and home building throughout northern Nevada. Our mission is to promote quality housing, responsible growth, and economic development by supporting policies that foster a sustainable and accessible housing market. We are here today to express our support for the proposed master plan amendment, planned unit development, and zoning changes related to Stonegate and the Hines Ranch project. The proposed blend of industrial and commercial and residential zoning represents a thoughtful approach that will bring jobs, infrastructure, retail, and housing to the area. We all know that there is a housing supply issue in northern Nevada, and our limited housing supply translates into increased home prices. By facilitating the investment in critical infrastructure and jobs, this proposal creates an opportunity for home building to build homes, eases supply-side market pressures, and provides more opportunities for our citizens to live close to where they work. The approval of this master plan, PUD, and zoning amendment change is a meaningful step in that direction. By enabling the construction of a blend of industrial, commercial, and new housing, this project will expand housing choices and help meet the needs of northern Nevada's growing population. We respectfully urge your support. It is a balanced, forward-looking solution that contributes to our shared goal of ensuring northern Nevada remains a vibrant, livable, and economically resilient region. Thank you for your time and consideration this afternoon.
Victoria Edmondson, followed by Gary Overholt, followed by Brian Arman.
Good afternoon. I don't know all your names, but anyway, City Council. I am Victoria Edmondson, and I am a citizen of Cold Springs. I happen to live on in the Aspen area. I'm on a well and a septic. And I have carefully reviewed Stonegate's, the new proposal, and I see that they have slipped in wording to allow data centers in their industrial uses. I don't know if you know much about data centers, but they have they use a tremendous amounts of water to cool the enormous amounts of electricity that they use. A mid-sized data center might use 300,000 gallons of water per day, which is the equivalent to the water usage of 100,000 homes, according to NPR on my very quick Google search. Obviously, where all this water is going to come from in our arid closed basin is problematic. And they're saying that they've got, they've accounted for that. Not only that, but this water that they use, they add chemicals to it to make it more efficient in their cooling process, which makes the water unsuitable for drinking, farming, watering, and livestock purposes. So I want to know where they're planning to dump all this water. And it very much concerns me because I'm on a well. And I'm very concerned that my well water is going to be contaminated and my septic is going to become unusable. And I'm not the only one out there on a well and septic. Should that happen, what is their plan to compensate me and my neighbors for the loss of our water rights, which come deeded with my property and my neighbors' properties? Of course, the industry is working on developing ways to use less water and other ways to cool their buildings, but they're not there yet. I urge you to strike from their plan the words data centers from their proposed usage in industrial uses. Thank you very much. Please, look at Arizona. They are regretting allowing data centers.
Gary Overholt, followed by Brian Arman, followed by Rebecca Flannery via Zoom.
Gary Overholt, 4th Ward. Good morning, or excuse me, good afternoon, City Council. I'd wish to speak in opposition to the Hines Ranch Stonegate planning change. I'm a resident of Ward 4 and have seen the impact caused by these massive concrete eyesore warehouses that are going on throughout the area, not just Ward 4. With the original master plan, there was supposed to be room for schools, police station, and a firehouse. This is all gone in the new proposal. The statement that took place in the Planning Commission was, we need to keep up with Reno Industrial Complex and the city of Fernley. I find that ridiculous. The shell game the developers are proposing is obviously a move to enhance the return on investment. Understood. With disregard to the residents of Cold Springs area and the citizens of Reno as a whole. Amazon has already announced that they will be moving it from its current location in the North Valleys, which will leave yet another unoccupied warehouse to the existing overburden of available warehouse space. To add to the warehouses that are currently under construction, warehouses are currently under construction north of the Stead Airport and along the North Virginia corridor. How many warehouses does Reno need? Or should we just call it the City of Industry East? Because that's what it's turning into. I have firsthand experience with the light, noise, and industrial pollution that come with these massive concrete eyesores. Having one 810 feet away from our bedroom, okay? We have to listen to air horns, backup alarms, trucks coupling and uncoupling from trailers, lights, unbelievable lights, like a Vegas downtown show. This goes on 365, and it goes on, 24/7. Might I suggest they change a plan to maybe a horse property, something like Bridle Path or Pebble Creek, and that would be more conducive to the surrounding area. So I'd like to thank you for listening to me. I have neither the money or the influence with this council. I only have my voice. Thank you.
Brian Arman, followed by Rebecca Flannery via Zoom, followed by Liliana Ochoa via Zoom.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Brian Arman. I'm with NAI, and I'm speaking in support of the requested change at the Stonegate. I lead the NAI Alliance team focused on advanced manufacturing and logistics, and we've been very fortunate to work with many of the global companies that have relocated or expanded into our region. Most of these companies have been forced to locate their facilities east of town in an area that has very limited, if any, labor. Expanding development opportunities will attract worldwide companies that provide high-paying, long-term employment opportunities at a time when the U.S. government is working to increase demand for more manufacturing right here in the United States. This property is well located with immediate freeway access to US 395 and does not bring unwanted traffic through neighborhoods. Expanding land development opportunities will drive demand for retail, restaurants, and other commercial businesses, offering more amenities to a North Valley that has been, let's say, without those or lack of those historically. The project is estimated to create 8,800 permanent jobs with higher paying jobs through an addition of manufacturing and assembly facilities. The rezoning will generate significant tax revenues for the city of Reno and reduce the flight of property taxes and revenues east of town, while reducing city service costs and providing additional funding for essential services that will benefit all residents of the city of Reno. Stonegate's proposal reflects responsible, forward-thinking development that comes at a time of growth in American-based manufacturing. Thank you for your time. I hope you support the project.
Rebecca Flannery via Zoom, followed by Liliana Ochoa via Zoom, followed by Antone Labard via Zoom. We can. Go ahead and state your name for the record and begin speaking.
Rebecca Flannery for the record. Okay, I live in Cold Springs. Many of us moved out to Cold Springs so that we could have some peace and quiet and be away from the city life and the lights and the noise. And we do not approve of any of these warehouses. I can't really tell you anybody in Cold Springs that approves of this. So basically, in a nutshell, we were told originally that we would have some homes, a school, some shopping, and now they want to destroy our land with data centers and warehouses. My first concern is our water. Originally, they were going to be hooked up to Tumwa, and now they want to change that and use the underground water and Great Basin Water Company. And then the people who live over there on that side are on wells, and I fear that this development will create issues for their wells. My second concern is electricity. Our power goes out quite frequently out here, sometimes for days. And so how does Stonegate and NV Energy plan to mitigate the already erratic power grid that we have? My next issue is that this development, as per your master plan, does not sustain our quality of life. We already have limited fire services and police services. We do not have the city buses that go past Stead. Our crime rate's already increasing. And one of your other parts of the master plan is also public safety. So we're not getting any of those amenities with this development. So I also know people on the other side of 395 over there that have had to evacuate quite a few times because of fires. We have a very good echo chamber out there because, you know, it's pretty quiet. So if you got semis making all this noise day and night, it's going to echo through the whole valley. Plus, it's also going to kill our star view. We like it dark. We like the stars. It's beautiful. We also need homes. We need homes. It's not favorable to have 2,500 homes built over there, but the cost of living here is atrocious. We do not need more jobs unless you want to put a grocery store out there. We do not need more warehouses. The city is overflowed with empty warehouses. So why do they want to come out and ruin our beautiful land with more? We also have to worry about the tax burden that this is going to cause us and our tax rates to go up, our water bills, our power bills. How is this going to affect our bills? So how does that improve our quality of life? We do not want warehouses. We do not want semi trucks. We do not want the lights. We want our peace and quiet. So most of us in Cold Springs do not agree with this development. If we need jobs, I mean, if they're going to bring these for jobs anyways, where are these people going to live? 1,400 apartments or homes? that's still not enough to keep up with the city of Reno, and data centers that they're proposing hire like 7 to 10 people. So that's not even giving us jobs. So all in all, this is a very poorly thought out plan that the people of Cold Springs do not want. And maybe we could bring some shopping out to Stead or something and have just a few homes, because warehouses is not what we want. So thank you guys. You have a great day.
Liliana Ochoa via Zoom, followed by Antone Labard via Zoom.
Hello, my name is Liliana, and I spoke in person at the last commission meeting on April 2nd, 2025. After researching the updated Stonegate Hines Ranch plan, I remain opposed to this project. Including myself and the residents of Cold Springs, we moved here to escape the noise and the congestion of the city and to enjoy a quiet area without traffic, warehouses, or shopping centers, which are exactly what the Stonegate project proposes. Cold Springs has a lot of history, and I believe that we should not remove a piece of history to build anything that is unnecessary that does not benefit our community. We are seeing an increase of traffic in the North Valleys area, which takes residents, including myself, to get up at least 1 to 2 hours early to go to work, especially during snowstorms, which even takes 3 to 4 hours to get to our destination. This growth in the North Valleys has also given a lot of wildlife into Cold Springs, raising concerns about the impact of the future development. This project may possibly hurt a lot of residents, including myself, due to rising utility costs such as water, energy, and trash services. I would like to mention from the previous meetings, we brought up the industrial plans for warehouses being added to Cold Springs. We're seeing several warehouses being built in North Valleys that remain empty or being vacated by businesses like Amazon. Instead of constructing new warehouses in Cold Springs, why not repurpose existing buildings in the area? This will save money and prevent further damage to our community. I would also like to add anyone who is listening in person or virtually to take an hour of your time to visit Cold Springs at night, especially during the summer, to go stargazing. Since Cold Springs is known for stargazing, you will be amazed by how free of light pollution that area is. The project of Stonegate will take advantages of the beauty of driving north and south of 395, stargazing, and the wilderness. To me, this project seems driven more by profit than by genuine concern for the well-being of residents/communities. Thank you so much.
Antone Labard via Zoom. Antone, if you would unmute and state your name for the record.
Yeah, am I unmuted now?
You are.
Can you hear me? Okay, awesome. Yeah, my name is Antone Labard. I am a resident of Cold Springs. I've lived out here for over 10 years. I worked out here for 8 years. My dad's been out here for 20 years, and my mom's been out here for about 5 years. We love this community. I personally believe it will truly negatively affect this valley and this community. The housing that they have for it is going to cause like apartments and smaller things. And, those aren't necessarily bad things, but we're in dire need of homes and people who are becoming homeowners. We don't need pop-up apartments. We don't need data centers. We need places for people to live. It was originally designed with a beautiful, community and thing, and it would work great. But now what we're going to see is something that's going to cause problems. They say it's going to be less traffic. That's not a true statement. It's going to cause more traffic, and it will continue to cause problems. It will negatively affect this community in a faster time than anything with houses. And those houses would have been built in sections and zones, and it takes time. That's what this needs. It needs slow growth and built out correctly, not fast stuff we don't need, stuff that's going to cause problems and affect this area in a negative way. Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no additional live public comment. For the record, we did have 2 public commenters in the audience that did not wish to speak but are in opposition, and 1 in the audience that did not wish to speak that just expressed concerns for the project.
All right. Okay, I'm going to send it over to the one and only Carl Hall. Go ahead and read the ordinance for us.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance introduction, bill number 7300 for possible action, case number LDC 24-00051, Stonegate, Hines Ranch, MPA, and ZMA. Master Plan Amendment and Zoning Map Amendment. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code entitled Zoning, Rezoning, plus or minus 1,767.3 acres, generally located partly north of U.S. Highway 395 and west of White Lake Parkway and partially south of White Lake and U.S. Highway 395 in Cold Springs, from Stonegate Planned Unit Development PUD to plus or minus 923.3 acres of industrial, plus or minus 385.7 acres of single-family residential, 5 units per acre, SF5, plus or minus 54.6 acres of general commercial, GC, and plus or minus 403.7 acres of parks, greenways, and open space, PGOS, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith, Ward 4.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm going to start over with you, Councilwoman Eber. It's your ward. Go ahead.
So I mentioned at the beginning that I've had several meetings with the applicant. I've also had several meetings with residents of the community of Cold Springs. I've taken a tour of the location with one of the applicants who showed me the site. It's a beautiful location. I'm grateful to be able to see the location from, from the site itself. I will say that the overall feedback I've received from the community is there was a lot of thought put into this PUD, and there was a lot of care put into what the community wanted, what they viewed as a benefit, what they wanted to see out there. And I know it was a very time-consuming process. There's people on the council that spent a lot of time and energy on this, and I think that the overall response I've received is people want to see that PUD be honored. And I understand the sentiment from the applicant that that's no longer financially feasible. But for me to have this come forward with a request to get rid of the PUD and go to straight zoning, knowing that unless there's a project that comes in that would trigger a conditional use permit or some kind of, disturbance of a drainage way, there could be some pretty significant developments built that would have very permissive use, so allowed to operate 24/7 with industrial zoning, and there would be kind of no oversight from council or planning commission with regard to setbacks, landscaping, noise mitigation, buffering, light mitigation, and any number of things. So as the representative of the community out there, I just need to make sure everyone's aware that I expressed these concerns to the representatives that I've met with and took a tour with, and asked if there could be any kind of middle ground met where it was a less intensive use requested, where more housing was kept, where some of the infrastructure that was required in the PUD was carried forward. And I have to say I was disappointed when I had a follow-up meeting with the application that there was no changes at all made off of the feedback that I provided. That's probably a first for me to see no changes at all based off of feedback provided from both communities during the at least 2 community meetings I went to, with more than 40 people at each meeting. There was one prior that I did not know about, that I wasn't in attendance at, and a meeting with myself also. So I do have some questions later.
I'll come back to you. All right. Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Sure. Before I start, Madam Clerk, could you put up the cover sheet for the applicant's presentation? Thank you. Okay. All right. I asked for this to be put up because I think it's an excellent picture that shows the area for people that might not have had a chance to be out there. On the right, I'm assuming is Silver Lake, and to the left is the Hines Ranch property. And you can see the setting. It is just at the base of Peavine Mountains, that whole range in there. As a council member, I spent an enormous amount of time on this PUD, and I ultimately voted to support it. Why? Because they had very thoughtfully gone through and addressed all the issues: the stormwater, endangered species, wastewater, where they were going to get their water, energy issues, transportation. We talked a lot about the rail, buffers, recreation. Then, once this process was over, which I spent an enormous amount of time, I think I went on 3 visits with the applicant out to the site to understand, for example, the tree canopy out there and how they were going to preserve it. All of that was addressed in the PUD, all of it. And that is what gave me a comfort as a council member to vote for this project on 1,700 acres. They were asking for 5,000 homes. They were asking for industrial, commercial, the whole suite, schools. It made sense to me. And it was very thoughtful. And to my knowledge, it was the first PUD of its nature that had been proposed in at least 20 years. And it may have been the first ever. And I can swear to that, but it was unique from that perspective that, like South Reno, which I had been representing, which is full of PUDs, which take into not only what I just mentioned, but actually fencing design, sidewalk design, landscape design. There was an opportunity to sort of change the narrative and the direction of development in the North Valleys. Stonegate subsequently came to us and asked for $38 million support for SAD. We considered this at probably 6 meetings, separate, that they wanted to use basically essentially our bond rating, sell these bonds. We wouldn't be responsible for the repayment, the applicant would, or the residents of the applicant would, but we decided to lean in and support that. So we have a history of supporting this development over and over and over again through all the hearings and through these special requests. So when this was proposed, and here we have in front of us a development that has none of the protections, it does not address the issues, it is just straight zoning. We've been advised by our staff over and over, we cannot condition zoning. That gives me great pause. How much time, not just myself and the mayor, but the rest of the other 5 members of council spent on this project. And we leaned in and we want to support it, and I still want to support it. However, it is difficult to support it in the way it is being presented, with all of the protections and the advanced planning being stripped away. I have specific issues. I'll address those in round 2, but I wanted to lay a foundation to understand we are dealing with a very special property. It was touted as that by the applicant, very unique, untouched, former ag land, and we had an opportunity to do something amazing. And I think if we move forward with this, we're losing that opportunity. So, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Councilwoman Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Jeff, could you come up? I think maybe we're not understanding some of the moving forward process here. First of all, I don't see any master plan or zoning designations in here that haven't been before. There's nothing new that is being proposed or being taken away that wasn't at one time in the 20 years that this has been going on, part of this development.
That's correct.
Okay, so can you maybe clarify what the process is going to be for approvals moving forward? By going to zoning, it doesn't mean we get rid of all of our approval processes, right?
So if this project is approved, or if the MPA and the ZMA are approved, first of all, the MPA would need to go to, the master plan amendment would need to go to regional planning sometime in the next several months to get conformance review. But then after that, once that's ultimately approved, if and when it's ultimately approved, then subsequent actual development on this site in the area shown on the screen here would likely require conditional use permits,
Which
major site
would
plan reviews.
trigger-
Any number of entitlements that would be triggered by cuts and fills, disturbance to major drainage ways, things like that. So this is not the last bite at the apple in terms of being able to condition the project in terms of addressing noise, lighting, any traffic, any of the
This
issues.
is not the last time we're going to see
This is
stuff.
definitely not the last
Okay.
time. It wouldn't come to the council, it would come to the planning commission.
Right.
Unless it came to the council on appeal.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam.
All right, Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I think the question that I want to start off with is one of the findings that we have to make is providing safe environments. And as this project is phased out and built out, just making sure that that has been taken into consideration. I don't know if that's a question for the applicant or for Mr. Foster, but understanding what you're doing in terms of sidewalks, trails, bike paths, anything like that, that there may be included. I know it may be further down the line, but just in this master plan amendment, zoning map amendment, I want to get an idea of what you're thinking there.
Thank you again. For the record, Andy Drilling with Wood Rogers. Yes, as far as, sidewalks, trails, things like that. Sidewalks, obviously, because this is straight zoning, it's going to be beholden to the city zoning code as well as Public Works Design Manual. So what the city requires of public work design for streets, including sidewalks, everywhere in the city would be the requirement here, right? PUDs just kind of tend to tweak the cross sections a little bit. One of the other regional benefits that we didn't get to, because my time is limited on this, as far as safety, is access to public lands and access to open space. So one, and I know this says sewer service, which sounds funny, but one aspect, the off-site sewer that we would have to construct as part of this, the yellow line going around the east side of White Lake there, that is a corridor that is all privately owned. It's all private properties. White Lake is all privately held. It's not in any type of public open space or public holding. And so we already have the easements and rights of way around that lake in the yellow that you see to build that off-site sewer infrastructure. But along with that, you would build a maintenance road that could double as a multi-use path. So half the lake then is going to have, a multi-use path that's off of White Lake Parkway, connects to the existing Cold Springs Park. We would then be constructing another park at the south end of that. In addition to that, we have access to public lands which currently don't exist, which, access into the Peavine Forest Service areas as well. So, long answer to say, yes, everything would be incorporated. It's just going to be incorporated using the city's standards.
I think you mentioned this during your presentation, but there was some public comment about, water infrastructure and water rights. Do you all have the capacity to meet the needs for this development that you're proposing?
Yes, so I know I went fast by this, but the water service options, the PUD, which again, predominantly residential, 5,000 residential units with a mix of a little bit of industrial and commercial, required about 2,500 acre feet of water. Rezoning it to the mix that we have now and kind of flip-flopping to, more of an industrial, and then the commercial and residential is on this, is lesser. That requires only about 1,000 acre feet of water. So we're cutting our water demand by about 60%. Stonegate then owns on-site resources of about 1,700 acre feet that have been perfected with the state engineer. So those will be dedicated to Great Basin Water as a water purveyor. They'll develop wells and other water resources there. Right now, Great Basin only has wells on the north side of White Lake. So this will give them more redundancy in their water service to the broader Cold Springs area. So we feel that's definitely a positive for the community at large.
That's all I had for now. Thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Anderson.
Andy, sorry. My question is just related to housing for now. I couldn't find the slide from the presentation earlier, but I think it said that when we originally annexed this property, it was annexed and assumed there will be about 17,000 homes. Is that the number I saw up there?
Yeah, it's
I don't
about-
mean just Hines Ranch. I just mean the entire North
Yeah.
Valleys.
So I had shown kind of that annexation area from 2005, 2006. It was about 10,000 homes that was anticipated. And so this is a little bit more granular on that. And so interestingly, in Washoe County, right, that's been the residential growth. And you see in the red there, that's Woodland Village. Lifestyle Homes has been constructing that for, 20 plus years. That's been essentially all of the residential growth in Cold Springs. There's one house in Cold Springs that's in the city of Reno, and there's been one house for the last 20 years. There's been no residential development in the city of Reno's jurisdiction. Looking at what the lot supply is of undeveloped lots, there's a number of properties, larger properties that are already zoned, and there's about 10,000 zoned units, including what we're asking for now, which is about 1,350 residential units as part of this new Stonegate development.
Okay, so you're just lowering it by about 3,000?
Yes.
Okay. On the residential piece of it, I know that that's in a later phase. Are you anticipating, or can you even speak with any confidence yet, whether or not those are going to be mortgageable properties? Is it going to be neighborhoods, or is it going to be more multifamily apartments?
Yes, great question. Of the 1,350 homes that we're anticipating, about 900 or so, 950 is in the SF jurisdiction or designation, SF5, which is on the south side in the yellow there. That is in the later phases. We do anticipate, so on the north side there in the pink, the SMU, which is suburban mixed use, that's our commercial zoning. It's more commercial zoning than we would need to build the, shopping centers and support commercial. And so there's land left over for, townhomes, multifamily apartments, things like that. So that's what makes up kind of the bulk of the 1,350 that we're anticipating. The stuff on the north is in nearer phases because it's going to be, infrastructure is more readily available on the northern sides of this property, and then it will get constructed as this builds out to then service the single family on the south.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right, Councilman Reese. I don't know if you're on the
Thank you, Madam Mayor. A couple of things maybe, and then I may have a question for Mr. Durling, but I wanted to first address sort of the concerns about the history of the project. Ms. Dewar, like you, I served on the council during the last two times this was in front of us. And like you, I spent a considerable amount of time with the board member then, Bonnie Weber, because at the time I was also the at-large member, and so had reason to be supportive and lean into these things. And so what I recall was sort of a general consternation by people about any development of any kind on this land, meaning I'm not sure that there's going to be anything that's put here except for open space that we would have people coming in droves to council to support. And so it's always been a balancing issue for me. We did put in a lot of work, and yet that work has proven to be something that the builder or the owner cannot develop. And so I don't think it is my position to hold people to old PUDs or otherwise. Oftentimes we're making rezoning decisions with some frequency at this body. And if we just said, well, whatever it was the last time I touched it is what it should always be, that is not consistent with our master plan. And so for me, I'm looking at the very specific findings that we have to make in the master plan. I'm looking at sort of the community benefits that are created by a change in use. Because of course, this was at one time planned for largely industrial, light commercial kind of stuff. And then it became a mixed, it really shifted much more to housing, but still had a fair amount of that. And what I see is sort of decreases in traffic in the new zoning, decreases in water use, which we've all agreed in a desert is an important part, decreases in sewer usage and flooding, school impacts, and public service costs. So all of those things are reasons why we as a city should want to have, someone who is going to come and be able to build. I do think there are lots of unanswered questions about what will be the impact of various developments when they are ultimately set to parcelize any of these areas or break ground on any of these areas. And I think those have to be thoughtfully taken up by our planning commission as they come. I'll also say that I think that our friends in the Sierra Club are onto something, which is sort of the idea that this should not be the next location of a bunch of evaporative cooling data centers, right? I'm not sure the data center question has been answered to my satisfaction, and I know that we'll probably have to take it up in another time. Mr. Durling, can you tell me a little bit about what the vision is for this area? I mean, you've parcelized it in such a way that it suggests you believe that there are certain areas that are appropriate for industrial and other areas that are appropriate for residential. So when I look at the map and you show it on, or you have the proposed next to the 2006, that's the map that I'm focused on. I think it's your slide 10.
Yes, so Councilmember Reese, Andy Durling for the record. Yes, I have that up on this in the screen here in Chambers as well. And to give you kind of just a, pull back the curtain a little bit on why, these areas are chosen for that, right? It's land suitability. And so this industrial area has the lesser slopes on the property. Obviously, no property is completely flat, but that area that we have identified as the flattest portions. The single family is a little bit steeper, and so smaller footprint of a single family home is a lot easier to fit in topographically constrained areas than like a larger manufacturing building, for example. You had asked also about this topic of data centers. We are, like we said, we are going straight zoning with this, and so we're beholden to what is in code. Code currently requires a conditional use permit for all data centers. As the council or planning commission makes changes to code in the future, we would have to also then be beholden to whatever those standards are as well. We don't think data centers are going to be a big portion of this. There may be some smaller ones incorporated, but we don't feel like the power is available to have any large-scale data centers. We are focused on manufacturing. There is ample power for manufacturing-type uses. As Mr. Taylor from EDON mentioned, this region, right, we oftentimes when new businesses, new large businesses are looking for a new home, are coming to our region, they kind of pass by, unfortunately, the city of Reno for those large manufacturing uses because we don't have the land supply to do that. And they end up in Tahoe Reno Industrial Center because they do have the land supply, but they don't have the labor. So this is an opportunity we feel like for the city of Reno, in particular, to have a large land mass of industrial land that can be home to major employment that the region so desperately needs. Looking back in time, in 2013, the Regional Planning Agency did a industrial lands needs assessment and came to the conclusion that at that time, right, we were woefully short of larger tracts of land that could house these types of uses. Fast forward, obviously we've had some industrial growth and things like that over that time, but we're kind of back to that situation where there aren't large tracts of land to attract a large employer to our region, and so we feel like this is a benefit for the city.
Okay, Madam Mayor, my time is up.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Councilwoman Ebert.
Yeah, thank you. So I had somebody reach out to me last night, so I'm still kind of, as we're going, reading through this report that is the most recent report that Great Basin, the water provider for the area, submitted to the Public Utilities Commission, the PUC, for the water resources available in that area. And I've been taking notes. I haven't gotten through all the wells, but I'll just give you the highlights of it. So we have several wells that are providing the water for that area for Great Basin. Well 1, like I said, just the highlights, built in 2000, 429 feet deep. Original strat of water was, static water level was 7.8 feet below ground level, and it is currently, of course, I didn't write this one down. This well is currently 25 feet below ground level. So it went from 7.8 feet below ground level to 25 feet below ground level. And that's the well that was built in 2000. Well 2 was built in 1971, was originally had a static water level of 45 feet below ground level. But the pump has not been in use for several years now due to the capacity and the length of time it took the water to reach the pump, but also the Washoe County Health District prevented the well from being placed into service due to the high density of domestic septic systems near the well. Well 2 is 53 years old as of 2024. While it continues to be used as an observation well, this well has reached the end of its useful life and is not expected to be placed back in service. It also went from, being in use to not in use anymore. Well 6, drilled in 1979, 315 feet deep. The original static level was 79 feet below ground level. This well also, it's been rehabilitated because it was having problems, but now this well is, hold on a second. Static, was that? I believe it's now 45 feet under the below ground level. So I'm just kind of trying to read through this and listen to everything everybody's saying, but there's a consistent trend in every well on this public PUC report for Great Basin water that says that the wells are either not working due to health reasons, due to proximity to septic systems, or their ground level is reduced significantly. So there was a reason why there was a condition in the PUD to hook up to Tumwa water, and the picture is developing to me rapidly here with this report. You might have groundwater rights, but the water might not exist in the basin. And that's not something that, like, you can explain things to me, but this is a report off the secretary or off the state's website from Great Basin regarding the utility availability of water in this basin. So.
Okay, I'm going to let Andy answer that.
Okay.
Yeah, so actually, Madam Mayor, Andy Drilling for the record, we actually have James Eason with Great Basin Water Company here. He's the general manager, and he can answer those questions.
Great, I'd love to hear it.
Okay, come on up.
Good afternoon. James Eason for the record, EASON. Councilwoman Ebert, thank you for your questions. I have for any of the board members, so I'm open. I'll be here through the presentation. I'll start with, I'm the representative of Great Basin. I don't know if you know the history or background. I can go into that, or I can start directly with your questions. Councilwoman?
Yeah, I would like to know, with every well that is currently listed in this report as servicing the residents of this basin, having a significant decrease in the water level, how do you plan on being able to provide additional water resources given the trend that the water table is decreasing significantly? And we've had two very significant winters very recently, high amounts of precipitation and snow melt. So to have this trend after, very significant weather events tells me that there is more water coming out of the basin than we can probably accommodate now. So to say that we can also hand out another 1,000+ acre feet, to me, based off of the numbers that I'm seeing from your own report submitted to the Public Utilities Commission, it doesn't look like that's accurate.
Okay, great. Thank you for that clarification. First, I want to start with, you are welcome anytime. I'll give you a tour of our system to go through the report and do a kind of your own evaluation. And that's to all the council members. The report you're referring to, I believe, is a 2024.
Yeah,
Great
it's
Basin.
March 2024. It's the most recent report I can find on the state's website.
Yeah.
If you have a 2025 report that gives me a more rosy outlook on all of the wells that are providing water for that area, I'd love to see it, because there's currently a large population living there now on wells. So I have a lot of concern for the people that are already there. All of this stuff aside, I have concerns about the availability of water for this community.
Okay, let him answer.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, absolutely, as we do also. So I just want to set that tone right off the get-go. So the report that you're referring to is what is called an integrated resource plan that we are required by law every 3 years to file for all of our water systems that we serve here in Nevada. So there was a prior report, which was 2021. There's a prior report, the 2018, and then there was a prior report that was done in 2016. Since 2018 to right now, we have filed consolidated IRPs statewide. So if you pull that report, you'll see the systems that we serve in southern Nevada and Nye County, in eastern Nevada and Elko County, and then what we call our sister system here in Spanish Springs.
Does that bring water over to this basin?
No, it does not. But
Okay.
let's look at the basin and let's talk about the basin. And I
Great,
think
that's
that's
what I'd love to
critical
hear.
in this. So as other council members said, they were around when Stonegate came and
Mm-hmm.
talked about the PUD. So was Great Basin.
Great.
And initially, Great Basin was proposed to serve this system. And due to changes, and I believe Councilwoman Dewar, you brought up the said, there were other benefits that were part of this project. We're aware of that. We backed off. We did change the actual right-of-way coming into this basin. We turned it over to Tumwa to move forward with that project. And we also had safeguards to address those questions. And I'm going to do this kind of in a reverse order, because our biggest concern is water importation into this basin. The lake that we saw, White Lake, is an ephemeral lake. Fills up during the high times with snow runoff or rain, and during the summertime, goes back down. Silver Lake does not do that anymore, and neither does Swan Lake in our sister basins to, I guess you would call it kind of the northeast of us coming into Cold Springs. So we as a utility operator are very, very concerned about that. So we have been working, whether it's with Tumwa, the developer, Stonegate in this case, Washoe County, to figure out how do we balance the water in this basin? Because there's a lot of people that we need to serve, and we need to make sure that we can serve for a long time. So in these studies that we have worked on, and we have worked with, and also with DRI and the state engineer, and looking at this basin has been adjudicated, and they determined that there was more water in this basin than the original reconnaissance reports demonstrated back in the 60s. So that's a big change, and we've all been watching this. The other concern that I have, and I'll go into where our wells are located, and I would love, like I said, to take you all out there and we could do a field trip, and I can show you where we pump and where the water's treated at the end of the day and where it returns back into the basin. So I want to start with your well one. You're correct. Static water level's 7 feet. When it was originally drilled, it's going to change. It goes from 7 to 10 on that static water. We have a drawdown of 25 feet. I think if we were to compare that to other wells around the state, people would be very, very excited that that's all your drawdown. Well 2, you spoke about well 2. Well 2 was one of the original wells that were developed for the original Cold Springs system way back in the day. That well, as you pointed out, you're correct, is surrounded by septics, rising nitrates. That is an issue in that particular area. We did do a test and exploration well to see if we could drill past the nitrates, and that water would not be impacted.
I want to, real quick, actually
Okay.
just circle back. So the original water level at well 1 was 7.8 feet below ground level. It's currently 25 feet.
No, that's the drawdown, I think, that you
It
referenced.
says currently the static water level in the well is 25 feet below ground level. I don't have a great sense of imagination. I just read things.
No, that's great, and I would, subject to check, going to the IRP. I don't have that in front of me, but I do know those water levels adjust all the time.
Okay.
So we're very happy with that well. That is, as you pointed out, a well that was drilled in 2000. That well had a rehab that was completed in 2017. We are on between a 5 to a 10-year rotation for the rehabilitations of our wells and all of our systems. So I just wanted to point that out. The well 2 that you referred to, well 2 was part of the development for Woodland Village. They needed to provide additional pumping for their new development. That location did not work. Well 2, we've left it in service as a nitrate monitoring well because we all benefit with that data collection. So that new well that we developed to replace what you referred to as well 2 was the Van Dyke well. That well was drilled once again in 2016 and has been online. And it is part of our rotation and will be coming up and doing a well rehab here in the near future. We also,
Okay, I'm going to cut you off. I'm sorry. I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Dewar.
Sure.
And just so everyone knows, every council person gets 3 minutes. I try not to cut them off because everyone thinks that I'm playing favorites. I'm not. I'm just trying to get the information out there, but I just wanted to let everyone know it's 3 minutes, and I just gave Councilwoman Ebert 6 minutes, so I appreciate that.
and I appreciate that,
Okay.
knowing the rules too.
Thanks.
This is my first
Yeah,
time before
and I
the
don't mean to,
council.
and you're
No,
doing a
thank
great
you.
job, but I don't mean to cut you off, but just so you know, that's so everyone has equal time.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't have
Coun-
questions for you.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Sit down. Yeah, I wanted to just follow up. I don't have any questions.
I'll sit.
I just wanted to follow up on the water thing for a minute. I want to also address housing and recreation, and also Mr. Reese's comment. First, Mr. Reese's comment. The reason I didn't, to the mayor's point, we only get 3 minutes. So I laid a baseline, which is why a PUD is important. What I would like to see is a PUD continue to be in place with a change of the mix of industrial and residential to increase the industrial, modify the commercial, and possibly decrease the residential, but not to the extent of which it's planned. And the reason that I think this makes sense is that we get to address issues like water. Right now, we are required under the zoning map amendment findings, we are required to be confident that under A, that we are preserving the quality of air and water resources. Well, the way we did that, met that finding, was in the PUD, which then addressed the water issues, and in this case, said, let's go with Tamois. Why did they say that? Well, some of you may know I was a former state water planner for 7 years, and I'm also currently the chair of Tamois. And in both of those positions, interconnection of water resources is very important to provide stability in the water and to be able to have a looping system. So if something happens out in Cold Springs, they have a backup from Tamois. And if something happens in Tamois, they have a backup from the Great Basin potentially. But in this situation, we don't have that opportunity because it's straight zoning. But Tamois did write a letter back in October, and I had nothing to do with this. They do this independently. But what they say is that these developments have generally relied, these meaning this kind of development, have generally relied solely on groundwater and have proven to have issues with water quality and quantity. Tamois has concerns about future water quality and water supply being developed by small fringe water systems that ultimately may be incorporated into Tamois' water system. We've seen this over and over. At Tamois, I've served on there over 10 years. We have encouraged Tamois to buy out small water systems, to bring the small water systems up to a better standard of water quality. An example is the Boom Town. We wanted to facilitate development out towards the Verdi area with Meridian and so on, but we wanted to make sure in an area that had declining water wells that there was a plan forward. So what they say is that they would require improvements or additional investments to ensure a reliable, high-quality, and sustainable water service to those. Due to the lack of upfront investment in sustainable water supply, often these impacts are shouldered entirely by customers of the small water systems. Bigger is a little bit better in water, and in this case, I think it makes sense. But if we were doing a PUD and we could provide assurances that all of these issues are met, that would be a different story. And Madam Mayor, I am going to either ask for a little bit time over or a third round.
Go right ahead.
Okay. One of our other findings has to do with supply of housing. And item L is that we want to ensure the development of adequate supply of housing for the community, including the development of affordable housing. Well, many of you may have read in the media that both at the federal level, they're wanting to sell federal lands in Nevada to provide additional housing. And Governor Lombardo wants to sell state lands to provide affordable housing. Here we have a 1,700 or 1,800 acre parcel that had planned 5,000 units, now going down to 1,400 units. And at the same time, they're talking about 8,800 jobs. What I'm worried about is you have 8,000 jobs, 1,400 homes. Even if you had 2 people in each home, and even if every single person that lived there went to work for some place right here, we'd have a great imbalance of housing as compared to the industry. That is what has happened at Trick. They don't have housing out at Story County to support the many, many, many jobs. Thus, you have this great amount of transportation. So that's something I'm concerned about. If we had a PUD where we could look at that, that would give us greater confidence. And then the last issue, Mr. Foster, you showed me during a preview, if you could put up your PowerPoint, you showed me that this development was planning some 400 acres of public green space, open space. But then during the review, it became apparent that half of that, roughly half of that, is actually out in the middle of the lake. And I have to question, and here's a good example. The area of green is White's Lake, but the area of the ownership extends into White's Lake, and that green area is the majority of, in fact, based on this picture, the majority of the open space. And I'm worried when the presentation is 400 or some acres of open space, we all think that's places that people can benefit from, but unless they're going boating in White's Lake or some facilities are being developed, I'm not sure. This seems a little like something we need to straighten out. This, to me, is not an appropriate amount of open space for any kind of development. It's, again, something we could address in the PUD. So as I wrap up, I want to be clear. I want to support this development. I am open to a different mix of industrial and residential. What the beauty of a PUD versus incrementalism, which is what's been proposed, which is each development, each new unit will come in, that's a very fragmented way of developing a property such as this instead of having an overlying PUD. So thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the time.
Okay, thanks so much. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to bring this back to a land use discussion. Jeff, really quick. From my time on Tumwa, or my time on Tumwa, my time on Planning Commission, if there isn't water, you won't get a will serve further down the road. That's going to be handled that way, right? Okay.
That's correct.
So back to land use. Industrial, was that improved before? Was that use approved, industrial? We're asking for industrial. What are we asking for?
Right, so
do
Jeff
you have
Foster,
that?
Associate Planner for the record. So as Mr. Durling's presentation showed with the side-by-side between 2006 and the
Yeah.
current proposed
Can you
plan,
bring that up? I mean, all of those uses, again, have been approved, right? So industrial was approved before, we're asking for industrial.
The zoning mostly came in as industrial, correct, yes.
Okay, and the master plan amendment, all of the things have a planning commission or a council already went through all of those land use designations and said, yes, we can make the finding for those, right?
At that time, that is correct, yes.
Okay, so again, I'm going to ask the question, is there anything new that has not been approved that we're asking for today? All of the uses, all of the zoning, all of the master plan designations have already been approved.
All of those were approved and only went away when the PUD was approved in 2018.
Okay, so how would we say that we can't make the and nothing has been done to this piece of property, right?
No, it's still
I guess
raw
I'm having
property.
a hard time understanding why would we say something could be approved as industrial before, nothing has happened, and say that it can't be we can't make the findings for
And
industrial.
that was, respectfully, that was part of staff's analysis, was that this was an approved land use model prior to the PUD coming in place and replacing most of the industrial with residential. So part of staff's analysis was contingent on, it was approved before.
So we're
It could
getting
be
rid
again.
of, from the PUD, the large lot neighborhood. Is that correct? Large lot neighborhood use zone?
What, I'm sorry, what was that? The PUD,
We're moving forward, they're asking to remove large lot neighborhood. Is that correct?
so yes. So if you can see on the left, you have the master plan designation for large lot in the area to the south, which would now be proposed to be single-family neighborhood.
Okay, but single family was approved before.
As residential, correct, yes.
Okay, so from a land use perspective, again, is there anything that's being presented here today that has not already been approved before?
No, from a larger perspective, the same uses are proposed now as were approved prior to the PUD.
And in fact, some of the uses are less intensive when it comes to traffic, water, other sort of resources that we have to
The
use.
information provided by the applicant suggests that all of the potential impacts, water, sewer, traffic, all of those issues would be reduced with the current zoning the proposed zoning versus the current PUD.
Which can be tied back to the findings of the master plan and zoning. Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, Councilwoman Anderson, nothing? Okay, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to ask Mr. Foster, my understanding is that the PUDs from 2018 required 2,500 acre feet of water, and the rezone needs 1,000 acre feet of water. So 1,500 less acre feet of water. Is that correct?
Those are the numbers that the applicant presented. That's correct.
And Stonegate owned 1,700 acre feet of water on site. Are those acre feet with Great Basin?
So they have been adjudicated and perfected with the state. They have not yet been dedicated to Great Basin, correct? That is
I
correct.
see. That makes some sense. That's the questions I have on that topic. I wanted to ask about, well, I guess I want to ask about the traffic improvement slide for Mr. Durling. So all of the traffic improvements here are ones that have been planned and executed, and they started, well, let's just say, I think the oldest one on here actually predates my time on council, and then they run through the current RTIP through 2050, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. So our RTC recently, I think earlier this year, adopted the new 2050 Regional Transportation Plan. In that, obviously, it has a number of projects that are slated over a number of years. And looking at the North Valley specifically, there's about $2.5 billion worth of planned projects in that planning period from 2025 to 2050. The exhibit that we have shown on the screen is the near-term projects that are in the next, kind of 5 years or so. And a lot of them are actually under construction now.
Well, and am I correct that your projected uses for traffic decrease, is there, similar to the water demand decreasing, is there a traffic count, or how are you making that claim?
Sure. So this, and forgive me, I don't know if you can see our screen, but in this. Okay. So these are to demonstrate this is again, relative to the project of regional significance, but I think it gives you sort of the juxtaposition of what's approved in the PUD, the 2018 approved PRS, and what's estimated. So with regard to traffic, and Lauren Chilson with GCW is here, he can speak to any specifics, but he did both reports. So the PUD estimates about 60,500 average daily trips generated by the 5,000 homes and the other mix of uses. That gets decreased to just under 50,000, about 40,700 or 49,800 about average daily trips with the change to industrial. So just on its merits, right, industrial generates a lot less traffic than single-family homes do.
Well, isn't it also the case that fewer people will be having to leave the area, so it's reducing the traffic outflow out of the North Valley?
That is also correct. So in the study also, which if we go to that slide, estimated about 9% fewer trips when compared to the PUD would actually be having to commute down 395 into the south, and that's representative of about 9% of the trips that would be staying within the North Valleys. So it's not only is it's kind of a double whammy of a positive impact of less overall traffic generation, and because of the use type that it is, you have more people that are going to work and live in the North Valleys and not have to commute down 395. So it has a double positive effect in that regard.
And with regard to the proposed project or the proposed zoning areas, where do you anticipate services being located? Are they in the SMU?
Services as far as like retail, restaurants, office?
Yeah,
Yes.
like an Olive Garden, a
Yep.
Black Bear Diner, that kind of thing?
Yep, no, absolutely. So there's, yes, we have general commercial zoning, which obviously allows for those, but actually in the industrial zoning, you are allowed to have those similar types uses in the industrial zoning as well. And if you think about it, right, some of the, business parks that we have around town, they would have maybe near the freeway, some of those services that would be, convenient for folks to go to on their way, home from work, to home.
Well, and I'm sort of thinking about what I see in other parts of Reno where they have like the Little Bear Swim School in there and a cheerleading gymnastics school in the sort of, we'll call it light industrial commercial areas. Okay, so I think I understand. Thank you so much. That's the questions I have.
All right, Councilwoman, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try to be really quick because I know it's a lot, but I appreciate you letting me go through this because it's my ward. So real quick, did the developer confirm with RTC that there would be public transit to go to these potential industrial buildings?
For the record, Andy Durling again. No, public transit is not necessarily guaranteed to go there. What we had the conversation with RTC is that really looking out to the Cold Springs area valley right now, there is no reason for them to extend a bus out there because of the residential.
I only have limited time.
With the employment, then it actually helps them maybe justify it into the future. Is it going to be a fixed route bus? Probably not, but I think what you see in some of these outer lying areas, North Valley, Spanish Springs, is they have this flex ride service, which is kind of like an Uber type style.
Yeah, I'm very
Yep,
familiar.
so we would anticipate maybe that over time, and definitely rideshare
I'm so sorry to cut you
programs.
off, but I have limited time.
sure.
So my concern is this would be a zone change. We don't know what would go in. If it's a project that doesn't require a review by the planning commission, unless there was an appeal, wouldn't come to us. It could be a logistics place that is just a distribution center. These are jobs I'm aware of because they're in my ward. I see going up and down North Virginia. Most of these people are taking public transit to and from these jobs. Those jobs are not offering employment opportunities. They allow people to buy homes. So these people might be taking commutes into the valleys to work, but they're certainly not going to be buying homes in there. So that hole that we've all identified in this community that doesn't have people around to buy lunch and shop and all of that, that type of development isn't going to fix that hole. Another comment I've heard made a few times with regard to this was here before, I don't know what the problem was. There's been a lot of things that have changed, and I can think of a vote that happened a few months ago regarding a nightclub that wanted to go back in the same place, and the council decided the environment has changed there and they shouldn't be allowed to have a business license anymore. This is a much more significant change than a nightclub going into an entertainment district. So to make a comparison with this used to be this way, this had incredible community feedback to change things. And I think that's really kind of oversimplification. This council's been supportive of you when you wanted to create parking passes for public parking. Are you okay? I notice your glasses aren't on. And this is what the community has said they've wanted. And I think it's really kind of petty and disrespectful of council members to act like it's a frivolous complaint to want things to change and evolve with the desires of the community as the community evolves. It absolutely happens. You've wanted that kind of support in your ward. I'm asking this council to show the same support from my community in my ward.
Okay, council member, I'm going to cut you off. And I'm going to add, I don't know what you're referring to, but I do want to go back to something that she did say. And that is that she met with you. I don't know who, Andy, I assume it was you.
No, it was.
Am I right, Councilwoman?
I met with, yeah, I don't want to say people's name. I don't know if they like to be put on the spot, but I
Anyway,
met with
you
some
met with
representatives
someone
and took a
from
tour.
this project. You gave them feedback.
Mhm.
And what was the outcome?
It was, a very pleasant interaction. I find the person to be very pleasant, but there
But
was
I guess what I'm
no
trying to-
give.
what-
There was no give.
what
There was
did
no
you-
outcome.
What did you recommend or want to see? Or tell us a little bit about what your
I had
residents
asked to
wanna
have
see.
more commercial, more of an integration of restaurants, potential commercial development, those types of things with, dance lessons, swimming, things like that, but keeping more of that residential component of it. And there was no willingness to kind of work on that at all. I had also asked if we could just modify the PUD so we could be more comfortable with some of these changes. And there just wasn't any kind of willingness to show any, willingness to work together or show any assurance for providing these services that they say they're going to, but there's no real tangible commitment to provide these things. At the end of the day, this is a zone change. This isn't a project plan. This is a step away from a PUD.
Mr. Durling, do you want to address that?
Yes, and just maybe to clarify, right, zoning, PUD is zoning, right? A PUD is just a specialized zoning for a property. It's not a plan that specifies individual businesses, right? We don't have that crystal ball. But we did hear feedback from Councilmember Ebert. We definitely took that to heart. And actually we have Tim Cromwell with, who taking her feedback on, hey, I want restaurants, I want commercial, I want these things. And we dug deep into that to see what could be done. And I don't know if you want to come up and discuss. He's an economist and a market researcher and provided a lot of information to her to be able to
Okay.
help understand better.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, Tim Cornwell with the
Hi,
Group.
Tim.
It's Cornwell, not Cromwell. A
Yeah.
lot of people make that mistake, but in any case. Look, it's a complicated situation for sure. When we look into the numbers, of course, this has been sort of tangentially represented throughout a lot of the conversation today. But at the end of the day, when we look at the challenges around running a business, especially a small business, and those that create, the restaurants and retail that we need to make vibrant communities, the reality is we need to have, what is effectively a long-term population, right? A population that is there for many hours during the day. And when you see, the amount of out-commute on a net basis that's occurring out of Ward 4 today, right? The challenge is that, you have, real issues supporting, those kind of retail and restaurant establishments that can make it such a vibrant community, right? And so I think in the end, it's all about the economic multiplier and the flywheel. It's about, more and more people in that community every day. It's about, more time that they get to spend in their own community and not have to be commuting on, to jobs on 395 that allows, those spending dollars to stay in the community, right? The dollars that have to get spent or want to get spent from every household to stay in the community. And that ultimately creates a situation where we have the best chance to create the retail and restaurants in those commercial zones that are so important to, really making a place and anchoring your community, right? And so from our perspective, right, obviously if you deliver a very heavy residential community, you're going to be faced with some of the same issues that we have today, right? Which is so much of those spending dollars are going to be leaving the North Valleys and be spent, in other parts of the community and even beyond. Whereas if you can kind of create more of an 18-hour environment within those locations, spending that happens in multiple meals in a restaurant, it's ultimately, ball game in terms of their own feasibility.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I just wanted to I just wanted to find out, because now, for me, this whole ward-only voting thing has made me very sensitive. And so I want to make it clear that when you're working with the council member, it's really important that they are heard. Because we see that a lot of times. It's really easy to say, well, I can go get support over here, but at the same time, not listen to their wants and needs. And to be honest with you, we all want projects that are better. And I think when it is in your ward, it does affect you. And when you don't have the support to see those to fruition, it is frustrating. I will say with this project, it's been long and it's been up and down and it's been tough. And so I completely, sympathize with where you've been, because it's been a lot. We did work a lot on the PUD, as you know, and then obviously that did not, come to fruition because, we're saying that things have changed or haven't changed. And actually, I think in some ways they have changed. I mean, we had a lot of people here with data centers, and typically that's where they would go. So there is some change, I think, in some dynamics, whether that works there, to make a project go or not, right? Going back to the economics. But one of the things I just want to touch on, and Andy, you usually do a really good job. I'm not saying you didn't on this one, but I'm saying you do a really good job of community outreach. I need to know a lot about what that looks like, because I'm going to start asking that we have more community forums, that people come to City Hall and talk about what they want to see and see if we can get there. Because this is a project that I truly, truly want to support, but it's also, it's kind of hard to get there because I don't feel that we've put every, amenity and I guess quality of life. There's a lot of things that we have here that I feel like the North Valleys has not been able to accomplish. And I just think that it is important to them, and a lot of people feel very, very strongly out there. It's been a very controversial project, actually, for this council, and this council has been very supportive. And don't think that that has not come without controversy and bad headlines. But I also am a big believer in mixed-use developments, in housing, all those things, and the same quality of life we have in Reno for your residents, Councilwoman Ebert. I believe that, right? You deserve that.
Yeah.
But I really think that there's a broken system here in how we do this, and I would love to see everyone at the table working towards, because I really can't grasp my head around what everyone really wants at this point. And that's really unfortunate, because I want to be very, very supportive. I have been in the past, you know that. But explain to me a little bit about maybe how we can do a better job of sort of this outreach.
Sure. So I can speak about what we did for our outreach. And so because it's a master plan amendment, we're required by state law to have a neighborhood meeting. So we conducted a neighborhood meeting. We get a list from the city. It had about 200 notices, went out to 200 property owners, and we only got about 10 people show up. And so that wasn't good enough to the developer, and so he wanted to cast a wider net. So what's kind of listed here, May 13th, we had a community meeting, about 10 people showed up. Went to the Ward 4 NAB.
You had a community meeting where? Here?
No, out in the North Valley.
Okay.
Yep. And then we went to the Ward 4 NAB and then had 2 additional community meetings. And because we didn't have a great turnout at the first one, cast a wider net, we set out 700 notices and had about 30, 40 people that showed up. A lot of couples, right? Maybe, 20 households or so that showed up. And yes, there were concerns, right? But my experience a lot of times in those situations is it's fear of the unknown, fear of change, right? Change is always uncomfortable, and unfortunately, I'm sort of a face of change in these situations.
I know, I don't envy you sometimes when you walk out the door.
A lot of that angst.
But I walk out that door too, so.
I've been called a lot of names over the last few years. But yeah, I mean, we really try to be educational, right? It's like, hey, here's what it is, here's what we're trying to accomplish, here's why, in this case, The big why was that the 5,000 unit, single-family homes were not feasible economically. We couldn't pencil the infrastructure to get there to build the first home and have any type of return until like the last phases of it. It did not pencil. And so this, recrafted plan allows for a much lower infrastructure burden up front because the industrial is so much less intensive than the residential. And so that gives us an opportunity to bring that infrastructure to the site, develop the infrastructure so that the housing we do have still can come to fruition in the future. And so you do actually get the mixed use over time rather than you kind of get nothing right now.
Yeah, so what you're saying is it's the chicken before the egg?
Kind of.
Yeah, I got you. You also did say there were other things you wanted to put on the record. I would like you to do that now if you would like to. Is there anything you want to put on you?
So, yeah, I think we had, with regard to, water infrastructure, yes, the PUD had a lot of that in it. One of the items was, the importation of water into this basin was a huge cost that was, one of the bigger impacts of why that PUD could not be constructed. Looking at it forward, it doesn't rule out that Tumwa would be some sort of wholesale water purveyor in the future. Great Basin and Tumwa have had those conversations for years. We had a lot of meetings with Tumwa, and so we anticipate that, it's a multi-phased approach to the water. If I can get back to my slide to remind me here. To where in phase one, the lower bullets there, phase one, the developer will build and dedicate their on-site water resources to Great Basin, connect into the broader Great Basin water system, and then future integration of Tumwa, if needed, is still there, right? Because of the work they did, the right-of-way is there, the easements are there for the tanks and the pump stations and everything. But I think there was a fear of, if it were completely all Tumwa water that were being imported into this area, the water balance and drainage concerns, and it creates other issues in that lake that I think we can avoid by the approach that we have now.
So what you're telling me is you were trying to be extra thoughtful.
Yes.
And go outside the general process, I guess, or not process, but the general path.
Correct. And I guess maybe to say it a different way, just because it's not in a PUD doesn't mean we don't continue to work with the agencies. That work still has to be done regardless of whether it's in a PUD or if it's straight zoning. We still have to go through the same processes to vet out infrastructure needs, to prove that out with your city staff and other, in this case, Washoe County as well, right? So there's a lot of cooks in the kitchen that will continue to make sure this is done correctly.
And I really appreciate it. Your job is like ours. You cannot win. You will be the big bad developer, and I will be the corrupt politician. It's this is the world we're living in. I'm really grateful that you explained that because I think that's what's gotten lost here, that I wasn't even aware of to the magnitude of saying this just doesn't work. We've tried. Transparency here is much better than I think people think, it's a fast one, those types of things. But I think it's really important to tell the story of why you are here. This has not been an easy project, hasn't been an easy project for the council to approve either. And we really wanted to get there with, and had a lot of hope. I always have said, I believe the North Valley should have the same beautiful amenities that the other great projects have in our city. So thank you for explaining that. I appreciate it, Andy. Okay, I'm going to send it to Councilwoman Dewar. You have your light on? But I'm going to send it to, it's Councilwoman Ebert's ward. So I'm going to send it to you to make a motion, Councilwoman Ebert, and we'll go from there.
I did not have enough time to go through everything, but I will, again, ask for support of council to, support the community and me as a representative for this community. And when I make this motion, I am going to make a motion to deny this request because I am not able to make the findings due to The water resources, based off of the Public Utilities Commission report that states the water table level is declining. And further information within their report from Great Basin says that Tumwa will be responsible for providing water to Stonegate. So just based off of information available at this time, I cannot make the findings to approve this requested change to the PUD.
Okay, thank you so much. All right.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Ebert. I have a second from Councilwoman Dewar. Go ahead, discussion.
Yeah, you know, I struggled further with the findings, not just the water issue, but the fact that I don't think there's significant open space, which has to be one of our findings, built into this development. Consumption of energy, I met with the applicant as well, and I said, if you're gonna build this amount of flat rooftops that are industrial, what can you do to reduce the energy consumption? And many groups, we've had other groups come in from North Valleys, and they've offered a panoply of offsets to their buildings, but I even suggested a development agreement or some way to address it. The PUD is the best way, and there was silence, so I can't make a finding that they've reduced the consumption of energy by encouraging the use of products and materials to maximize energy efficiency. We're not hearing that. Provide for the recreational needs, that's F. H is timely, orderly, efficient arrangement of transportation and public facilities. Well, in the previous project, as I recall, and I don't have the specifics right in front of me, but part of the PUD was they were going to work on Virginia Street as a alternate route while improvements were being made to 395, and they were going to take that on. So I don't see that being addressed with the straight zoning process. The adequate supply of housing is not being met. We are repeating the challenges that Story County has had. We are building industrial without people to live nearby and work nearby, instead of having to do from North Valley something like a 15, 20-mile commute. M, protection of existing neighborhoods and communities, I don't see it. I found out there was a 100-foot buffer between these industrial buildings and the county residences. Well, typically, we have 300-foot on almost every project in North Valleys where you have residential and industrial near each other. We've talked about a 300-foot. Staff shared with me there's a 100-foot that the county signed off on. That's not good enough in Reno. And then the last two are, the last one was to promote systems which use solar and wind energy. There's no commitments there. There's no commitments because there's no project. There's no PUD. And just to my colleagues who have asked, what is changing? What is changing is the percentage of industrial zoning. It's going from this much to this much. And the percentage of housing is going from this much to this much. And I have no problem with some mix. I want a mix. Commercial, what I would love to see is professional office, manufacturing, light industrial. So because I would love to see a mix and a real community evolve out here, I can't make the findings. I've listed about 8 of them that I cannot make.
Okay.
So that's why I am seconding this motion.
Okay, all right, I'm going to cut you off. Oh, I'm going to, sorry. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will not be supporting the motion. It is clear to me that this is a challenging area. Evidence of that is suggested by the fact that it has had 3 representatives over the last 12 years. And in the last go-around, when I represented this area, the representative of that ward came alongside and said, support me, I want to do this thing. And so, of course, we all leaned in to the best of our ability. But here you have a project which proposes to decrease the traffic into North Valleys, decrease water use, decrease the taxation on our sewer system, flooding our schools and public service costs, and yet we have colleagues who think that that doesn't meet the master plan. I can make all findings relative to the master plan and for anything related to the zoning map amendment, as obviously we'll have to have conformance review, but it's just a curious thing, Madam Mayor. I think you hit the nail on the head. The ward-only voting has really skewed what happens in the ward. And of course, I've never heard from the ward member about this project. I don't know anything about her desires to see this project not come to pass. And so all I can really do is rely on my own best judgment, which says decreasing all of those things is a good thing. We need fewer cars on the roadways. We need more services. We need greater access to open space and public lands. We need new parks and trail systems. And of course, it creates thousands of permanent jobs and construction jobs when it's to be created. So I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from council members?
I do have a quick comment.
Wait, we're in the middle of a motion. You can't do that by our rules. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councilman Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor. I think for my part, it's a little challenging just because I've lived out in the North Valleys for about 21 years and understand sort of, the needs and the desire out there. There does seem to be some conflicting viewpoints depending on whether, there should be more of this rural take or it should be developed with some of the amenities that are found in town. And just based on the impacts and lowering the intensity of usage, the considerations for water, bringing in new employment opportunities, and having some mixed zoning in this area seems to me like a good route to go. And if the PUD wasn't working out for this development, which it sounds like isn't going to come to fruition if it is in place now, I'm having a challenge supporting the current motion that's on the table and coming around to that. So I'll just put that on the record.
Okay, thank you so much. Anyone else? Councilwoman Anderson? Nothing? Okay. So I have a motion. I have a second. I will give you 1 minute.
Okay.
Go 1 minute for discussion wrap up.
Yeah, I just want to say that, I am the ward representative, and Councilmember Reese, you were the at-large, and unfortunately you didn't accept any of my meeting invites to come and take a tour or meet with any of my council or constituents or come to any of my NABs. So I'm a little bit blindsided by those comments, but what I'm saying and doing is just a reflection of what my community wants. That's my role as a council member. That's what I'm saying up here. And to make a statement like that without talking to the community when they have said loud and clear what they want with regard to amenities, what they see as building a community versus building warehouses, taking land that could be homes in the midst of the senator and the governor trying to take federal land, state land, and turn it into housing, and at the same time take this nice parcel of land and turn it into industrial is just a huge conflict for me. And I think it's just kind of willfully ignorant about the reality of the situation.
Okay. All right, I'm going to cut you off right there. One of the things I want to remind my council members, sometimes we have to do this, I don't appreciate the pot shots, period. If I hear one more, we will be going into recess, and if I hear another, we'll continue to go into recess, and then I will make sure that we are going to step out and we can reschedule this meeting. So everyone can decide how long they want to sit here tonight, or they can get moving with regular business. So I'm going to make that very clear. All right, but we do have a motion on the table. And I just want to point out, I did give everyone ample time on this item. So I have a motion, I have a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Nay.
Okay, motion fails. I'm going to send it back to you, Councilwoman Ebert. Would you like to try another motion?
Would it be possible to have a continuance to try and work out some of these areas that are of concern to the community and to me personally regarding water resources? I mean, this is a legitimate concern to deviate from a requirement to hooking up with Tumwa water. That's something that is literally in the report from Great Basin from 2024 saying that Stonegate specifically, it's item 3.3.1.1, they say Stonegate by name will be serviced by Tumwa. So it is a very legitimate concern that this project, this deviation from this specific condition it can't be supported. So
Okay.
I'd rather have a continuance and try and work out some of these areas that are legitimate concerns. And I'm really concerned about this habit of treating the master plan as a suggestion. Our master plan was adopted in 2017, right? The PUD was 2018, so after that, there are things in there that are supposed to be our guidelines, and we're acting like it just doesn't matter, and it does. So I would rather have a continuance and have the applicant work with us to try and accommodate some of these.
Okay, thank you so much. And I understand where you're coming from, because I want to be very supportive of this project, so I appreciate you actually being open. I do appreciate that. Councilwoman, did you ever?
I was going to second if that was a motion.
Okay.
If that was your motion.
So is that
Let's
your
make a
motion?
motion
But
to
before we
continue.
can do that, we actually have to look at the party and ask them, I believe, for legal reasons, we have to make sure if that's something that you're amenable to.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Andy Durling, for the record, representing the applicant, and no, we would not be in favor of a continuance. We feel like our testimony has provided ample evidence that this can be approved and the findings can be made.
Okay. All right. So I have a motion. I have a second. Well, I guess we can't even make a motion on that because you did not confirm or you did not approve. So that motion is dead, correct? Shipman, give me some legal.
You can make the motion, but again, to the extent that the applicant hasn't concurred with it, there is, potential exposure for that, so, yeah.
Sorry, Jonathan, what did you say?
It wouldn't be recommended. I mean, you can take the motion, but, it's not.
A good idea.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'm going to send it to Vice Mayor. Would you like to make a motion?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'll try and make a motion. Can you bring up let's see here. In the matter of case LDC 24-00051, based upon compliance with applicable findings, I move to overturn the recommendation of the Planning Commission and approve the master plan and zoning map amendment. And I can make all of the findings for the master plan. I believe it is in substantial conformance with the master plan priorities and policies. I believe that the land use, I can make the finding that the land use is reasonably incompatible with nearby land uses, and facilities are in accordance with the master plan concurrent management system with public services and facilities. Do you want two different motions for the master plan and the zoning amendment?
Yes, please.
Okay, so that's the first one for the master plan amendment.
Okay. And you want them separate, Jonathan?
Time out.
Yeah.
Please.
Is that for D4?
4.
You want separate?
Separately.
Yeah, so the way I understand it right now, you've made the motion for D4, so yeah,
Correct.
if you could vote on that, that'd be great.
Yes.
Okay. So I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay. So I have a second discussion.
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I can't support this motion on the compliance with the findings. I've listed the ones on the zoning map amendment, but the ones on the master plan, for me, was, I didn't find it compatible, that the activities and development allowed by the proposed land use will be reasonably compatible with nearby land uses. And the second one was that plans are in place to provide public services and facilities in accordance with the master plan concurrency management system. The road is crap. We are talking about giant big trucks again on the road. So I don't know how I'm supposed to make the finding about the facilities and the public services. So I just wanted to add that to my inability to make the findings. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah. If the surrounding area does not have adequate water, are we subject to any kind of lawsuit for approving something like this, knowing that there's not enough water in the basin?
The matter in front of you doesn't have anything to do with water in the sense of making a guarantee or representation that water's available. As we had testimony in the record, that's up to the developer to ensure that the project has water with a will serve letter at some point in the future, so.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries. And now I'm going to send it back to you, Vice Mayor, for a second motion.
Okay, in the matter of item D5, Master Plan Amendment, in the matter of case LDC 24-00051, I move to adopt the resolution subject to conformance review by the Regional Planning Commission.
All right, so I have a motion from Vice Mayor. Do I have a second? I have a second. Any discussion? Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to point out that if this passes the way that it was just written and the next one passes, I just want to go on the record as saying I'm deeply disappointed. I feel like we have a tremendous opportunity working with the applicant to address the issues that have come up. They know what the issues are. They worked with us. And they have a tremendous opportunity to be a fantastic player here and not just bring in industry without mitigating the impacts, without providing sufficient housing, having a shortage, having 3 times more jobs than we're providing housing. I mean, people have made a comment that there's a reduction in this and a reduction in that. But point of fact is that the right guardrails are not around those reductions, and there's no assurances that we're going to see that. If a data center or 2 come in a minute, the water use will not just be equal to the previous housing, it'll be 10 times as much. So I think it's incredibly important to take an opportunity to lead, to be careful for the North Valleys, to have an opportunity to do the best development. The applicants own the land, they know what the issues are, and they have an opportunity to really do the right thing. And here it's about, commercial's easy, right? We just build stuff, but we don't worry about the people so much. So that's my concern. So thank you.
All right, thank you so much. All right, any other comments? No? Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Opposed.
Motion passes 4-3. Okay, give me the final motion.
Okay,
Wait, I'm sorry, who was the third nay?
Me.
Oh.
And that would be D6.
D6 zoning map amendment, in the matter of case LDC 24-00051, I move to refer the ordinance for a second reading and adoption.
Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I have a second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second. Any, Councilwoman, you have your light on?
Oh, I apologize. I've said my piece.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed?
Opposed.
Motion carries 4-3.
I didn't, yeah, okay.
Okay, Madam Clerk, anything else? And I'm just also going to tell you where I'm at. We've done a lot of work here. I totally respect what you guys are trying to do. We look forward to working with you because I think there's a lot of potential here, to Councilwoman Duerr's point. And I know that it's been challenging. I will tell you, this is where I get incredibly frustrated, and I wish everyone would understand and hear what's going on here when we talk about ward-only voting. So when you don't like how it turns out, you can thank that, to be quite honest with you. And I'm probably going to say this continuously until I leave office, so that people understand how detrimental it has been to our city to truly plan some of the best community that we possibly can. The good news is you have a very good expert over here who does care. I think you brought up some good points, Andy, today about going above and beyond the path into other waterways and those things. And so I appreciate that, but not everyone is nearly as thoughtful and respectful as you are. And that's unfortunate. So thank you so much. Okay, Madam Clerk, sending it back to you.
We're gonna go, let's open the RDA.
Okay, we are going to open the RDA. That would be
And then we're gonna
our
do
D1.
D1 and Reno City Council for RDA. We're gonna do budget for both of them.
Where's that? Why is that under RDA?
Because we have RDA budget and we have city
Oh,
budget.
different, okay, I see. Reno City Council, here you go. Okay.
Do you want me to do it?
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to send it to City Manager Jackie
Thank
Bryant.
you. We're going to do item D1 in the City Council, and we're going to do item B1 for the RDA. So if we can go ahead and open the RDA.
We're going to open the Redevelopment Agency Board meeting for May 21st. I will go ahead and start with, we've already done the Pledge of Allegiance, so I'll do roll call.
Do you want, we could do the Pledge of Allegiance if you'd like.
We could.
It looks
Brian
like,
would love to
looks
do
like
it.
Brandy would lead us in the pledge. She's on what? I knew she wasn't paying attention, so I'm all, Brandy, would you like to lead us in the pledge? No.
So we're calling roll for the Redevelopment Agency Board. Vice Mayor Taylor.
Please.
Dewar. Absent at this time. Martinez. Ebert.
Here.
Reese.
Here.
Anderson. Sheeby.
Here.
You do have a quorum of the Redevelopment Agency Board. Item A3 is public comment. We do not have any registered and have not received any correspondence. We're on item A4 of the Redevelopment Agency Board, which is approval of the agenda.
Make it approval of the agenda.
Motion to approve?
I have a
Second.
motion, I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay. Madam Clerk.
All right, so we're opening item B1 on the Redevelopment Agency Board and item D1 on the Reno City Council meeting.
Okay, good. We're going to open both of them. I think I need to make a disclosure before we jump into both of those, or at least I think this is the time I could put it on the record, correct, John?
Yes.
Is that okay with you?
Yeah, there's probably multiple disclosures regarding the city and the adoption of the fee schedule, so yes.
Okay, thanks so much. Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay, here we go. Okay. Madam Clerk, I'm going to give you my disclosure. Fellow city council members and Madam Clerk, item C1 involves adoption of fee schedule for the city of Reno for FY26, including business license fees. In my private life, I own a resale business. The nature of my business requires that I obtain a retail business license in the city of Reno. The proposed fee increases are minimal, not significant, and will not financially impact my businesses in any material way. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office. While I have a significant pecuniary interest in my businesses, the resulting benefit of or detriment accruing to me from this item will not be greater than the accruing to any other member of any general business, profession, or occupation within the city. The fact that I'm a business owner will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision upon the particular agenda item. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure for the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to the agenda item. Thank you. Okay, any other?
Madam Mayor, I have a disclosure.
Okay, I'm gonna do you last. Sorry, we're laughing over here. That sounded really weird. I'm gonna come to you last.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I'm gonna go to Councilwoman Taylor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, fellow council members, and Madam Clerk, item D1 involves adoption of the fee schedule for the city of Reno for FY26, including business license fees. In my private life, I own Tailor Made Solutions. The proposed fee increases are minimal, not significant, and will not financially impact my business in any material way. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office. While I have a significant pecuniary interest in my business, the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to me will not be greater than that accruing to any other member of any general business, profession, or occupation within the city. The fact that I am a business owner will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision upon this particular agenda item. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, Councilwoman Anderson, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, and Madam Clerk, item D1 involves adoption of the fee schedule for the city of Reno for FY26, including business license fees. In my private life, I own Push Consulting. The proposed fees increases are minimal, not significant, and will not financially impact my business in any material way. On this matter, I have sought guidance from the city attorney's office. While I have a significant pecuniary interest in my business, the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to me will not be greater than that accruing to any other member of any general business, profession, or occupation within the city. The fact that I'm a business owner will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision upon this agenda item. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and fellow city council members. Madam Clerk, item D1 involves discussion and potential direction to staff regarding the fiscal year 2025-2026 tentative budget and fee schedule, including business license fees. In my private life, I am a partner at the law firm of Reese Ring Velto. The proposed fee increases are minimal, not significant, and will not financially impact me or Reese Ring Velto in a material way. On this matter, I've sought guidance from the city attorney's office with regard to the business license fees. I have significant pecuniary interest in my employment with Reese Velto, but the resulting benefit or detriment occurring to me and my employer will not be greater than that occurring to any other member or any general business, profession, or occupation within the city. The fact that I'm a partner in Reese Velto will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision upon this agenda item. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm going to send it to, go ahead, Councilwoman Brewer.
Madam Mayor and fellow city council members, Madam Clerk, item D1, and we are on D1, right?
Yeah.
The budget involves adoption of the fee schedule for the city of Reno for FY 2026, and including business license fees. And in my private life, I own 2 businesses that are licensed in the city of Reno, Desert Pacific Exploration and Mink West LTD. The proposed fee increases on both businesses are minimal, not significant, and will not financially impact my business in any material way. On this matter, I've sought guidance from the city attorney's office, and while I have a significant pecuniary interest in my businesses, the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to me will not be greater than that accruing to any other member of any general business, profession, or occupation within the city. The fact that I'm a business owner will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision upon this particular agenda item. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting and subsequent meetings pertaining to this agenda item. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. Jonathan, is there anyone else? Did we forget anyone? No? Okay. And the only reason I was asking is I see Councilwoman Ebert's light is on. Councilwoman Dewar, will you turn that off?
Yeah.
I didn't know if she had a disclosure. Okay, that being said, any public comment, Madam Clerk? None, I assume, Madam Clerk? All right.
No public comment and no correspondence was received.
All right, thank you. Ms. Van Buren, take it away. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor and council members. Vicki Van Buren, Director of Finance, for the record. This is the public hearing. I don't know if, there we go.
Oh, I will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk,
Perfect.
has proper notice been given? Any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given and no correspondence was received.
Okay, thank you. Go right
Thank
ahead.
you. This is a public hearing for the budget for fiscal year 26 and the fee schedule. I have 15 slides for you today because you've seen most of this material through the workshops and throughout the financial briefings that we do. So I just want to hit some highlights for you, and then I have 4 slides at the back of it included within that 15 to just briefly go through the debt, which I think I've provided some information that has broken it out in a way that makes it more manageable to really look at the debt as we look at what that is for the future years. So this aligns with the strategic plan, the budget does, by directing the funding to the priorities. When you look at the total budget for fiscal year 26, it's $1 billion between all the funds. This does include RDA on the slide, as we've done in previous years. The general fund is the largest fund at around $350 million. These do include the ending fund balances that we have in these, so this is everything included on these slides, so it may not relate somewhat to some of the later slides that just talk about the revenues themselves, because this slide does include the ending cash balances or fund balances. Special revenue funds are the funds that are dedicated for a specific purpose, like streets or room tax. We have capital projects, debt service. Enterprise funds are your building and your sewer enterprises, and then the internal service funds are the fleet, workers' comp, risk, and health insurance. This is the summary by the type of the funds, and all of these funds are really feeling the impact of rising costs, the inflation, supplies going up, contracts, labor costs, increases in retirement, and then construction costs as well. All of these things we're seeing inflationary impacts on. The problem is the revenues aren't growing at the same pace as the expenditures just to do the same thing that we're currently doing. And so even though all of these are impacted by this, the biggest impact is being seen by the general fund at this time. It is the most challenged right now, and it was the most challenged to get to a balanced budget for this adoption. For that reason, no new positions are being recommended for any of these funds in the city because they all all experiencing some challenges with inflation, especially the general fund. In the general fund, we are actually recommending not budgeting or actually freezing 20 positions as well. So not only not recommending, freezing 20 positions as we move forward. The RDA space, Redevelopment Agency, is an area that's seeing significant growth, and so 2 positions are proposed here to manage the projects as we move forward with those. In the general fund, the chart here, I just want to reiterate, we're seeing that flat or minimal growth in some cases in the revenues on this chart. So from consolidated taxes over to your right, all of those areas are really seeing very minimal growth or flat growth. Property tax is the only one that's really seeing growth year over year with that stepping. And even that is slowing down for next year to 6% from what we've seen in previous years. So I just wanted to kind of highlight that again, because that will remain a challenge as we move forward. So for the 26 general fund revenues, we have $321 million in revenues coming in. This chart does not include beginning or ending fund balances, so that's the difference from the original one that I mentioned. This chart does show that there are 2 ways that we have been able to balance this budget for next year. Those 2 ways are using one-time revenues, which you see on this slide, and then the next slide will show you additional cuts to expenditures to bring it into balance. So the one-time revenues include $9.5 million to bridge that gap or a part of that gap. It includes property sales that have already occurred this year, special assessment district excess funds that council already approved to be saved for this, capital projects that are not moving forward, so they're not going to be funded, and they were initially on the books, and then fund balance for the difference on that. On the expenditure side, you'll see the balance at the $321 million, but this is the second piece of the puzzle, and you have to reduce the expenses to get to that point. And so $16 million of reductions have been identified in this budget, and they include 5% in service and supply budgets for all the departments in the general fund, eliminating contingency and annual capital funding, reducing the fleet replacement and workers' comp funding, and then again freezing 20 positions. So those positions are currently vacant. They just will not be budgeted for next year or funded. This would leave the ending fund balance in the general fund at $38.5 million anticipated, and that's 12.6% is where we're at. It's a difference between the current year that we're in. It was adopted at 15%, which we've done for the last couple of years. When you look at the general fund by function, this is the question about what does the budget reflect as far as what are council's priorities, and does it show the priorities? These are the proposed areas where all the funding goes, and council has reiterated and reaffirmed at the various workshops that we've had this year and the financial updates that public safety is a top priority, and along with that, the wellness of the community is a top priority as part of that. And so I really listed here what that really includes. You're not just looking at police, fire, and dispatch. You're looking at wellness that includes infrastructure, parks, recreation, judicial, and community support. And then on the actual graph itself, you see general government, and that includes information technology, human resources, civil service, finance, all of the support departments that allow all of this other stuff to go on. So they don't exist all on their own. We have the support infrastructure that makes all this go. So I think this chart is really good at showing that this is the priority of this council. Last workshop that we had on May 5th, we showed some department presentations that gave you a lot of the detail of what's included in the capital projects. There's $239 million in capital projects. The largest piece of that is in the sewer fund, and the largest project in there is the Advanced Purified Water Facility. You do have an item coming up later today for the ordinance for the first reading of the bond for that project, and that would be for next year's budget. The street fund includes the neighborhood streets, and then the remaining ones are the general capital projects. That includes $2 surcharge, ad valorem capital tax, the roll forwards of the maintenance money that we were using. You have RDA, and then regional construction tax. That's the park districts that were discussed at the last workshop. On the fee schedule, the changes from the last workshop, the appeals fee has been changed from $500 to $200, and that was a part of the motion on May 5th, and so that is incorporated in this. And then the other items here, utility services. On the administrative fees, there's no change from the fiscal year 25 adopted on those administrative fees because CPI, we had it originally on there increasing by 2.5%, but actually that is governed by Reno Municipal Code, so that was just an error correction. We can't do that, so we corrected that for this round. And then on development services, there was a duplicate recordation fee that we removed because it actually resides in code enforcement. It shouldn't have been in both spots, so we cleaned that up. Other administrative changes that we made to it were just kind of clerical typos, wording, updated some of the notes to be a little clearer, made sure the referencing of the years is correct. It's a very large document, so we've had eyes on it a lot, trying to make sure we capture any of those items. This part is new. We didn't do this during the workshops, and I did mention at the last one, Councilmember Taylor has requested this in previous years, and over the years, we've had some requests to look at this debt a little differently and try to get a real grasp on where the city's debt is and how it's handled over the years. And so this is a chart that you've seen in the past. We kind of changed the colors on it, but I like this chart in the way that it shows you that there are 5 main debt types. So we have retrack in the dark blue area, shows the history of that. Redevelopment, that's that little gold area. Other debt is in that grayish area, and that's mostly going to be the event center, the National Bowling Stadium, and the ballroom in that space. And then the lighter blue area toward the top, that's going to be the sewer debt that we have. And then the orange area on the top of that is general obligation debt. And at this time, it's mostly the Moana Pool and Public Safety Center bond that's outstanding, and the fire apparatus bond that's outstanding. But this gives you an idea by types of debt and how they've kind of trended down. They were at a high in 2009 of $625 million. And at the end of this current year, so June of this current year, they'll be at $472 million outstanding for principal. I did a breakdown by, based on the conversations that I've had on how can we look at this and understand debt a little better. And so I broke it down by project type. And I think this really helps understand really where all the debt has been issued and what it's for. And so you'll see the projects on the left-hand side, you'll see the outstanding principal kind of toward the middle, and then the funding sources, because this does come up quite often. How do we pay for all this debt? Why do we have all this debt? What is it paying for? How are we paying for it? And so I've broken it down on here for you, and I'm going to kind of walk through each one. I spent a little bit of time on this. The dark green highlight you'll see on here, that's paid for from the general fund. The light green highlights on here potentially have general fund as a secondary, but they have other funding sources as well. And then the other things on here are all paid for other funding sources that are dedicated just to this debt. So when you look in that funding sources column, you'll see a lot of different sources applied to these. Retrack, for example, has, I believe, 5 issuances of debt structures that roll up to this, but we rolled it up onto here just for purposes of being able to comprehend what the debt's for and how much it is. So you'll see Retrack is about $219 million of the 272 that is outstanding as of the end of this year. So it's almost half of the debt that we have outstanding is for retrack. And that is supported by a countywide half-cent sales tax that was done just to support this debt, room tax, and special assessments. We have the event center, the National Bowling Stadium, and the ballroom. That one's the other big one on here, and it's $106 million outstanding. It's supported by a 1% room tax, special assessments, and then C-tax is secondary. So in the event that those revenue sources are not enough to pay these bonds, C-tax would come in as secondary. And this did occur during the pandemic because we didn't get any room tax during that time when casinos and hotels were shut down. The next one is the pool and public safety center and fire. That was the $60 million bond that was taken out for that one. We do use a portion of the police impact fees to pay a portion of that debt because of the size of the facility was expanded due to the increased need and growth in the area, so it supports using a police impact fee to use to pay a portion of that debt. So we do that first, and then we apply the remaining balance to the general fund. We have sewer debt on here, and that is paid for by sewer fees, and that does the infrastructure at the sewer. Cabela's is a star bond, and so it's paid for by incremental sales tax generated by Cabela's. That one ends in 2027 and will be off the city books at that point. We'll be done with that one. The city is not obligated to pay that one. If there are not funds coming into it, it just ends at that point. Police equipment, this was the Axon agreement that came forward a couple of years ago. It's the body cameras, dash cams, and tasers that contract was done. It was a 10-year medium-term obligation, and it ends in 2031. We are paying that currently for the fiscal year 26 would come all from ad valorem capital funds. It qualifies for that. Those funds are have specific uses that you can use them for, and so we use that to pay this. If there are not enough funds to pay this, then we use general fund as the backup to pay that. But for next year, ad valorem capital funds are covering this whole thing.
Mm-hmm. Isn't that required by law too? The cameras?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was a mandate that
Yeah,
came out.
it was a mandate, just that, so everyone knows. Okay.
I believe it was. Pretty sure. Clean energy, these were bonds that were done to do some special projects that were clean energy projects at various facilities. That one pays off very soon in 2027 as well. We do get sometimes some energy rebates, and we apply those first to pay this bond, and then anything in excess the general fund pays for. Fire apparatus, it's the only one on here that's a solid green. That one does come directly from the general fund. Special assessment districts come from special assessments. We have the Lear Theater. That was a 7-year medium-term obligation. It comes from room tax, and it does end in 27. And then we have redevelopment on here. Those large bonds end in 2027, and then there will just be a very small one, about $400,000, that will continue on from that point out to 2035. So you'll see on that final payment column, a lot of these are coming up very soon to kind of roll off as well. So there's not, although there's some green on here, most of this is paid for by dedicated sources. So this is, I did this slide just to kind of show you where the principal and interest is coming from for next year, fiscal year. It's the same information I just discussed, but gives you kind of a visual of where the general fund is having to contribute to any of this debt. So you'll see the pool and the public safety center and the fire design, that bond is $3.6 million is the payment, and a portion of it, that little blue area, is being paid for by the police impact fees. So as we can put those toward it, we do, and then the rest goes from general fund. Police equipment, that one is listed on here, and it's a light green because it potentially could be general fund or other mixed. And so that one is being paid for next year out of ad valorem capital tax completely. So it is actually not a green bar. And then clean energy is completely paid for out of the general fund next year because we have not received the energy rebates to apply to this. And then fire apparatus, again, from the general fund. So really you can see the big areas of debt that we have our debt that's being paid from dedicated sources that was dedicated just for these debts. And this is my last slide that I have here for you today on this. This shows the debt history. Often I hear conversations about, have we paid down debt? Have we been responsible with debt? And so I think this is a really good, even though, again, it's the same information, but when you show it on different slides in different ways, it really stands out in a different way. And for me on this slide, it really stands out that in 2009, the debt was $625 million. You can see it was paid down, continues to go down all the way to 2017. At that point, the retrack bonds were restructured, so that's why you see that little bump in 2018. Again, paying down to 2021. The bump up is the Public Safety Center and the pool going out. So really, that you're seeing from the point, the high point, and the pay down of the debt, now you're seeing a healthy cycle of pay down and then take out new debt for large projects. That's your normal healthy cycle out there going on. And I think it really demonstrates to the community that you as council are really made this a priority to pay down debt over all these years. I do have out there on fiscal year 26, just so that you can see it, the balance at the end of June is that let me get it in front of me, $472 million. Before you today, again, like I mentioned, is that ordinance coming forward. If that's approved today and move forward with that, that will be for the Advanced Purified Water Facility, that blue piece. That's $70 million to fund that. It would come from the sewer fund, the sewer user fees to pay that, but that would be in next year. And really, it wouldn't come all online like that because it's a drawdown from the state. So most likely, it would occur over a 3-year period as that project is built. But for purposes of looking at the debt, I wanted you to have it on the slide to see it. So my last slide here, I just want to mention that we did present the budget to the Financial Advisory Board last Thursday on May 15th. The board approved a motion recommending the fiscal year 26 proposed budget to move forward to you as council for consideration. So with that, I'm glad to answer questions.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, any council members to the right?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I really appreciate, Vicki, thank you for the presentation. I don't think anything's changed drastically since the last time you came here. So my comment really is on the debt. At the last meeting, I had made some comments, and after looking at it and researching it, talking with you, I think this is an accurate picture of what has been happening over the last, 20 years. And things have been moving forward very responsibly. And I think it's important to show the picture and the discipline and the different funds and where it's coming from. So thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
All right, Councilman Dewar.
Yeah, I want to thank Councilmember Taylor because, could you go back to that last slide? I think,
This one?
No, this one here. I have referenced this material many times to show how very thoughtful and responsible the city council has been over the years prior to me joining and since I joined and the mayor joined. You can see a steady downward from what was the top here, 950 million?
625 million.
I can't quite read it, 625, down to closer to 450 million. And then maintenance of a level of about 500, which seemed like an appropriate level. To your point, we get down, then we can go into debt to do what we need to do, and then we go down and we can go back into debt. But we're not getting back into these levels that were in the 2009 phases. And we're not going into crazy instruments where it's these floating market rates and interest-only loans and, all kind of things that are questionable from a city finance perspective. So I really appreciate you asking for this, Councilmember Taylor, to see it. And then what I'm reassured by is this blue, that even if we go into debt for the advanced purified water, we're still staying within that 500 million approximately, which has been deemed responsible. And then the previous slide, if you wouldn't mind going back, I think this one's really interesting too, because what you're showing here is these green, those are the general fund, but the blue, correct, are revenue bonds. Tell me again.
Yes, most of those are. Most of them are for sales tax or room tax or
Right.
other, they're all other funding sources in the blue. And even some of these green, the lighter green areas have partial payments from other sources as
Okay.
well.
So it shows that we really have been careful to not put our general fund at risk. Where we have gone in on our general fund, it's been smaller dollars. And I just think it shows, again, a very responsible pattern with our debt. And I think if you could go back one more, I think, yeah, this one, I think this you showed a different way where you colored green. What are the debts that we're involved in? And when is their final payment? And I think you'll see some of them are relatively soon. I see a 2027, another 2027, a 2029, and so on. That means those are done. And those are great. I mean, and some are longer. We've got some 2040s and 50s in there. But I really think it speaks to the fact that, we're being very responsible for debt. And I really appreciate the research that you did to be able to present this material. And I appreciate the information you provided on the budget. I know it's a repeat from last time. I don't think I saw the small changes you're making, but those are more corrections, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And then, did you show a final number on the budget? Like, what's our ending fund balance once all is said and done? I didn't capture that myself.
For the general fund, it's $38.5 million.
Okay.
And that's 12.6%.
Which is not too bad. We shoot for, I think, 14%.
15 is where I
15.
like to stay, and that's
Okay.
the last couple of years we've been at 15, but we did use a portion of the fund balance to balance this budget.
Right, and then it's a decent amount of money, 38 million, so, is that correct? How much is,
It equates to about a month and a half
Yeah.
of operating expenses.
Right, so it's
2
not
months-
lovely.
No, 2 months is where I feel comfortable, and that's 15%.
Yeah.
But certainly, we can work with this.
12 and a half is what we're at. And
Yes.
given the year we're shooting for, we're about to be in, seems reasonable, so thank you.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, it's just technical difficulties on my end. I want to say thank you to you, Ms. Van Buren. The debt picture is, I think, always the piece that is both the most alarming and also the most elucidating. I understand that we are working on a budget, but it helps us to understand the choices we make from year to year relative to the kinds of investments that we're making. And so I appreciate the fiscal stewardship that has occurred in the past to pay down debt, obviously because we're in a different kind of cycle relative to our growth pattern. And I have been watching all the financial updates that your team has been providing almost on a daily basis at this point. I am grateful to know that, sometimes we have to, pay down debt dramatically. Other times we're spending, right? We've made some key investments in our community with the Public Safety Center and the pool. I think we're going to be in an interesting position for the next several years where we're really going to just have to focus on belt tightening across the board, really trying desperately to figure out how to deal with a very flat growth pattern. And so I thank you for your work in this area. I don't have a lot of issues or questions because it is relatively the same, but I'll be looking forward to your next financial update.
Okay. All right, Councilwoman Anderson, nothing? Your light is on. Oh, okay. All right, so I would like to make a motion, but there are a couple things that I'm sort of looking at and point of discussion, but concern. One of the things that has gotten us into trouble is not right-siding up some of the fees. I think we have, and I was surprised to see the fee, I think they should, the appeal fees, I think they should be in line with the other jurisdictions. I think the county has a separate fee than what we're, a higher fee. It's part of the problem is that we keep subsidizing. And what I would propose for council members that want to push back on this, I would propose that you should offer to pay for those out of your contingency funds because working in your ward is really, really critical now more than ever with ward-only voting. I'm going to sound like a broken record. You're going to be so sick of me. Can't wait for me to leave. But I really would like to see, so I would like to approve the budget, but the other thing I want to look at next year, and I want to make this also clear, a lot of our contingency funds do go to nonprofits. We also pay we fund some other nonprofits out of the general fund as well. Part of the problem is that we end up picking winners and losers. And you have nonprofits that come to us that say, you know, why wasn't I selected? And it gets really difficult and challenging because they're all super, super worthy. And I think that might have been great back in the day when we had the financial ability to do it. It's fantastic. But I think it's also one of those things where council members get to pick and choose from your contingency funds. So I'd ask that we don't drop contingency funds because I think we're going to be doing more with them than less. But I think moving forward, not in this budget, I'm just saying as we move forward into next year's budget, when we start this process over again, because it wasn't a conversation that we had, but I think it's something that we should have, those types of conversations. I think there's other ways to move the needle. We could get really, 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 really tight on some of this budget. So the only thing I would like to change, and by the way, Vicki, you did a fantastic job because the conspiracy theorists out there will say, oh my God, they're, you know, $25 million in debt. What would you like to say about that?
Thank you for that, Madam Mayor. I think these slides speak for themselves. You know, we've really, you know, followed your direction as far as paying down debt, and so I think that these slides speak for themselves.
And I do want to go back because the only time really the city had any real money to do something that was outside the box, quite honestly, was during the CARES Act and the ARPA dollars. And if you look at the pattern, it saves, and I'm just throwing the number out there, but I would say we saved around $10 million a year for the last 10 years. Correct, Councilwoman?
I didn't follow the.
I'm just 10 million. For like the last 10 years. I could do the math, but I'm just saying.
On the debt?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
So I think this council has been very responsible. So when you go out there and you spew conspiracy theories or how dare this council, because there were a lot of things I would have loved to have done as mayor, and this council would have too, and previous councils would have loved to. We never had the money. And we really said, no, we're going to make it a priority. So I just want to say thank you so much, Vicki, because you have one of the hardest jobs in this city. And we really appreciate you. And then I would just say to the naysayers that say, oh, we shouldn't fund our people are your biggest asset. They are what makes your city thrive and shine to every aspect of what we do. And I believe you should invest in them, and they're worth it. And it sends a message to them that we value what you do every single day. Listen, I know they probably take a lot of heat from constituents on the second floor, because when I walk through there, I see you guys there, and I take heat. So, and I'm just walking through, so I know if you're staying there all day long that you take a lot of heat. But I want to say most of you, well, not most, but all of you that I interact with have done a phenomenal job, and so I'm really proud of our team as well. So, Vicki, thank you. I want to make a motion to approve the budget, but I want those fees to mirror Washoe County. The ones.
The appeal fee?
Yeah, yes. So that's my motion.
I have a question.
Yes.
What is the fee that Washoe County charges for an appeal?
I believe, where, Chris, can you tell me?
Chris Pingree, Director of Development Services, for the record. I do want to clarify, this is for the land use appeal. There is a separation between the land use and the administrative appeal. We were talking specifically for the land use appeal itself.
Yes.
You caught me 100% off guard.
Sorry. And then also maybe Sparks, too, if you have it.
Please hold on, I'm so sorry.
We could come back.
Will you come back to
To-
that? I'll
and
just
we
pull
can-
it up real
well,
quick. Yeah, I was not
Start with
prepared for
Mr.
that one.
McCardle.
Yeah,
Yeah, we'd start with Mr. McCardle.
I had talked
ahead.
with Manager Bryant about this because this has kind of been like a sore spot for myself, and I know Councilmember Dewar as well, with raising these fees. And I know in my ward in particularly, we have a lot of people that are maybe on the lower income side. So I had asked if maybe we could do like some type of fee waiver, or, you know, if we can contribute.
Totally, love that.
But I had asked if there would be any kind of issue with a council member paying for an appeal if it would appear to be, make the council member impartial, so they wouldn't be able to vote on any kind of appeal hearing. So I'm wondering if we would have to like create an account and contribute to this account.
Everyone could create an account or put
Would
money
we need
towards
to
it.
create a separate one, or could we just create a joint account and you can contribute to it? And people like in any ward could apply to use that fund, or would you prefer that each ward has their own? Because I feel like that's kind of like
Maybe
a lot
Carl,
more paperwork.
what would you suggest so that legally it's a separate fund? What do you think?
I mean, we could have a separate conversation about, I mean, there's different things that are going on there in terms of, is the council appealing, the council member appealing?
Right.
Is it just a fund that is being used that if somebody applies for it and they meet certain characteristics, they can have money that goes towards the payment of the appeal? So I think there needs to be,
Yeah, logistically, like what the logistics are back then to have the conversation?
there would have to be a conversation on the council level to
Okay.
determine what you would want that to look like, and
Okay,
then we'd
Jackie,
bring it
will you
back.
bring that back,
So,
please?
in the meantime, this gets approved until we have that discussion, this new fee counts. Like if somebody reached out, I would not be able to give them council discretionary funds, because in my understanding, it would be viewed as like I'm biased, I'm supporting an appeal against a development.
You know, we'd have to look at the code, but I think right now, currently, the code's written that a council member can appeal. Yes. So, yes. So, I mean, you personally could appeal.
Would I be able to then like?
No, you wouldn't be able to vote on it,
Yeah.
but you would be able to have the matter, and you'd be able to present your
Well,
case.
I don't
to the-
necessarily want to personally appeal. I just want people in my community that, let's say, you know, are living on food stamps and other kinds of financial assistance, that maybe now are going to have a large warehouse go in across from them that doesn't need to go to city council, be able to file a appeal if they don't, you know, if they want some changes made. Okay.
And I'm all for like fee waivers, those types of things.
Yeah, and I just don't know if that needs to be a part of this, you know, if it's in this section that we talk about it, because I just want to make sure it doesn't fall through the cracks. It's a
One of
big
the
deal.
reasons why I want to look at this, because when we're talking about the budget, and we've talked about this one for a long time, Councilmember Dewar knows that, right? And I like citizens to have access as well. But the amount of staff time that goes into when we do appeals is astronomical, for one. And I think that, I think there is a way to do this to where you can pay for their fee, for sure, which is, you know, I think that that's also an amenable way to doing it. But I think we got to right side all of our fees, all of them to match. Matter of fact, this one gets me. And I know that I'm going to get like a million emails whenever I say this. So, but do you know how affordable it is to get a liquor license in the city of Reno compared to California? Why don't you?
I don't have that fee schedule in front of me either, but I'll go back to the Washoe County, just to put on the record, $1,200 land use appeal.
Yeah. Thank you.
So you want the land use appeal fee to be $1,200?
Well, I want it to match with the other jurisdictions.
Okay.
So I'm just saying that all of the city of Reno fees should be in line with what everything is regionally. That's where I think we should be. And then that, because, you know, I always hear, oh, well, the county, they do it this way. At the city of Reno, they do it this way. Like, it's just, we're so all over the place. And I also think to right side the budget, the city of Reno has subsidized a lot of things that, quite frankly, we shouldn't have had to in a lot of ways. So that's what I'd like to see. I thought we were changing those to be reflective of that, and that's kind of where I'm at. I know it's hard, I know it's tough, but you have the ability to pay for it. So that would be
Yeah, but
great.
I just want to make sure that I also don't lose any impartiality. So I'm, not removed from voting on it. Like, that's another layer of complexity. And, or if we can have just a waiver, like this matters. This especially matters to my community. People having different access.
So
John?
you just to be clear, today you're voting on the actual fee. If a council member wants to, have a text amendment that will, to initiate a text amendment to initiate kind of a waiver component for the fee or some other alternate mechanism to decrease the cost on the appealing party, that's a separate item. You can do that. You just can't do that here today. Today, it's either whatever the $90 is or whatever the amount of money that the $1,200 or whatever you want.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, last meeting, the reason that the motion's like this is that I made the motion and I requested the fee to be doubled from $100 to $200.
I wasn't aware, I just saw it up there, I'm like, what's going on?
I'm just explaining, it was unanimous to my recollection. The reason that it's such an important point to me is that it really has a lot to do with access to justice and access to the council to make your point. Often, people that appeal things, other than the applicants, are people that are sitting along, having their home, having their life when something is proposed. And the potential impacts of that thing that are being proposed haven't been addressed by our staff or the final result, maybe the planning commission. And what I've seen is that this council then has often modified conditions or said, oh, we didn't realize that was a concern, it's a shadowing issue or whatever, and we make a change. That change would not have occurred unless they actually did appeal. What I had said is that we already doubled it from $50 to $100 last time. I said I was fine with doubling it again from $100 to $200, but I wasn't comfortable with increasing it by 500%. Your suggestion is to 1,200%, and I'm really not sure that either Washoe County or Sparks has it exactly right. And Manager Bryant used to manage, I think, a lot of attorneys and judges, and she said they debated this a lot, how to be reasonable with fees and yet not unduly restrict people's access to their government. And so if you really want to do this, my suggestion would be to incorporate the $200 fee. It's a 100% increase from 100 to 200. Work on this new system, whether it's a waiver, a council donation, whatever it might be, but work on it. And at least we have a fee in place that's twice as much as it is today. And then we have an opportunity, to either adjust it mid-year or adjust it in the next budget cycle to what seems appropriate. And that would be my recommendation. I would not want to put a lot of onerous requirements. Well, I'm still on my time. I wouldn't want to put a lot of onerous requirements on how do you prove you're really poor. I mean, even Councilmember Ebert testified she would have a hard time making that. And she makes a decent salary, but budgets are tight all around. So that would be my recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, point of clarification before you get a second.
Yes, go right ahead. I'm sorry, I'm always, where are you?
I know,
Go
I'm
ahead.
so very sorry.
You're
I'm
up
in
there, you're up
DC
there.
this.
Go ahead.
in Washington,
I'm
DC
sorry, I
with our-
didn't mean to
Councilmember
skirt by you. Go ahead.
Reese seconded my motion, so, yeah.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'm this week, for your benefit, I'm in Washington DC with RTC, and so we've just been working on a lot of transportation-related issues. So I'm sorry I'm not there in person today. You know I don't like to miss council. But Madam Mayor, I wanted to make sure that I understood. Your motion was that we both raise the fee, which I understand the logic that you proposed, and I certainly am supportive of it. But also that it would mean that we would not reduce our discretionary budgets this year. Is that correct? Because that's how we ultimately might pay for these
Correct.
fee waivers. Okay, yeah, so I'm happy to second that. And
Because sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
no, that's my second,
I
Madam
just want to
Mayor.
clarify too, I think council members should have the opportunity to pay for it. And so, and that way, it can get paid for. So if someone really, or if you don't want to pick and choose who can afford it, there is always that option there, and you shouldn't have to. And I think council members should also, there should be a fund that does that pays for it, so that people do have access. I see it the other way around. This is a conversation, though, the reason why I feel it's important is we've been having this conversation every single budget. And either we want to make those decisions or not that align with the other jurisdictions, or we don't, and that's fine. I'm fine either way. But I just feel like it would be much better if there are funds set aside so people actually can, you know. Anyway, I'm curious, Chris, what's Sparks?
Chris Pingree, Director of Development Services. Sparks has an odd formula to how they calculate that. They have a not-to-exceed price when you submit for a land use application, and that is, the hourly rate is tacked on to the end of the project if you have not exceeded their application fee. It's very tough to track. We don't quite have that system set up in place, but they're in our region, all over the map, from $250 to $1,200, just depending on the jurisdiction.
Yeah. No, thank you so much. And then this way again, you know, I know we spend a lot of staff time and hours and hours and hours sitting here. And the other good thing is when you have those really controversial ones, you have a lot of people here and a lot of people that feel the same way, that sort of come in together. So it is helpful. But I also think the council could pay for it. There's no reason they can't. Let's reshuffle the way that you use your contingency money and do that. That actually gives people more opportunity. So anyway, that's just my motion. So I had a motion.
Can I just clarify the motion? So is it land use appeal being changed to $1,200?
Yes.
Thank you.
And what is the council discretionary funds in? I'm sorry, there was just so much back and forth. I apologize.
They were,
Just whatever it was last year.
yes. They were deducted
Wait,
to.
no, we moved them down. This proposed budget for FY26 proposes reducing them to $20,000 each.
And they were
And
40.
that starts January 1.
Yeah.
No, July 1.
I'm sorry, July 1, that's what I meant.
Correct.
Okay, so, and the new fee starts
July 1.
July 1, too. Can we please agendize some type of account or fee waiver?
Everybody's got
prior
it
to
on
that?
the agenda, so we
Okay.
will, I've already sent that text. They're going to put it on agenda. So the motion, just to be, for the record, the motion is the budget approved as presented, which includes $20,000 per member for discretionary, with the change from 200 appeal for land use, from 200 to 1,200. Do I have that right? Thank you.
I have one more question. There was other fees too. Mayor Sheeby, you said you wanted all fees to match Washoe County?
I
Was
think
that,
we should really be in line with what everyone else is
That,
doing.
that was a discussion point. That was
okay, but
not
it's
part of
not
the
being
motion.
added in?
Correct.
Okay, but maybe next budget
Yeah.
cycle. Okay. Yeah, I
and
mean, it might
Madam
be helpful
Mayor,
to have like
that
a
was
side by
not-
side.
Sorry, Megan, I was listening up here. What did you say?
I just said, I think it would be great to have a side by side so we can see
Yeah.
regionally if Sparks, Washoe County and Reno. I know you have a ton going
Yeah.
on right now, but maybe next cycle to do that.
And it is really common practice, I'm just gonna say, like, when we look at city manager salaries or clerk salaries or whatever, we always want to be in line with what they're doing regionally, and we're really not. We're really, and so then we also look at, okay, well, how much, is this costing, right? So that does help when we're all on the same page, and it gives us a sort of a guidance of where we should be too. So it's not like we're just, hey, we want to do this, But anyway, okay. Did you say something, Councilman Reese?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I sought to clarify my second because I understand your motion to be different than the manager. The Madam Manager has proposed that it's a combination of two things, that it is the $1,200 fee on the appeal side, but also you and I discussed, and my motion was, the second for your motion was based on the idea that we would not reduce the discretionary funds of council members in the next fiscal year, in order that we would use that money to pay for it if we needed to. So that's all I'm saying. I thought you had made a two-step motion. and Madam Manager has described it differently.
I was leaving that to council discretion.
No, I just, for the record, the budget as presented includes a reduction of $25,000 per member, and the mayor has made a motion to change solely the land use appeal fee from $200 to $1,200. If that's not correct, and the motion includes adding back that proposed $25,000 per member, Vicky's going to have to figure out where to pull that money from.
Well, Madam Mayor, I'll leave it to your discretion as to what your motion was. I understood it differently, and I'm happy to second either motion.
No, I'm just, listen, that's my motion, and I'm sticking to it.
So just for clarification, Madam Mayor, the motion I have on the table is to adopt the resolution with a modification to the fee schedule to increase the land use appeal fee to $1,200.
And council can still, with our discretionary funds, we can all put a set aside to pay for people's appeals. If that should be, and we'll come up with a process so that we can waive those fees for them. Sound good? Okay.
Madam Mayor, could we just
Yes.
have a second? Councilmember Reese just affirm his second on
Yes,
that.
my second is a second.
Okay.
Discussion?
Go ahead.
Yeah. Madam Mayor, I explained last time that I really couldn't vote for the budget with this $500 fee. Doubling it, even, increasing it from $500 to $1,200 is really something that I can't swallow. I think that the county has far, far fewer land use approvals in the first place. They have told me, my gosh, the amount of land use that's in front of you as compared to us is very different. And I think this will affect a lot of people and will discourage participation in our government, and I'm not comfortable supporting it. I was willing to start with 200, which is, again, a doubling of the price. Work this year, it might take 2 months, it might take 6 months to work this out, but it's not worked out now. And from July 1 on, people are going to have to pay this. We're not going to have a way to waive it or pay for it without maybe being conflicted out. And I just want us to work out the details. Start with 200, work out the details, and maybe come up with a system that works
Well,
for
why don't we
everyone.
meet in the middle of 500? Okay?
Well, that's what I already
Yeah.
told you I was really struggling with, but I appreciate where you're going. But I mean, I had testimony from both my constituents, Megan's constituents, that this would make them not come in front of us. And I think there's been great value in them coming in front of us and sharing their
Yeah.
stories.
And I would agree with that, but I also think everyone can do a set aside to help
I
people
offered-
pay for it.
I offered last time to do that, but we don't have a system. And until we do, I feel like we're all just, it's very theoretical.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those
Aye.
opposed?
No.
Motion carries.
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
also an
That's
opposed,
okay.
even though I
No,
agree
no,
we
I
should
totally understand.
I just
But we
wanna have a
will bring back
process.
the process, and then
appreciate that.
we can make sure it's something that everyone can live with. But now, guess what? Every single resident has the ability, because council's going to do a set aside of funding, and that will be available to anyone that wants it. And I think that's the better way, and it's fair. And now, anyone can use it. So that's what my goal was. So, and then we'll come up with a good process.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Vicki. Okay, go ahead. Come on, Brian, I think it's your turn, right? And I am so sorry, I am going to the dentist. I had a really rough
I'm sorry for
few
you.
weeks, so I apologize, I'm gonna have to leave you, but you're in good hands with Councilwoman Taylor,
Excellent.
right? Okay, thanks so much.
Good afternoon, Vice Mayor, council members. Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager. I'm here to give the Redevelopment Agency fiscal year 26 budget. Let's see. So just to cover the existing fund balances, fortunately, our redevelopment agencies have been spinning out tax increment where we're now above the base and we do have funds to spend. We have 4 funding buckets. They're the redevelopment agency's general funds for both RDA 1 and RDA 2, and then also the debt funds for both of those areas. We are proposing a balanced budget this year, meaning the tax revenues that the redevelopment agency receives, we have budgeted out for agency operations and capital improvements within both Area 1 and Area 2. But as you notice here, there are some funds remaining in those existing funds. in RDA 1 general fund, it's about $5 million. We will clear that out this year and propose the proposed budget that's in front of you. The RDA 1 debt fund
Mr.
is
Ricardo,
being.
can I stop
Yes,
you for just a second?
Of course.
Mayor Sheevy, can you open the public hearing for the RDA as well, please?
Yes, I can, I'm sorry. At this time, we will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given, and we did receive one letter of concern. It has been distributed to the Reno City Council.
Okay, thank you so much. Any public comment?
No public comment registered.
Okay, thanks. Perfect. All right, go ahead. Okay, you can take that.
The RDA 1 debt fund, there is $5 million in there, but that is being reserved for our bond reserves that we need to hold for maybe a year's worth of agency operations, as well as some reserve for our parking gallery that is within the RDA 1 area. So we keep those reserves in that fund. The RDA 2 general fund is what really has expanded in the last few years. That fund will be in this next fiscal year up to $26 million. We're proposing about $10.5 million in operations and improvements. There are some encumbered funds, currently encumbered funds for the police station demolition, design, and hazardous materials removal. And we'll retain some of those funds in that fund for a future capital improvement plan. So any remaining funds in those budgets we'll have a plan for those in the future. And then the RDA 2 debt fund, as Vicki had mentioned, there is a Cabela's bond. It's about $50,000 a year. So that's why that debt fund is so small. There are 10.25 positions proposed inside the redevelopment agency. It sounds like a lot. 2 of those are currently unfilled, and then this fiscal year, we're proposing adding 2 more positions. So it's actually 6.25 positions at the moment. We are in the process of hiring a management assistant as well as a project manager, but we are requesting 2 management analysts in this new budget. And this is that balanced budget in between the revenues received from taxes and ad valorem tax through the area, as well as parking gallery revenue. We do get some motor vehicle privilege tax and some interest earnings. But really, the other column, the operating expenses, is the staff for the agency. We are planning to propose a capital improvement plan, a rebrand of the agency, as well as a 5-year strategic plan. We have travel supplies, some indirect costs, but really, we do have some bond service, debt service left. That is to pay the bonds down that were taken out or refinanced in 2017-18. We are proposing $7.6 million in capital improvements inside the RDA 2 area. Most of that is property sales, and about $1 million in capital improvements in the RDA 1 area. Because RDA 1 is starting to create some increment, when it was extended, there was a set aside for Washoe County school districts, so they do get 18% of any new funds created above the base in that area. And then we do have the cost to maintain that parking gallery. So this is the balanced budget of $16.2 million. I do have a summary of the capital improvements, but this is the motion in front of you, and I can certainly go to that next slide and discuss some of those if you'd like.
Are they the same capital improvements that you brought forward last time?
Correct.
Okay.
Most of it is restore funds and property purchases.
Okay, I'll ask the council if we have any questions, and I'll start with Councilmember Ebert.
No, not yet, thank you.
Councilmember Dewar?
No.
Okay. Councilmember Anderson or, okay. Councilmember Reese, do you have any questions or comments for Mr. McCarty?
Nothing, Madam Vice Mayor.
Okay, does anybody wish to see the capital improvement project list? Okay, I guess we're looking for a motion.
No, can I see the list?
Yeah. So these are the capital improvements proposed in both RDA 1 and RDA 2. We only have $1 million to do in RDA 1. We are proposing doing another $500,000 towards restore facade and tenant improvements. And we're also proposing doing the same in RDA 2. And I will say that restore funds last year were paid through ARPA, so we gave every district and commercial corridor within the city the opportunity to do that program. Going forward, because it's RDA funded, those applicants will have to be located within RDA 1 and RDA 2. But we'll see facade and tenant improvements and business and empty storefronts be fulfilled through that program. Both districts do have some funds for arts and murals in coordination with the Arts and Culture Department. And RDA 1, we're proposing, since we have so few funds available, doing some fixes to the Amtrak Historic Rail Depot so we can separate the spaces and decide how we want to use that historic rail depot space in the future. We're proposing improving our banners throughout downtown. And in RDA 2, most of the funds, we're doing restore. We are proposing a 4th Street district revitalization plan that'll pretty much be all the way to the university through the river. With the property plan that was brought before council, it was recommended that the redevelopment agency purchase from the city the properties along the retract that are within that 4th Street corridor.
I have a quick question on that
Yep.
piece. So if the redevelopment purchases that piece, who are they purchasing it from? The city itself? Or?
From the city. It would be a
Okay.
transaction from the city and the redevelopment agency.
Okay, so that's not an action that takes something off a tax roll or puts anything on a tax roll? It's just kind of a transfer?
It is a transfer, correct.
Okay, is there anything that could kind of result in something going back on the tax roll? I know we still have a lot of bonds on different projects and things, but.
I will add that we want to purchase those properties and sort of help dictate their future. And so the redevelopment agency would purchase the properties from the city. We would have a 4th Street revitalization plan for that corridor, and then we would entertain either improvements on those sites. Possibly the operators of the businesses on those lands would purchase it then from the redevelopment agency.
Great.
That would put them back on the
Great,
tax roll.
okay, that's what I'm looking for, is that kind of path to get them back on the tax roll. The other question I have, and I'm so glad to hear about the art kind of incorporation into that, it just kind of makes sense to link those together. Is there any kind of overlap with that placemaking study that we did? There was so many great ideas and suggestions in there, and I feel like this is kind of the tool to accomplish some of those ideas. Is that kind of being incorporated in this at all, or is that something that we could do, or is that a direction that council needs to give? Because I think that we could really do some great things, you know, for the public using this.
Absolutely. I'll mention that both the placemaking plan, the Truckee River plan, as well as the public art master plan, all recommended that from an economic development purpose, we work with the Arts and Culture Department to fund more art throughout
Yeah.
the river and
Yeah.
Virginia Street and the area. So
Yeah.
it's supported by 3 different
Yeah,
plans.
but there was some things where it was like, oh, they recommended a shade structure, but it was too expensive, and benches and planter areas to kind of encourage people to congregate or whatever, and maybe put up some of those kind of like, those metal kind of like corrugated whatevers that you could put up for retail, for, you know, selling food or whatever. Can we kind of incorporate any of that kind of stuff from the placemaking study, the more permanent aspects of it? Art should also kind of be permanent, but you know what I mean, kind of more of those architectural pieces that kind of make a space.
Absolutely. So to answer your question, these are the funds we have available, but we do have some funds in reserves, and then next year we have more funds. So with that capital improvement plan, we expect to look at all the plans that have been done, all the recommended improvements and shade structures and art, and based on the budget over the next 5 years and prioritizing all the improvements, to pretty much plan those out.
Okay, great.
To get more art, to get more shade structures,
Yeah,
to
that's
get
kind of
more
what I was
improvements.
looking for, to see if that would kind of be like our starting point and we would just kind of check things off. Because I know we all really wanted stuff on there, and this is kind of the way to do it, because ARPA money's gone. So I'm just hoping that that would kind of be our square one, and that we would work down that list, hopefully. Okay, great, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions, council members? I think we're looking for a motion.
Oh, sorry.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve.
I need a motion to adopt the
Oh,
resolution.
sorry. Motion to adopt.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Brian.
Of course.
Now will we move on?
Can I have one more resolution adoption for RDA 2? One more motion.
Okay, I would like to make a resolution to, for RDA 2 budget, the budget for RDA 2.
We have a motion?
Second. That's my motion.
Second.
I
Motion second. All those in favor?
That was the same one that we just saw? There was both of them? Okay, yeah.
They're blended.
Yeah.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
carries unanimously. Okay, we'll move on to mayor and council comments on the redevelopment agency boards. Questions and comments, council? Councilmember Ebert? Did you want to say? do you
No, I
have
was
a-
just waiting for when we like vote to adjourn.
Oh,
That's all.
okay. We'll take a motion to adjourn. Yeah, we don't have any more, we don't have any council comments, right? Okay, great.
We have, do we have to ask for public
Yeah,
comment
so we're going
on
to do
that?
closing
Oh,
public
sorry.
comment on the redevelopment agency board, which I have none registered.
Okay.
So I'm looking for a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously, and we'll just make a quick announcement. We can get up, and I believe there's food in the back, and we're going to try and power through. So make sure we have a quorum, and we'll move on to item C2, which is the Nevada legislative update. Hold on. Oh. Do we have any public comment on this item?
If you want to stay, I'm going to get it right now.
Why don't you go ahead and we'll see if we have any public comment on the end.
I'm so sorry. We do not have any public comment on this item.
Okay, great. Nick Ciccone, Government Affairs Manager for the record. Thank you very much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. Representing the Office of Policy and Strategy, I'm here to give you our update on the legislative session. So, as you know, the City Council had adopted a platform, but we also try to use the strategic plan whenever we're making decisions down at the 83rd legislative session. Key dates and milestones. Today's day 108. That means there's 12 days left. The next major milestones will be the second House passage, which will be this Friday. And then June 2nd is Sine Die, where they will wrap everything up for the legislative session. So major themes with local impacts. We've got land use planning, housing and homelessness, public safety and criminal justice, as well as workers' comp and employee benefits. And then some other bills of interest I just decided to highlight because I think that they're of importance to our community. So given some recent attention to Senate Bill 48, I thought it would be important to go over this topic in depth. Based on the feedback that I had received at the January 22nd Reno City Council meeting, and based on the platform that the Reno City Council had adopted unanimously, we look oftentimes for amendments to bills to look for additional power or ways that local governments can govern their communities and have that conversation with their communities. At that meeting, I also had been told or directed from individual city council members that they would like to look at some of the language related to coterminous planning commissions and coterminous planning commissioner terms as it relates to Clark County. So when we presented the bill, or when we had worked with our partners over at the City of Las Vegas, we were looking for 3 specific changes. We were looking to change the reporting date for some information we send to the Regional Planning Agency. That helps a little bit with our data policies. Currently, we have to send it on a calendar year. We were just changing it to a fiscal year. That would make it so that we don't have to manage 2 different data sets. Second thing would be to allow counties and cities to pass an ordinance to align planning commissioners' terms with the members that recommended them. And then third, it would allow cities and counties to pass an ordinance whereby planning commissioners serve at the pleasure of their appointing authority. So again, as I discussed at January 22nd, I was given that feedback from council, and the legislative platform is what we used to kind of have that conversation. Since then, we had identified and worked with the City of Las Vegas. They had a bill that was related to master plans and zoning, and we asked them if we could amend their bill. At that time, they were looking to change some things that only impacted Southern Nevada, but over the course of the legislative session, they had determined that their bill would no longer move forward, and at that time, they had offered to allow us to present the bill on the amendments that we were seeking as a standalone portion of the bill. At no time did we ask them to delete their portions of the bill. They had offered that after they had conversations with other stakeholders. Furthermore, we have presented that bill with those changes at a public meeting on April 9th. At that meeting, we had support from, I think, 5 or 6 different individuals. There was no opposition in the Senate. I apologize, I have the date wrong there, but on April 11th was the first House Committee passage deadline. So we were up against the clock in order to present that bill, and then we presented it and were able to get it out of the first House. Then on April 23rd, I gave another update to City Council and informed them of the information and the fact that we were moving forward with the bill as our own, since the City of Las Vegas had determined that they no longer wanted to move forward with their portion of the bill. On April 30th, I presented Senate Bill 48 again in a public meeting where anyone could come and provide their feedback. And at that time, we presented the bill, and we had heard some concerns from legislators following the presentation. I do really want to hone in on the fact that this bill had no impact or changes to the Reno City Council or our process when it comes to planning commissioners. It merely gave every county outside of Clark County the ability to have that conversation with their local community. If we were to explore that opportunity, then it would require an initiation of a Title 18 text amendment, which would be a publicly involved process. Then that process would be reviewed by the Planning Commission. After that, it would go to an ordinance first reading and an ordinance second reading. And as you know, there's public noticing that goes out to the community in our newspapers whenever we make a change to our ordinances. Based on the feedback that we had from some legislators, we looked to take that feedback, and they wanted to make sure that we were not impacting any planning commissioners at this time. So they asked that we push out the effective date to July 2029. And they also asked that we remove the portion that Clark County has the authority to use, which is that planning commissioners serve at the pleasure of the appointing authority. Again, we made those changes based on the feedback that we had received. We submitted that amendment as the City of Reno, and then we moved forward with the bill. The next steps in that process would be for the Assembly to vote on the amendment. The electronic system that the legislature uses was down yesterday, but I believe they did adopt the amendment. So the next thing they need to do is vote on the Assembly floor. Then the Senate will decide if they want to accept or deny the amendment that the Assembly had made, and then it's sent to the governor for his signature. So that's my presentation on Senate Bill 48. Now I'll go over some of the other bills that we're following. AB 96 requires that we put a heat mitigation element in our master plans. We supported that bill. AB 131 was one of the bills that told us how we have to write our ADU ordinances. That bill has been completely overhauled to just provide for a property tax exemption for ADUs if they're used for affordable housing. Assembly Bill 185 that initially had taken out our ability to zone or put conditional uses for childcare facilities in neighborhoods. That was entirely removed and now just prevents HOAs from not allowing for childcare facilities. We supported that bill in the second house after they accepted the amendment that I had submitted to them. Assembly Bill 241 requires cities to pass an ordinance setting standards to allow for mixed-use residential and commercially zoned parcels. Working with the sponsor, we were able to amend that bill twice, and with those amendments that we had submitted to them, it makes it clear that although we have to pass an ordinance, we get to set the standards for how we would do that. And because of that, we have moved from opposed to support on the bill. The next bill would be AB 396. That bill is another prescriptive ADU ordinance requirement. That bill had been substantially amended based on the conversations that we had with the bill sponsor. We moved from opposed to neutral after they had taken our amendments. It still does have some requirements, but they align with the conversations that we've already had with our community, including but not limited to not restricting or making sure that we could provide for require that the developer or the homeowner provides for an additional parking spot if the city council so chooses with our ordinance. Next one would be Senate Bill 303 that removes the immunity shield the city has for recreational activities on city property. That bill has been amended to address some of our concerns, but it still is taking a bite at the apple for the recreational immunity that we currently have and use to make sure that we can provide parks and recreation to our community. Next one is Senate Bill 320 that makes changes to how close someone can park to a crosswalk. We supported that bill after they took an amendment from me, just making it clear that if there was curb cutouts, there wouldn't be a different distance requirement. It would still be 20 feet for across the board. Assembly Bill 62 expands the state tax credits for affordable housing. We supported that bill. AB 103 renames has the council of the City of Reno, the City of Sparks, and the Board of County Commissioners pass a resolution in order to change the name of the Reno Housing Authority to the Truckee Meadows Regional Housing Authority, and it also changes the board composition. AB 366 makes changes to the Supportive Housing Grant Fund. It just changes it so that money would roll over and not revert to the state fund. The important thing with this one, and we did support it, is a lot of that money is coming back to Northern Nevada as there have been less applications in Southern Nevada. AB 380 makes changes mobile crisis response team. We supported that bill. The way that it's written, we could potentially bill Medicaid if we have an officer or an EMS personnel there. AB 475 would give the city of Reno $7 million in rental assistance to provide regional rental assistance to our community, so for Washoe, Sparks, and the city of Reno. AB 540 is the Governor's Housing and Attainability and Accessibility Act. That bill we also supported, and it would have some rental assistance dollars, although it is not specific on how much or who that would go to. Senate Bill 28 allows for a creation of a tax increment financing district for affordable housing projects. That's back in the Senate, and it looks like it'll be on its way to the governor for his signature. Senate Bill 283 is another affordable housing bill. It would give $6 million in rental assistance to the city of Reno. AB 102 is enabling language to allow Northern Nevada Public Health to license EMS personnel if they choose to take on that responsibility. We supported that bill. It was in Ways and Means. We did respectfully disagree with the state's fiscal note that they had put on the bill because there's no guarantee that Northern Nevada Public Health would even decide to take on that responsibility. Assembly Bill 168 changes to allow bikes to yield instead of stop at stop signs. That bill died and did not make it past the second House committee passage deadline. AB 402 is a pilot program to allow for automated traffic enforcement in work zones. That bill is in Ways and Means, I believe, on Friday, but we supported it and will continue to monitor it. They took a favorable amendment just to clarify some things for us. AB 503 makes it a crime to steal copper wire, very similar to the catalytic converter bill from last session. You would just have to prove how you had gotten that copper wire, especially when you're selling it or if you have a bunch on your person. Senate Bill 199 creates guardrails for the use of AI for generating police reports. Initially, that had created a wholesale prohibition of us using AI for police reports. We still oppose it, given that it is impeding on our ability to use AI, and it would be another requirement on local government to continue to involve the state in local government decisions. Senate Bill 208 increases the allowed ending fund balance for the E911 surcharge account. We supported that bill. Initially, there was a prohibition of using E911 funds for body cameras in that bill. They took our amendment when we had submitted it, and now it does not have that, which would have had a large fiscal impact to the city of Reno. Senate Bill 319, I won't belabor the point, as Fire Chief Cochran had already gone over this bill, but that's Senator Daley's fire bill, and we'll continue to monitor it. Senate Bill 415 was the more wholesale automated traffic enforcement bill, and that bill had died. It got a hearing, but it did not move forward. Assembly Bill 93 expands workers' compensation for heart and lung to marshals and fire investigators. We have no position on this, but I do just want to inform the council as these three do have a fiscal impact on the city. I will say over the course of the legislative session, our initial fiscal impact for the next fiscal year from the state's laws that they are creating was about $5 million. Through our amendments and through working through the legislative process, it's about a $1.2 million unfunded mandate for what we were able to calculate. So they've been great to work with. They made some changes to these three bills, but we did not take any position. We just submitted information letting the legislature know how much it was going to cost the city. Other bills of interest, AB 197 would impose civil penalties for failing to redact nonprofit information for public records. They accepted the amendment that makes it clear that someone would have to willfully fail to redact that information as opposed to accidentally. AB 256 creates the Regional Rail Transit Working Group. Assembly Bill 444 changes to business impact statements. Overall, we're fine with the idea of the bill. It wants, the bill sponsor wants us to notify individuals through a business impact statement process when we're going through an impact fee, similar to the police and facility impact fee. But there's one portion in that bill where he changed an and to an or, and I know it's very silly, but we have to oppose the bill because basically we would have to put a business impact statement out for every single ordinance the city ever does based on that change. So we want to make sure that that or goes back to an and. Senate Bill 145 would make an appropriation to the Lear Theater contingent upon matching funds. We supported that bill, but given the state's budget situation, there's no guarantee that they will provide that money. And that is my report.
Wow, I'm so impressed with you, Nick.
Thanks.
Great job. Thank you. I'm going to start to my left, or I'll start to my right. Councilmember Anderson, do you have questions?
I don't.
Okay, Councilmember Martinez?
Yeah, I appreciate the update. Thank you for representing us down in Carson, Nick. I know it wasn't on your list, but just curious if you've heard anything about AB 191. I know it's not necessarily within our jurisdiction. I'm looking at your bill tracker now, but it's the revisions relating to collective bargaining within the Nevada System of Higher Education, the graduate students. Yeah, I don't know if you've heard anything in
I
Carson.
believe I
on
know
that.
which one you're talking about, but I definitely don't have the information.
No worries. Yeah, I just
in my
wanted to
head
see
at
if
this
you've
time.
heard anything. If you think of anything, let me know. I
Absolutely.
appreciate it. Thank you. That's all I had.
Councilmember Dewar.
Just on that last bill, could you go back to your last page? So I didn't recall, but maybe just advise us, what was the matching fund? Is it 1-for-1, or I didn't
It was
recall matching?
1-for-1, correct. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay, that's all.
Councilmember Ebert.
So can you go over the one about the planning commissioners again? I know there were some changes. I know there was kind of a lot of upset a little bit about it. I was kind of okay with us appointing our planning commissioners, kind of like how we do our NAB board members, but can you let me know kind of where that landed specifically?
So ultimately, the conversation led to these changes. So the bill only does 2 out of the 3 things that we had initially requested. The more important thing, there too, is that we would not be able, or the city council, or any city council outside of Clark County would not have the authority to actually pass this ordinance until July 1 of 2029.
Okay.
That was to address some concerns that legislators had brought up about impacting our local planning commission.
Okay, so this wouldn't actually be the ordinance. This would just give us the ability to create an ordinance in the future if we wanted.
That's correct. And in working with stakeholders, our process would actually be different than Clark County in that we have to have a public conversation with our public before we could even pass that ordinance. For Clark County, that is already in statute, and we could have just changed the population cap, but that is not the route that we're
Okay, so when you say there has to be a conversation, does that mean agendized in a council meeting, have a separate meeting, like a community forum?
That's correct. The Reno City Council would have to provide direction to staff to put together an ordinance with whatever requirements they would like to have. Then the planning commission would be able to review it. Then the ordinance would come back as it was drafted, and after the planning commission had looked at it,
Okay.
and then you would adopt it.
Okay, and the planning commission would be like an advisory board at that point, right? They wouldn't have a determining
They would
vote?
handle it the same way that they look at any other Title 18 changes. So,
Okay.
like the sign code update that's
Okay.
on the agenda.
So can you just, in case people don't know, what is the length of term for a planning commissioner right now?
Currently, it's 4 years.
Okay,
And if it was coterminous with the individual that appointed them, it would also be 4 years. It just could never overlap.
yeah, okay. So, I think some people don't realize that you could have a different planning commissioner. I know when I got in office, I had a planning commissioner that was appointed by the former council member Weber, and he was on for like 2 years, and then he termed out, and then I appointed one. I think people don't realize that it's not on, like, you appoint one when you get elected, and it could be off cycle and things like that. So I know there was a lot of pushback on it. I don't necessarily understand all of that, but thank you for your work on that. I know it was kind of like surprise, it blew up on you a little, but thank you for your work on that.
Could I do a follow-up on that? Oh, okay. Nick, you said something I didn't understand. You said that Clark County doesn't have a process. Could you just explain
Sure.
what that is?
So in statute,
Yeah.
based on a state law change that happened in 2003, it set their process in statute, meaning that they did not have to adopt an ordinance in order to have coterminous planning commissioners.
Oh,
or an
it's just on this one?
That's correct.
Oh, I thought you were saying in general, the Clark County Planning Commission doesn't have to follow a process like we do to change Title 18.
I'm just talking about Section 2.
Oh, I see. So they just said, like, this part that's crossed out, that it's at will, they don't have to, like, have a hearing and stuff. They just
No, that's not
say,
what
you're
I'm
not
saying.
serving anymore, I'm appointing somebody else.
What I'm saying is in state law,
Yeah.
it says that in Clark County, they serve at the pleasure of the appointing authority. Clark County did not have to adopt an ordinance in order to go through that process. Whereas the city of Reno, if we so chose, would have to adopt an ordinance.
And where's that section that says we would have to adopt a section? I mean, what is that?
I think that's NRS 278040 or
Okay.
something like that.
It's just just on this?
Yeah,
not
that's just on
general.
that. That's just the one part of,
I got you.
yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Reese, do you have any questions?
Yes, I have a couple of comments. First of all, thank you, Mr. Saccone, for your work in the legislature. I think I want to focus my comments on the Planning Commissioner bill just for a moment. I think a couple of things. One is it seems very undemocratic to me that planning commissioners are not elected, right? And so this concept that somehow people who are appointed could be removed by an elected member, meaning the people who are elected to the city council, just seems very anti-democratic. Now, I understand why the concerns were raised by various planning commissioners who I believe testified in front of the legislature in their individual capacities, but not as members of the planning commission. I just don't understand what is undemocratic about elected officials removing unelected appointees. Have you been able to ascertain that from our assembly members or senators?
No, I have not been able to ascertain that from our assembly members. That is a constant practice. It's a practice at the state level. It's a practice at the local level. It is something that has been in practice specifically for planning commissioners since 2003 in Clark County. So, no, I have not been able to ascertain that.
Well, and I'm thinking very specifically, for example, we have a Ward 1 planning commissioner who was recommended for appointment by a former colleague, and then subsequently that ward was redrawn to facilitate the creation of a 6th ward, which then meant that Ward 6's and Ward 2 boundaries were redrawn to include Ward 1, which means the Ward 1 planning commissioner represents a ward that functionally no longer exists and was appointed by someone who's no longer in the body. Similarly, as my colleague from Ward 4 has indicated, when she came onto the body, had to wait a significant amount of time to appoint a person to the planning commission. So I guess what I'm trying to get at, and maybe if you can correct me if I'm wrong, is it just seems that the coterminous should absolutely be the case. Each of us are elected by respective members of our wards, and we should have the ability to appoint a planning commissioner that represents the vision that we have been elected to have. Second thing I'll say is I don't totally understand why they wouldn't be removed the same way that they were appointed. I'm not saying anyone should be removed. I don't believe that I've ever had a conversation with any of our planning commissioners over anything in front of them or anything that they voted on, nor have I ever called to say, hey, you made a wrong vote there, or you should have voted this way. We want them to be an apolitical body. We don't want them to be engaged in the politicking that we often have to be engaged in, because it's not the role of the planning commission. I get very frustrated when I see planning commissioners writing op-eds and sending out newsletters. All those things seem very political to me. And I just think that we've gotten away from the planning function of the planning commission. Now, would that constitute a grounds for the removal of those persons who are engaged in that activity? I don't know that it would. I think it is true that if a sitting council member who has made an appointment of a person to a non-elected body should desire that that person step down, they should be obligated to agree to that. And so I think we've just let a very small self-righteous group of people tell us about democracy. And functionally, I think they've gotten it wrong. But for my part, I'm happy to see the bill move forward, even on the limited basis that it does, because it preserves the democratic principle that once elected, each of us has the ability to have a member. Here's the thing that I worry about, and maybe you can address these two scenarios. One is that a person makes an appointment of a planning commissioner on the last day they're in office. Let's say Ms. Dewar, who is coming towards the end of her term, should decide to appoint someone on the last meeting of her time in office. That person would then have 4 years to serve beyond Ms. Dewar's term, and I think that that's wrong. The second scenario that I think is concerning is what happens if a planning commissioner commits a crime? What if they, injure someone in a bar fight? Would we be in a position to remove that person from the planning commission under the current framework?
I don't know that I can answer that question.
Doesn't it say right in there?
I think Manager Bryant has an answer.
Yes, it does allow for cause. We can remove a planning commissioner today.
So we have to have a hearing and like go through the presentation of evidence, meaning, and the reason why that does not sit well with me, Manager Bryant, is that the answer? Let me just say that first.
That is the answer.
Yeah, this does not make sense to me. We all pay a high level of deference to one another. I have never voted against anyone's appointment to any board or commission because I believe that my colleagues have been given the mantle of elected, democratically elected persons, and that if they wish to appoint someone to the planning commission or civil service or any of the other boards and commissions that we're reviewing, that I should pay them the respect of that appointment. Similarly, if any one of them should want to remove a person, I think that is also the same kind of concept. And so we don't vet these people. It's not like they're going up for Secretary of State and we get an FBI background check on them. We don't know these people, right? We are
Councilmember
relying
Reese.
on our colleague.
Councilmember Reese, you're about 3 minutes over.
I'm so sorry.
No,
I'm
you're
not in
okay.
the room, so
Nick
I
is looking at us
apologize.
like, how do I answer this question?
I know. I'm so sorry. I guess that would be the last question I would ask is, I just want the public to understand, I have no qualms about the planning commissioners. They all do, they're volunteering their time. They're working so very hard. It's difficult work. What we want for them to not do is be influenced by political pressure. And that's why they're supposed to be separate jobs. And unfortunately, those lines have been blurred recently. And I think this bill would have gone a long way to resolving some of those things. And it still has the ability to impact it positively in the coterminous aspect. I don't know why it has to wait till 2029. I think many people are about to either term out or maybe will not be reappointed, but it is what it is. So I thank you so much for your time.
Council members, any other questions for Nick? Councilmember Ebert?
Yeah, so how are things going with Senator Daley's bill? Is there any new stuff? I know there were some new updates we got today, but are you working with him at all, or how's that going?
I don't have any updates that Fire Chief Cochran didn't share.
Okay.
It's on the assembly floor and should be voted out either, they adjourned for today, so probably tomorrow.
Okay, so when is the end of session again? Like about a week and a half?
June 2nd,
Okay, so
12 days from now.
it's still going, but it could potentially not.
I can't
Okay.
speculate on how the legislative process will unfold,
No,
but
I
at this
mean,
point,
it's like, it's not a guarantee. We're still kind of waiting to see if it'll actually go through.
that's correct, yeah.
Okay. Oh, yeah, can we just scroll through them again really quick? I'm sorry. Maybe not as quick.
No, I was going to the beginning.
Yeah, the heat mitigation element in master plans, does that mean that we would need to like do an amendment in our existing master plan?
That is correct. It would require an amendment to our existing master plan. For that bill, we supported it specifically because they changed the effective date from an amendment that I had submitted. The bill originally said that we had to amend our master plan by July 1 of this year, which is
Not
next
gonna
to
happen.
impossible.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I would have to be July 1 of 2026.
Okay, all right, so we need to get working on that then too. Okay, and is there any kind of outlines for that, or it just says, go forth and
It's
add this
it's
to your
not
master
super
plan?
prescriptive. It just talks about urban heat islands, tree canopies, heat mitigation, et cetera.
Okay, and then just real quick, if you could go over the ADUs part again too, just because that's kind of like a hot topic. Like what, if this ADU ordinance goes through, or I guess it's not an ordinance, if this goes through, would this kind of eliminate the need for the city of Reno to come up with any ADU ordinance?
No, so AB 131 won't have any impact on our conversation we're having related to ADUs in our local community. It only impacts that property tax exemption for an affordable housing ADU. AB 396, the bill sponsor worked with us extensively. Based on the feedback that I had gotten back from development services, it should not substantially impact the conversation we've already been having with our community. I will say, out of the 5 big cities, the city of Reno is the only one that does not allow for ADUs. So
Okay.
in that way, the legislator was looking to force our hand to address the issue.
Okay.
And so if we don't abide by the requirements that they've outlined, and there's only like 5 in there, then our ordinance would be void.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I believe we're looking for a motion.
Motion to accept the report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. And I believe we're moving on to C3, Public Engagement Practices Presentation. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We do not have any public comment registered and have not received any correspondence on this item.
Great. Welcome, Cynthia. Thank you for continuing with us a couple weeks later.
Of course. There was quite a bit of engagement that meeting, and I think that really highlights how engaged our community is, whether it's a policy issue or a rainbow bridge. But to get started, Cynthia Esparza, Director of Community Engagement and Services, for the record. I'm going to wait for my slides.
Cynthia, give us just a second.
No worries. All right. Perfect. Well, item C2 is really a conversation that we will be having, providing a high-level overview of what community engagement looks like at the city of Reno, or public engagement, I should say. We have a robust number of options available to engage with council and government, the public, and we're certainly committed to providing meaningful, impactful public engagement methods in which we do that. I'm really excited to present this because I think it's something that we've been talking about for some time. How are we engaging? What could we do better? Are we meeting people where they're at? But most importantly, I am presenting quite a bit of information. We're not going to cover everything, but it's really work that is being done across the city of Reno by multiple departments. So really want to highlight that the work is happening 7 days a week, and it's being led by multiple departments. And really, when we talk about this work, it's about impact, meaningful conversations, constructive dialogue, and that will ultimately impact. Okay. Quality of life. I also want to highlight that today's presentation is focused on public engagement. There will be a separate presentation on June 4th presented by City Clerk Huntsman that will discuss boards and commissions and what that process will look like. So with that being said, as far as alignment, this certainly impacts all of our strategic priorities, but for this conversation, focusing on organizational effectiveness and fiscal sustainability. When we talk about public engagement, it's not a checkbox activity. Not only is it the right thing to do, but it's really important for whatever process we have in place. And when we look at this cycle, there are multiple components that play into this. When it's done effectively, the cycle before you really is ongoing and provides ways to improve in multiple ways. One is building trust and providing transparency to our community. The second one would be supports decision-making, which prevents delays and also ensures that you all have the information before a decision is being made. Access and inclusion remains paramount to everything we're doing, ensuring that all members of the public have access to information and opportunities to provide that input. We're also, through this process, will assess what our community needs are. What does the community need today that may be different from last year? And the last one, of course, the service delivery. Through these various pieces, the information we collect will provide staff with tools, ideas, or approaches to improve our service delivery as well, or also potentially identify gaps that we had not identified throughout this process. As we began assessing what community engagement looks like today, we categorized our engagement approaches in these following categories. Whether it's in-person or virtual, one-way communication that connects the community to information, a project, updates, digitally, and of course that includes social media as well as our website, or through mail. There are multiple ways that we are currently doing this. These are all avenues that we push and pull information. Some certainly provide information more of as an informative way of sharing, but then there are also other methods that we engage in conversations and have dialogue. The first category that I mentioned is council engagement. This is engagement with you all as a body. This happens at city council meetings via public comment, but it also happens via regional boards and commissions throughout the community. These are all meetings that are open to the public and provide access to direct input before a policy decision. Council memos is also something that we incorporated here in 2023. Council memos were added to Reno.gov as a way to provide updates to the community on sensitive topics, important issues that are happening, or general updates. Those are all accessible on Reno.gov as well. And last but not least, our communications team sends out weekly city-hosted events and activity notifications. So there are multiple ways to connect, even outside of City Hall, whether it's a press conference, an event being hosted by Parks and Recreation, the fire department, police. These are all ways to connect. And when we highlight metrics, you'll see these throughout the presentation. One of the metrics that we did want to highlight for this section is that last year alone, there were nearly 4,000 online public comment submissions for public city council meetings. This does not include any of the boards and commissions or regional boards, but just council meetings. Moving into council member engagement. When we look at one-on-one interactions, constituents have the ability to connect with council members individually via traditional channels, calling, email, but there are also a couple digital avenues as well. The first one would be ward pages. These are on Reno.gov. These provide a space for council members to present information, highlight an event, share a message with constituents, and can be updated as well. And the second one are the quarterly ward newsletters that I believe launched earlier this year, or maybe last year, that provide an opportunity to send a ward newsletter directly to your constituents. I'll highlight a little bit more information about the newsletter system, but that is quite a robust system, and these letters go far and wide. The other one I did want to highlight are I think this is one of the newest additions, the Biggest Little Council Connects. These are council's opportunity to gather in a public setting. I think most of these have been at coffee shops where you could connect with your constituents directly in a much informal way, more conversational, not so structural, such as a council meeting per se. And I would be remiss if I did not mention that the recent community forums would fall within this model of engagement as well. When we looked at 2024 engagement metrics, the new system that was, well, it's not that new, it's relatively new. Our scheduling team implemented a request form that the community could submit meetings, invitations, et cetera. And last year alone, over 1,900 submissions were provided to council. These are all engagements, meetings, and opportunities to connect with your constituents. The third area are what we are calling direct constituent services. These are two of the ways residents can connect with staff to share an idea, discuss an issue, get assistance or a resource, or problem solve. And these are via Reno Direct and also our non-emergency dispatch. When we talk about Reno Direct, last year alone, over 60,000 calls were made to the system or to our staff. And then the dispatch, over 180,000 calls. Dispatch, of course, is available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Reno Direct is available during business hours, but there is always an avenue to provide input online as well. On this topic, I would also like to highlight that the staff members that are answering these phone calls are also the ones delegating and providing referrals, connecting people to resources as well. So even if something is not within the purview of the city of Reno, they'll get connected to the according resource or organization that provides that as well. I call Reno Direct gatekeepers, and I'm sure dispatch serves in the same way, right? Just getting people connected. Moving into digital engagement, this is split up into two different platforms. One, of course, is online, whether it's Reno Direct or social media. These are ways that people can connect with government on their devices, on a computer, any time of day. This is a way that we are meeting people where they're at. This is regardless of the time of day, where you're at, you can access this information. When we looked at social media platforms collectively, there are over 340,000 subscribers across all 5 social media platforms. And these platforms, of course, inform the public about what's happening. In case of an emergency, that's an immediate location to get updates. And it also provides the public to provide input. And as staff, it's easy to see what's happening, what's trending through these spaces as well. Additionally, if we are launching a survey, this is a great way to share that information. A meeting, it's posted on social media, as well as Reno.gov. And last year alone, Reno.gov had 3.3 million views. Doing a little bit of this research and talking to staff, I learned that webcams are very popular. And when you combine all the webcam pages, they have the most views, more than the homepage, if I'm not mistaken. Lastly, when it comes to social media, I would also like to highlight that it's a platform that is cost effective. It is relatively low barrier. Mobile devices have become a lot more accessible over the years. So really the entry point of access and information is low barrier. And there are also avenues that have been implemented to ensure that information is available in different languages. Moving on to the second part of digital engagements, newsletters. We have a system in place that provides newsletters on a variety of topics. Residents do have to opt into this platform, and there are currently over 33,000 newsletter subscribers. Last year alone, 216 letters were sent out as well. And this is actually a system that is being evaluated as part of this process. What topics are missing? What topics could use a little updates? In addition to that, staff is also looking at building in texting capabilities with this platform, which again is going to elevate what engagement looks like on mobile devices. Excuse me. One of the newsletters I would like to touch on, because it's sent twice a month and it's pretty well, people stay engaged this way. It's the current development projects that is sent out bi-monthly by the Development Services Department. These highlight the most recent applications for development, including corresponding details, applicant and staff contact, comment forms, and planning commission information as well. So understanding that this is a hot topic, it's important to the community. Development Services uses this method as a way of getting information out twice a month. What I call very traditional mail. So notices and mailers are still sent out by the city of Reno. Some things need to be mailed, such as sewer bills. When sewer bills are mailed, and if we have a project such as the sewer rate conversations, inserts were added to those mails just to add another layer of engagement for the community. I know citywide initiatives, this is another great example, redistricting. There were 2 mailers that were sent out citywide for that. There's certainly a cost associated with it, but as staff and when projects come up, we will evaluate the necessity of sending out a mailer versus a newsletter. And again, this is all part of the process that we're undergoing right now. In this space, I would also like to highlight that the department that sends out the most notices is Development Services. Last year alone, they've mailed out 45,000 notices. And I would also like to highlight that the notice that is mailed out includes a courtesy notice that is not mandated, mandated notice for a development application 10 days before the public hearing, and another layer. I had seen these signs around town, but now I understand why they go up. These are a process that the city of Reno has implemented, the physical public notice on a site. So regardless, if you did not receive the initial courtesy notice, the 10-day public hearing notice, if you drive by this intersection on your daily basis, whether it's for work or dropping your kids off at school, these signs are pretty visible, so it's providing the community an additional way to stay engaged and know, hey, there's something happening here, let me see what I could find out. So these are pretty prevalent. All right, I'm a little biased, this is my favorite form of engagement. This is engagement with the community in multiple ways. It's engagement in their neighborhoods. It's engagement in City Hall, such as the Reno Constituents Institute, or at a city facility where people are able to engage with directors, leadership, understand the inner workings of the city. It also includes community forums. Multiple forums have occurred in the past couple weeks. I will highlight one of the forums that we've been partaking in that's really going to develop into something else. Parks and Recreations, the Park Rangers program, those are out in city parks. But it's not only providing access to information about parks, but also what park rangers are doing, how to stay engaged, and provides healthy ways for the community to engage with government in a family-friendly environment as well. Community and special events, of course, these are always ongoing. It's going to be a busy summer downtown. Workshops and town halls, these have been very helpful recently with business meetings, having stakeholders come in and problem solve as a group. And last but not least, public safety engagement, whether it's a police symposium or an academy that is held in partnership with regional organizations. These are all avenues that provide one-on-one engagement. They're organic, they're welcoming, they are conducive to dialogue, and are not as, again, intimidating as some of the more formal settings. So really looking at different ways to engage with people because one size does not fit all. And the program I did want to highlight for 2024, we had 10 plus business/city partnership meetings with multiple groups along 4th Street. This was in partnership with Manager Bryant, myself, Chief Nance. Having those conversations in the corridor really led to productive conversations and development of stakeholders, partnerships, but again, problem solving, which is at the core of a lot of these pieces as well. Finally, I want to highlight a couple of the recent initiatives that launched just this year alone. So the biggest little connect, I was correct, it did launch this year. So the January of 2025, those were offered to council. In March, the On the Agenda podcast launched. These are podcasts that are produced twice a month, provide an overview of what happened at City Council in a way that is very digestible because a lot of the terminologies that are used are not as accessible or it's not language that we use on an everyday basis unless you're in this space. In addition to that, there was a community survey that launched in April of 2025, which I think a lot of the findings from that survey will help inform this process as well. And there were over 3,000 survey submissions through that process. And again, this was all online survey. There was outreach, but that's a pretty significant number. Secondly, in May, we're still in May, The Planning Commission pre-lights and highlights launch, so mirroring what council pre-lights and highlights look like. These are also now added on social media. We will go into the community engagement survey that is launching next week. And last but not least, there is also work in place to develop a development services education program. So how do we further share information about development to the broader community? So what does this look like? I shared why we're doing this work. It's overdue. We are also in a budget situation where we may or we will have to do a lot more with less resources. So really the time to do this, it's perfect. It's a time to evaluate what is working, what's not working, what gaps exist, what opportunities may be out there, what technology are we not utilizing, and see what best practices are out there as well. This will help us prepare to stretch resources, creatively optimize our output, and drive impact. For today, it's an introduction, initial input. We will also be following up with internal stakeholders, so individual one-on-one meetings will be scheduled with you all, in addition to connecting with internal staff to understand what everyone's doing, what's working, what resources are needed. Secondly, phase 2 will include engagement with our external stakeholders. This will include boards and commissions, of course, and community groups. During these 2 phases, the community survey will be available for anyone to partake in. That will be available online. Followed by that, those phases, we will look at all the findings, assess best practices. This will include research to see what frameworks exist that we could adopt as an organization to provide structure for engagement citywide, followed by your input as well. So we will take that back to council. And of course, finalizing an engagement framework and guidelines to guide us into the future. So it's going to be a busy couple of months, but we're very excited, and we have a great team to help with this. And I think that wraps up my presentation.
Thank you, Cynthia. I think I want to start with Councilmember Reese, just to make sure we still have a quorum.
Of course.
Do you have any questions, Councilmember Reese? Or comments?
Well, I have a couple of questions.
Okay.
First of all, Mrs. Barza, thank you so much for the presentation. Quite frankly, it was illuminating, and I think it highlights for me the important thing and something I have really learned from you, quite frankly, and that is each one of us desires meaningful and robust communication with our constituents. We all want to hear from people. I think what we struggle with is in 2025, the question is, what is the most meaningful way to get the most engagement, right? And what are the ways in which people are communicating and engaging differently today than they did, 5, 10 years ago, maybe even a year ago. I think the pandemic laid bare a lot of things about how we communicate and how we coordinate our efforts at communicating our messaging. So you have really put a really fine point on all the things that we're doing, which appear to me to be innovative in many ways. It's not that I have a strong opinion about the NABs or any of the boards or commissions. I think they've all, and they do continue to serve some function, but I'm just trying to figure it out with you and with your help. So what I'm hopeful that you'll do is during this time that we have had the pause really necessitated by our budget, is you'll have the ability to figure out what really does work. Because I know that there is no set of circumstances under which we do not want our citizens to feel connected and engaged to us. Each one of us, I think, does everything we can on sometimes it's social media, it's phone calls, it's emails, it's meetings in coffee shops, it's forums, town halls, connects. But yet some people feel like they're not getting enough. So how do we strike that balance? What can we do? I mean, there are certainly people who believe that eliminating the NABs or these boards and the commissions means we don't want to hear from people. How do you respond to that claim?
Well, I think that will be part of the multiple conversations we will have. There will be work and outreach conducted with boards and commissions. I will also be working closely with City Clerk Huntsman on this process, because those are important conversations. People do want to have a way to connect with government, to provide input directly to you all, and there are multiple ways of doing that. So through those conversations, we hope to put a fine tooth on that.
Well, and again, I mean, Ms. Esparza, you are highly educated. You have multiple degrees in sort of the type of engagement that we're talking about. You have advanced certifications from the Harvard Kennedy School. Do you personally desire to see us engage with our community?
Absolutely.
Do you think it is best practices to review how that engagement is done?
I think, absolutely, I agree 100%. I also think that as an organization, we need to have a framework and a structure in place, and this will get us there.
Well, and I hope that people understand that this is not, look, I think each of the agencies, the county, the city of Sparks, the city of Reno, are all going through the same thing. We're all asking ourselves and saying, is this the best we can be? Ought we get better? What ways can we be better? And that's what I'm looking forward to, is to see how this evolves over the next 90 days. And I think the clerk will have a role too. So thank you so much. And I might have a second round.
Okay, Councilmember Anderson.
Yes, hi. Thank you for the presentation. I mean, as a communicator professionally, texting is really the only hole here that I can see that, that we would have to add to this mix. And you brought up that we are looking into bringing on a process for texting. So I was just wondering if you had a little bit more detail, or maybe that's coming in future meetings, about how you intend to use those push notifications.
That is something that we are currently exploring. I know Rebecca Venus is here. That's something she will be assessing with the system that we have in place, which is constant contact. I will say that with that process, people do need to opt in. So again, we really are looking at this holistically, and as we get input, we will consider all those points as we develop the next steps. But most importantly, do we need to update our systems and how we are collecting information? Does the community know how to engage and how to even opt into these platforms? So really, it's almost like a cleanup, just big picture, and identifying those opportunities.
Yeah, 100%. So when you're out working with the community and asking them these questions, I know that in my professional experience, asking somebody to opt into texts is usually pretty suspect. So are we asking the community in the coming weeks, like, what they would be willing to be texted about?
That could be part of the survey. So we are, as I'm speaking, staff, we're looking at the survey, developing that tool. We are definitely asking about, would you be interested in a text messaging system? And we can certainly put a finer point on that and identify what topics would you be interested in receiving text messages for.
Okay, thank you.
Does that help?
Councilmember Martinez.
Thanks so much, Madam Vice Mayor, and thanks, Director Esparza, for the presentation. I think one thing I definitely got from your presentation is just the amount of ways that people can get engaged. During the announcement and when the memo came out, I think there was a lot of heartburn from folks, excuse me, regarding public engagement and the ways that people can get involved within the city. As you've mentioned throughout your presentation, there's a desire from our community to stay engaged and continue to voice their concerns, their vision for the city of Reno, and be engaged with their local representatives. And so I appreciate you kind of taking a step back. I do want to highlight the On the Agenda podcast, because I've been enjoying listening to that while I'm doing other things around the house or getting a workout in. So it's been nice to kind of hear AJ and City Manager Bryant dive into some of the topics and give more information than what's provided. So just wanted to give that highlight as well.
Great.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah. Thank you. First of all, I think most everybody knows how much I do deeply care about public input. It's sort of seminal to my even being in office, is to be a conduit for helping people express how they feel about what we do or programs we want to enact or developments that we're considering. I had my community forum yesterday, and that was in place of the NAB. And so before I go to that, I didn't see you mention at all the NAB, even though it's been a long-standing process. I saw you mention boards and commissions. I saw you mention council meetings for council engagement, but I view the NAB as I almost have called them my kitchen cabinet, because I try to appoint people from a very wide swath of demographics, in every which way that I possibly can. And so then I rely on them and I ask their opinion, but I don't see it here listed at all. And then on other sections of your presentation, I didn't see it listed either. Was it a conscious omission or just inadvertent, or?
So when we talked about public engagement, the focus today was on just very holistic.
Yeah.
Boards and commissions, specifically the NABs, would be a discussion on June 4th.
Sure.
Boards and commission really truly are one piece of what engagement looks like.
Okay. Well, I just want to share that I view the NABs as very, very different than boards and commissions. So I've been a liaison to almost every board and commission that we have at the city over my 11 years. And they do different things. They're very focused on a specific thing. The members are often called or selected based on their experience or knowledge of a particular thing, and the agendas are very focused on something. Mayor brought up earlier about the arts and culture. When she said the boards need a deep look, well, that may be true, but some boards are probably working. And so that brings me up to the next point is I would be remiss if I didn't express my concern that while we're engaging in this process, we decided to pause. And I'm just going to be honest, it didn't feel right. Boards and commission members reached out to me, NAB members, they thought suddenly they didn't matter. And I'm sure that was not the intent. So it was, I think, just a misstep in my opinion. Now, I'm just saying, I think we've created a barrier. Now, you mentioned some important things. You mentioned early on trust, access and inclusion, and community needs, along with some other things. And so I got a lot of that feedback because last night was my first community forum in place of my NAB. And one of the things that happened was some of the people left angry. And I went outside and I said, what is going on? They said, we came here to share how we feel about a development project. And in particular, we want to know if you're going to have that development project. And I said, yeah, I expect to on my next community forum. But they then said, and this is for my colleagues and all of us, the mayor's brought it up like 5 times today about ward-only voting. But what they said is, we are angry that we don't feel heard. And that is specifically about whether it's development, or we're going to be discussing signs, or the ordinances, those kind of things that affect future things. They were yelling at me, okay? And I said, well, I supported you. In particular, I didn't know these people. I'd not met them personally, but I supported, and they said, yeah, but the rest of the council didn't hear you. And I don't have an answer for that. So what also came up at my community forum was they specifically said, how can we get the NAB or whatever replaces it, the information that goes to the planning commission to pay attention? And then they said, how do we get the council then to hear us as well? So when we're doing...
Councilmember Dore, I'm going to ask you to wrap it up, and we'll go to Councilmember Reese afterwards, then we'll have another round.
Oh, sure. When we're doing this process, I hope we get to address that question of how do the residents better communicate with their individual council member and be heard, the planning commission and be heard, and us as a body and be heard. That was repeated over and over at my forum, so I wanted to share it with you, and I will have some other thoughts. Thanks.
Councilmember Reese? Did you want to go on a second round?
Yeah, I think I just wanted to say a couple of things. One is, unique for me because as the at-large member, I did not have a NAB. And then when I came on to being elected in November, we were elected and got to be then seated in November, mid-November. So then you had the holidays. Also, because there was some thought that the redrawing of the lines meant that the Ward 1 member, who had previously served as the Ward 5 member, was not going to be there, that there weren't a bunch of appointments made to Ward 5 during that sort of the lead up to the election. So then that meant when I got there, there weren't people there, which made total sense to me. I understood the thinking behind it. and then we hit the holidays, and then I was traveling, and so by the time I got to even have ward or NAB members, they were appointed but have never gotten to be seated. So these are good people who some of them I've known for a long time, who are saying, gosh, is it about me? Did I offend someone? And ultimately, it's just a timing issue. I think, Cynthia, for my part, I want to make sure that we are communicating effectively to all of our boards and commission members who each are volunteering their time, whether it be on parks or urban forestry or arts and culture, that we value their opinions, that they shouldn't shy away from sharing their opinions with us, even in the interim while we're not meeting. They, of course, can reach out to us by email or phone or set up a meeting, that we aren't trying to shut anyone out. The other thing I'll say, Ms. Dewar, your comments really resonate with me, but I go one step further and just remind myself mostly that just because we don't agree with the folks who appear in front of us doesn't mean we weren't listening, right? You've taught me a lot about effectively trying to lean into the listening part. And so I don't know if it's a matter of the members not believing that because we don't agree with them, that we weren't listening. I don't think that that's anything you've said, of course. I'm not characterizing it that way. And then the last thing I'll say is I had the experience of holding a community forum last week. I thought it was really good and very engaging. It's not easy to do because you just don't know what questions will be asked, and you have to be prepared on a lot of topics. So that may not be as easy, for example, for a newer member who isn't familiar with all the intricacies of being in the government for as long as you have served, Ms. Dewar. But I did think it was a good experience. I will say, Cynthia, for my part, I want to look at the numbers, because when I looked at who was there the night of mine, I think there was maybe an artificially higher number of people at mine there for one particular topic. And that was the good folks at the Good Neighbors Warming Center, all really great people, good advocates. They had the benefit of coming over from the Tuesday night. They do an outreach opportunity on the Believe Plaza. So I wonder if you took those people out of the mix, if they didn't show up at mine, I wouldn't have had that many people. And again, that's what I'm worried about, is the numbers. And of course, I also had all of my NAB members who have been appointed but not held one there. So if you took them out of the mix, I might have only had like 3 people there. So that's where I worry that we're not hitting the mark. If only 3 people are showing up, I'd rather just do one-on-ones with those 3 people. And that's sort of what I'm worried about. And Ms. Dewar has cultivated a long history in her wards where there's a lot more contentious development projects where 50 people show up. So I don't know if it's going to be individually thought about for each individual member based on their demographics and who is showing up. I know Councilmember Martinez for a while was having trouble getting a quorum, and maybe the attendance wasn't as high. So I don't know what other people's experience would be, but that would be my question for my colleagues, is are people going to these robustly participating?
Thank you, Councilmember Reese. We're going to move on to Councilmember Anderson for her second round.
Just for a point of discussion, Councilmember Reese, I'm in your same position where I haven't had a NAB yet, but I have seated a NAB. And I just wanted, for the benefits of my colleagues, to chat with you about some of the things that I have implemented or, discussed with my individual NAB members that have been open to it, is because they're all very excited to serve and they're all very excited to be a part of the business that we do at the city. And so they've been really creative about, kind of listening to social media, reading news articles, watching council meetings, giving me feedback on different issues that they think we could be working on. One of my NAB members, who hasn't been seated yet, but he has been really helpful in monitoring social media on some of the e-bike issues that we've been having in South Reno. And it's just been extremely helpful. And maybe it's because nothing's been taken away from them, exposure, and they haven't been seated and they haven't had that experience yet. But I've been very grateful for the fact that they've been so engaged to be involved regardless. And so there are a lot of different ways that we can engage them, and I encourage you guys to get creative.
Councilmember Martinez?
Thanks so much. Yeah, I'll just add to the conversation and mention that most of the NAB members came to the community forum, and I'll just give some kudos to City Manager Bryant for tackling a lot of the questions that came up. I know we did also have a lot of folks from the Good Neighbor program that you talked about, Councilmember Reese, but we also had a lot of members from other NABs that attended that community forum because they hadn't had the opportunity to attend the NAB. So I think it is a different format that we have to get used to, and if it is what's best practice and what's needed for our community engagement, I'm excited to see what comes out of the survey in your different phases of your project and evaluating what's the best way that the city can collect all of that information from our constituents. And so it is a little bit more informal and less structured and rigorous than a NAB meeting. And I think that's one thing that I heard from the NAB members, that it did allow for more of a free flow of ideas and exchange of ideas during that community forum, as opposed to following Robert's Rules of Order and open meeting law. So I'll just mention that too.
Thank you. I just want to share my experience with this moving forward, and I'm really optimistic because we were met with a challenge, and the management team didn't just say we're going to stop. They got creative, and we started thinking about new ways to engage with people, and it's really been successful. In my ward, I would say our 4th Street meeting or group was really, really successful. And the great thing about that was we were able to work with that group specifically on a topic that impacted them and get them solutions a lot faster, I think. The other thing that I'm seeing in Manager Bryant is you're out everywhere. So that isn't something that I've seen before. You're doing a lot of engagement. So I think in the time that the space that we're in, we all need to kind of work a little bit harder or do a little bit more on our own. So I've been going to meeting people where they are. I've been going to the HOAs in my ward. And those are people that are already there. They're already talking about things that are important to them. But the council connects and the community coffee, I think they're great because a lot of the feedback that I have received from the NABs, I mean, people are excited to be there, but the number one thing they go to see is the development projects. And I think we're doing some things in the development services that really almost engage people more and get more feedback. But I had my constituents saying that the 3 minutes, they really couldn't get anything done. They felt like they didn't have an opportunity to talk. It wasn't really a conversation, and they didn't feel like they were being heard. And again, I don't have 10 years of this history of NABs, but I'm trying to be excited and optimistic about the things ahead in the new ways that we can communicate with people. I'm excited. I would be excited about text messaging too. I think that would be really great. I do that in my business, and I've seen engagement go off the charts. People really, really enjoy it. And you can communicate with people a lot faster too if there's a need. But Councilmember Ebert, you just joined the conversation. Would you like to weigh in?
Yeah, sorry, I was in the back. I was listening. I was in the back for a minute. So I just wanted to kind of weigh in too. I had my community forum last week, and mine got kind of heated. There was a lot of people there for development that they were not happy with. It was, again, turning residential land. The request is to put in industrial space on a parcel that's currently zoned for residential that is surrounded by homes. So that's just kind of like the theme of Ward 4. But people were really upset, and it kind of got a little tense for a while there. We had to kind of intervene and remind people why we were there, to hear the presentation from the developers and try to find a way to work together and to make some changes. And when we had that moment of realization that this is an opportunity to try to make things better, because regardless of what I say up here and how I represent my community, this board will likely just kind of approve whatever comes through from my ward. I'll just be frank. So my reality is I have to provide my community an opportunity to meet with these developers to try and get some accommodations made to make these industrial spaces in their literal backyard a little better. So if I can get a developer to agree to put in more trees or a sound barrier or something like that prior to it coming to council, because I likely won't get support here, that's important to me. So I really need to have some type of meeting where my community members can meet with developers and see what's coming down the pike. My ward is also working class. They don't have time to come to the meetings during the day. It's easier for them to come at night. You know, I had a list of people that I spoke with before the meeting today regarding Stonegate. None of them could come because they had to work today. So it's so important to me that we find different solutions for different populations, because it's a different fit for different people. And I'm glad that the coffees are successful. That was my little thing I started back in December, and I know that it was great, so people ran with it, but I'm not doing them anymore because my people are at work. It's better if I do an evening thing, because people can't go and have coffee in my neighborhood, in my ward. It's just not the demographic. So I really need to have focus on meeting people where they're at, where they can meet me. If we don't call it a NAB, that's fine, although all my NAB members showed up also, except for one. So that's incredibly important to me, to give the community an opportunity to have that interface with development.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah. Thank you. I hadn't finished quite reporting on last night. One aspect of last night that was very successful was Manager Bryant's presentation. She was very honest and forthcoming. I think that the attendees really appreciated it. And it was really speaking to the point of getting her out in the community. You know, she's very well spoken, and she's a great ambassador. And it is part of the manager's job to be out in the community, and she does it very well. So I think that those opportunities, not just the podcast, but being present at different things. I mean, we talked about this before she even took the job, and I'm glad to see her doing it and getting out. I wanted to circle back to a couple things. So I personally love town halls. I thrive in them. I actually enjoy them more than even NAB meetings or other venues, because I get to be one-on-one. And the closest I've gotten lately is when I had my NAB meeting here, and it was an open forum about a development project, or when I've facilitated online, for example, about the wild horses. This is an environment in which I really enjoy and I thrive. So one of the things I think is important is to fine-tune whatever this communication is to the individual members. A lot of times our staff have said, well, this is the way it's going to be done. We're going to appoint the people on this day. You can only have this many people. They have to be arrayed this way. And I understand, because it's a formalized process. And to Councilmember Ebert's point earlier that it was a little rowdy, and I heard that it was more rowdy than she even said, that the people, the developers that presented, at least it was reported to me, actually said they would have preferred to present at a NAB, because there is structure. And I want to share that at my NAB, they're not limited to 3 minutes. There's discussion amongst the NAB members. There's discussion with the audience. There's discussion between the audience and the NAB members. And I just try to give it a round so that if somebody speaks, somebody else gets a chance, and we'll go back. And so I think that's a beauty of the NABs, but I'm not saying that they're great for everything. Some of the members at my event last night recommended some type of review council. I am not that enthused about having yet another group that would be below the planning commission. That would be a formal group that review all developments. I still don't think we'd get the right level of public participation. So on the discussion about town halls, one thing I'd like you to explore is something called a tele-town hall. That's where we actually call the people in the ward. We let them know we're going to have this. We might text them ahead of time. We let them know we're going to have it, and then they can decide to join or not. We ring them. And I've held a couple that I have personally paid for, and they were super successful. It's nerve-wracking. I mean, it's very time-sensitive, and you have to fit yourself in a certain box. You have to be prepared for any question on any topic. But I guess, again, I kind of thrive in that environment. It's almost like a challenge. And I'm very honest. If I don't know an answer, I'm not going to answer, right? I tell them I will get back with them and I get their information. But a tele-town hall is a whole different way of communicating. And I know I'm out of time, but I had one more thing to say. And that is that you mentioned another survey. Okay, and we just did a community survey. So I would like to get the benefit of the input from the community survey before I take many more steps. And the second point is that I really think we have to professionalize our survey process. And many of us at the city have gotten an MPA, including me. And in that process, you learn a bit about surveying. And I told the manager that I would get her the name. I have it. It's called InfoSearch. So Tumwa has hired a professional firm to do the survey for like 15 years in a row. And so they have comparable results. So I just advise us to not, I learned last night from some of my community members that they declined to take our community survey because they felt that the questions were somewhat prejudicial, expecting a certain answer. It wasn't intentional, I'm sure. Maybe the person that wrote the question didn't have that kind of experience to write a more impartial question. But I think if we could professionalize our survey taking, it would end up really being more representative of what the community's thinking. So I want to share that. Thank you.
Great point. Councilmember Ebert, you have one round left.
Okay, yeah, just, the same comments, that I need to have some type of meeting space with developers coming in to do projects in my ward outside of regular business hours, preferably 6 p.m. I don't particularly care if it's a NAB or community forum. I just need an opportunity for projects to be presented, community to provide feedback in person. I don't think I necessarily need to have it online too, like a Zoom version of it also. I don't think I have a whole lot of participation that way. It could just be in person, but I just have to have that access there. I think my community is just kind of a different than the rest of the city, So, yeah, that's all I have to say on that.
Cynthia, do you think you have enough information and feedback from, do you need anything else from us?
I think I do. I think some of the themes I'm pulling, texting, that's the next. I think that's the future, frankly. I get a lot of text messages on my phone, but that's how I stay engaged. Time of day when the meetings are. And something else, just from hearing everyone speak, topic-specific meetings. Maybe that's a direction, so we could definitely get feedback on that. If it's a general ward meeting, or if we want to have topic-specific discussions.
Okay, thank you so much for being here.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'd like one more, or 30 seconds more if I may.
Okay, let's do a minute.
I just wanted to share that, in contrast to my colleague here, people were incredibly appreciative of doing the hybrid at my community forum. I got all kind of things, not everyone participated, but they said, oh my gosh, thank goodness. It's just expected in today's world. We're 5 years post-COVID. They want to be able to, we keep saying meet people where they're at. Well, a lot of them are in their kitchen at 6 p.m. and they still want to participate. And I do want you to get tele-town halls on your list. It's a whole new thing we haven't tried. But I will tell you, I got more participation than that than any NAB. 65 people here, 65 people at my NAB, 100 people. I've done the HOAs. I've gotten 100 people there. But the tele-town hall, I probably had several hundred.
Great.
And so it's just a whole different way of thinking, and see if we can do it.
Sounds good. Thank you, Cynthia.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on
I have
to
a quick
item
question.
D2.
No, just one quick question on that note. Was that like just over the phone, or was it?
Yeah, actually, I'll give credit to Congressman Amadei, because probably 15 years ago, 12 years ago, I got called on a tele-town hall from him. And he's in process, and they call my number. Do you want to participate? Sure. I jumped on with him. He answered several questions, and he was the only elected at the time that I knew was doing it, and he's consistently done it. And so I decided to try to do it, and do you understand? You're called, and you go, oh, yeah, I don't have time for that. You hang up, or you go, yeah, I'd like to hear what they're talking about. So,
Okay.
yeah.
Councilmember Reese, did you have a question?
I did. One last question, or maybe it's a comment. I think, I don't know anything about Teletubbies, but what I will say is the texting platforms are very useful But of course, we've got to think through all the issues involving preservation of records and the messaging, what it would be or how you would do it on, that sort of thing. So I just want to make sure that we're thinking through all the logistics on the texting platforms. When the pandemic first happened, I did a lot of that, but I was having to do it on my own, basically paying for it to do it because I was just worried about people getting goods and supplies and diapers and all that. So we just used it to get people what they were needing. But I do think it's a good idea.
Okay.
One thing I'm going to add, one more thing. I'm so sorry. I just want to look at it being additive. Okay, so I want to add ways to communicate more than take away. And I just think if we understand that we're looking to expand it, not contract it or restrict it, that, as long as we continue to get that message out, and I think we'll be in a good space. And again, I'm very committed to this process of, process improvement.
Great, thank you so
Okay,
much.
we are going to move on to item D2. Let the record reflect the council is opening the public hearing on item D2. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given and any correspondence received?
Vice Mayor, proper notice was given on this item. We did receive correspondence as 4 letters of opposition.
Okay, and do any other council members besides myself have disclosures? Okay, I do. Madam Mayor, fellow city council members, and Madam Clerk, I serve on the board of directors of the Downtown Reno Business Improvement District, the DRP. Item D2 involves the DRP's annual assessments and public hearing for objections. City Council appointed me to serve on the DRP Board of Directors, so I have a per se commitment in a private capacity to the interests of the DRP pursuant to NRS 281A.0656. In addition, I am a bid ratepayer and I have a pecuniary interest in the assessment. The DRP provides clean and safe services that would otherwise fall to the city to provide. Because the DRP's interest goals and operations closely align with the city's interest goals and operations, my commitment in a private capacity to the interests of the DRP would not clearly and materially affect the independence of judgment of a reasonable person in my position to warrant absentation under NRS 281A.4203. While I have a pecuniary interest in the assessment, the resulting benefit or detriment accruing to me will not be greater than that accruing to any other member of the bid in a similar rate tier. The fact that I am a ratepayer will not impact my ability to impartially review and render a decision upon the agenda items. Madam Clerk, please accept this disclosure and lodge it on the record for this meeting. Thank you. And I believe we will move into a presentation. Thanks, Brian.
Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor and council members. Brian McCardle, Revitalization Manager. So the item before you is a resolution to dispense with any protests, complaints, or objections on the assessment roll for the downtown Reno Business Improvement District. I will say that we did receive 10 eligible hardship requests for that, and so part of the resolution is to accept some of those hardships if this body so chooses. And I'll ask if you do want a presentation on this item.
Council members, do you want a presentation?
Yes, please.
Councilmember Ebert, yes, she does.
So the assessment process every year for the Business Improvement District is that a public hearing is held to hear any complaints, protests, or objections to the assessment roll. There is an ordinance that this body passed, Ordinance 5385, that does allow hardship applications in the process, not only for this assessment, but for any assessments throughout the city. I'll get into how that process is run. Then we introduce a resolution dispensing any of the objections, granting the hardships, ratifying the assessment roll, sending it to the county recorder, and when the county assessor finalizes the assessment roll, the assessments are sent out. This is a 3-step process. It's a little bit different. It's actually gotten a bit more streamlined due to some legislation that was passed. We no longer need 2 public hearings. We just need 1. And we no longer need an ordinance. We just need a resolution for this. On March 12th, the Downtown Reno Partnership came and presented their annual budget, which this council accepted that operating plan and budget. On April 23rd, we got a preliminary assessment roll, asked this body to accept that assessment roll and file it with the city clerk. and set a hearing date for the public hearing for the assessment. And that brings us to today, the public hearing on the assessment and the resolution to ratify that assessment roll and send it off to the county recorder. The area we are talking about is the Business Improvement District. That is the area in red. There are 3 service levels. Everyone within the Business Improvement Districts pays for a base level service. That's, sorry, not base level, standard services. The areas in yellow pay for a premium. That's just for additional extra services they need. And then Premium Plus pays for daily services like pressure washing, graffiti removal along the Virginia Street corridor. I will add that the city collects the assessment, but we give that assessment to the Downtown Reno Partnership. They manage those funds. Their board decides if the boundary should expand, if that assessment rate should go up or down every year. But our role is to actually start the assessment process and get it to the assessor. A reminder of what the bid business improvement does and does not do. They do not provide standard city-based services throughout the area. The downtown area should receive the same level of services as much as the rest of the city does. But what this business improvement district does is adds additional services. And so I said the standard services are the Clean and Safe program. Those are these ambassadors that are walking around. They do provide some leadership of the area and economic development, and they do marketing communications for the betterment of the area. That premium rate allows for trash removal, graffiti, public cleaning, things like that. And then the premium services gets daily maintenance along Virginia Street. And we contract with the DRP to administer those services. I will also add that the Business Improvement District contracts back to the city to our maintenance and operations team for some of those maintenance needs. The Downtown Reno Partnership Board has chosen not to raise or lower assessment rates this year. They left them flat. Those are the rates above there. They did lower the fee by 5%, the rates by 5% last year, but this year they left them flat. And that brings us to a proposed assessment rate of, and this is with the hardships included, $3,961,961. That is a 2.5% increase over last year. That is due to property values increasing, not the rate increasing. We did receive 4 written objections. Those are in your packet. We did receive 22 hardship requests. 10 of those were people who already applied. So when they do get a hardship exemption, that applies for 5 years. So some of those people reapplied not knowing that their hardship lasts 5 years. 2 were denied because they weren't eligible based on income or they didn't provide proof of income. And so we had 10 eligible hardship applications totaling $4,068 and change. The hardship criteria is that it must be the principal residence, and they must, per HUD designations, be at or below 50% the average median income. They do submit their income, and they do submit an affidavit approving that. And then once approved, they do get that exemption for 5 years. I will add that it's not a total exemption. It's actually a deferment for 5 years. The annual assessment does get tracked by the treasurer on their properties. So eventually when the property does sell, somebody will have to pay those fees. But the owner themselves do get that deferment for 5 years. So, correction, so after that hardship's granted, the number is actually $3,957,893. And so that is a long motion, but essentially it's accepting the resolution and if you approve accepting the hardship exemptions.
Thank you, Brian. Councilmember Anderson, questions? Councilmember Martinez? Councilmember Reese?
No, ma'am.
Councilmember Ebert?
No.
Okay, then we're looking for a motion. Councilmember Anderson.
I'll make a motion. I move to approve the resolution of the Reno City Council dispensing with certain complaints, protests, and objections made at the public hearing on the assessment roll for a City of Reno, Nevada neighborhood improvement project, otherwise known as the Downtown Reno Business Improvement District, ratifying the cost of the project and confirming said assessment roll and the assessments therein, including the 10 hardship exemptions, to authorize the recordation of the properties to be assessed in the office of the county recorder, together with other matters properly relating thereto.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, we are going to move into item D3. Let the record reflect that council is opening the public hearing for item D3. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given, and was any correspondence received?
Proper notice was given, and we did receive correspondence. It was 20 comments that were distributed as 1 in favor, 15 in opposition, and 4 concerned.
Okay, thank you. And legal, Carl or John, will you please read the ordinance?
Yes, thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Ordinance introduction, Bill number 7301 for possible action. Case number TXT 23-00002, Title 18, Signs, Ordinance amending the Reno Municipal Code, Title 18, Annexation and Land Development, specifically in Chapter 18.02, Zoning Districts, Section 18.02.602, entitled General Overlay Districts, Chapter 18.05, Signs, Section 18.05.103, entitled Location of Permanent On-Premises Signs, Section 18.05.107, entitled Permit Required, Section 18.05.108, entitled Exempted On-Premises Permanent Signs, Section 18.05.109, entitled On-Premises Signs Prohibited, Section 18.05.112, entitled Removal of Abandoned On-Premises Signs, Section 18.05.113, entitled Permit On-Premises Sign Regulations by Zoning District, Section 18.05.114, entitled Additional Regulations for Animated Signs, Section 18.05.115, entitled Nonconforming On-Premises, Section 18.05.1, entitled Alteration, Enlargement, or Relocation of On-Premises Signs, add a new section, 18.05.123, entitled Content Neutrality and Substitution, 18.08 Administration and Procedures, 18.08.602 entitled Minor Site Plan Review, and Chapter 18.09 Rules of Construction and Definitions, Article 4 entitled All Other Terms Defined in order to remove the sign regulations from the gaming overlay, amend the on-premises sign regulations and exemptions for more clarity and consistency among allowances, allow for animated signs associated with schools, address content neutrality, address the relocation of signs related to public projects, and amend and include certain definitions related to signs together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith, words 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that. Could you repeat it? I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Council members, do we have any disclosures? Okay, I do not see any, and now we will move to a presentation from Ms. Knox. Welcome. Thank you for being here.
Thanks. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the council. For the record, Lauren Knox, Senior Planner with Development Services. This item is an ordinance introduction for a text amendment to Title 18 related to sign regulations. So first, in terms of alignment with the strategic plan, this item addresses economic and community development goals. And first, I just want to highlight the very iterative process used to create a vetted draft of proposed changes. So we held multiple rounds of public feedback opportunities. Each one was used to refine the draft ordinance that we're bringing forward to you today. We discussed the overall changes with council last in December, but I'll give you a brief refresher on the process, the overall changes, and a couple of key issues. So first, council initiated the text amendment in June of 2022. We held initial stakeholder meetings to gather input used to make the draft changes to our current code. Feedback was incorporated into that first draft red line. That was then distributed publicly. We held public and stakeholder meetings. We brought that to the Planning Commission, the City Council for feedback, and then we also held some specific stakeholder meetings for downtown businesses. We developed another draft based on the feedback that we received, and then we distributed that draft publicly earlier this year. And in February, we had some public engagement opportunities with that draft. And then we got feedback from that to create the draft ordinance before you tonight. We brought the draft ordinance before Planning Commission on May 8th, and I'll touch a bit on their input later in the presentation. All right, so in terms of overall proposed changes, the draft ordinance included with your staff report indicates the changes made, includes annotations describing why each change was made, but I'm going to provide you with just a general summary of that. And again, we went through most of these items back in December. And before I jump in, I just want to say that in terms of these overall changes here, we had very little feedback, and much of it was actually positive. There were a few changes requested, which we incorporated into the draft where possible. So first, there are some overall clarifying issues addressed throughout the code. That's pretty standard. And next, council provided feedback to amend the unlimited signage to be for non-restricted gaming facilities only. This is a key issue. I'm going to touch on this later in the presentation. We included some exemptions for certain on-premise signage, generally related to official or government signage. We made the triggers for entitlement review consistent. We included the allowance for schools to have digital signs. Again, that's another key issue that I'm going to touch on later. We addressed the need to move signage for public projects. We included a statement on content neutrality to deal with some federal regulations regarding free speech. We modified and added some sign-related definitions, and then a bulk of the changes were to Table 5.1 to try and make it a bit more consistent and clear. All right, so let's talk about that first key issue, that's unlimited signage. So you may remember in our previous conversation, we had a significant amount of feedback received on this item. Just to provide some quick background, currently, code allows for unlimited signage within the entire gaming overlay area. Initially, staff proposed to amend the standards to align with the initial intent to be as similar to previous code as possible. So that was allowing for unlimited signage only in the mixed-use downtown entertainment district, as well as for casino uses. And based on the negative feedback that we received, and we also held some downtown stakeholder meetings, we reviewed that downtown signage and recent permits and found there to be no strong expression of need to keep that unlimited signage for the downtown uses other than those casino uses. So we brought these findings to council in December, and council's feedback at that point was to remove that unlimited allowance aside from allowance for casinos, which is what is in the draft before you this evening. So the next key issue is digital signage for schools. So at that same December meeting, council also directed staff to work with the Washoe County School District to create standards for schools that allow for digital signage, and that was based off of a desire expressed by the school district. So we did work with the Washoe County School District and also with Scenic Nevada, and the proposed amendments in the newest draft include this allowance along with some specific requirements to try and mitigate those impacts to neighborhoods or neighboring properties. We had multiple meetings to try and come together and develop something that all parties could agree to or at least live with, but unfortunately we couldn't get all the way there. Many of Scenic Nevada's recommendations were addressed and were included in the requirements, but not all. So overall, again, we attempted to balance the school district's needs with the public concerns that were expressed. So let's talk about some of those specific requirements. So first, we attempted to mitigate impacts to neighboring properties by limiting the hours of operation of that sign from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Limit the nits, so that's the brightness measure of that sign, to 150 between sunset and sunrise, so when it's dark. Limit that animated portion of the sign to 32 square feet. Having a content hold time of at least 8 seconds, and not allowing video flashing or blinking. These signs must also follow animated sign standards that already exist, aside from needing to go through a discretionary review for residential proximity, as we've included the mitigation measures that you see up there in place that would generally be conditioned through that process. Washoe County School District is supportive of the draft language. However, Scenic Nevada has some concerns and would like to see these requirements be further restricted. More specifically, they'd like to see the hours limited to 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. The signs turned off when school is not in session. Limiting the signs to 1 sign per campus, and content hold times to be at least 15 minutes. I also want to point out that we did receive some positive support and feedback in this realm during our engagement process. So the Planning Commission discussed this item at their May 8th meeting. Ultimately, they recommended that the council approve of the draft ordinance with their recommendations. The recommendations were not specific in nature and were provided to you in a memorandum included with this item. I also want to make sure it's clear that there wasn't consensus regarding the recommendations, but each commissioner provided their comments. I want to point out that there were no concerns expressed over any of the other changes, those overall changes to sign regulations, aside from the digital signage for schools. Generally, these comments related to the potential for distracted driving and attention going to digital signage. Some of the commissioners recommended that the number of signs be limited, that there maybe be some distancing requirements or distancing from crosswalks. And they asked that the council consider reviewing that content hold time, that 8-second piece, including some exception language for emergencies if needed, and limiting the operating hours potentially also to only when school is in session. Again, this is a summary of the discussion, and a more full picture of the recommendations were included in that memorandum. All right, to sum it all up, we had many points of engagement throughout the process to bring you a refined ordinance. In terms of overall changes we discussed, we had very little feedback. Much of it was positive, with a few minor alterations that are included in that draft before you. We discussed two key issues. Again, the unlimited signage concern is resolved in the draft before you for deliberation. And we tried to balance the school district's needs with the concerns expressed during the engagement process for those digital signs for schools. Also, you've been provided with the Planning Commission's recommendations for consideration. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and I have a motion for you overhead.
Great, thank you, Lauren. Madam Clerk, we'll move into public comment. Do we have any public comment?
We do. Our first public commenter is Mark Ray, followed by Lori Ray, followed by Leah Sanders.
Hello, my name is Mark Ray, W-R-A-Y. I represent Scenic Nevada as its pro bono attorney. Scenic Nevada has been an organization officially since May 14th of 2001. In the year 2000, Scenic Nevada sponsored a ballot initiative at which 57% of the voters of Reno agreed to ban billboards in the city of Reno. So this is not our first rodeo on signs. Signs is something that we've been before this body on many, many times, and we're here tonight to express our concerns. We hope that you take them into consideration as we do represent the people of this town's view of signs. We know that because of what happened in 2000. Scenic Nevada is not opposed to digital signs for schools, but we are opposed to almost all of the staff's recommendations for digital school signs because they will allow too many signs in residential neighborhoods with messages flipping every 8 seconds until 10 at night, 365 days a year, whether school is in session or not. Currently, any school that wants one of these digital electric signs in a neighborhood, a residential neighborhood, has to get a special use permit, meaning there is public engagement, to use your terminology. People get to respond to the fact that a sign's going to show up electrically blazing messages at them 365 days a year. With this text amendment, there will be a blanket approval of all these signs for all these schools. There will be no notice to anyone in the neighborhoods. There will be no public engagement. They will just put up a sign. Now, some of the most egregious things that we have to deal with is the 8-second flip signs, which is for commercial enterprises. 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. at night, meaning long after school is closed and except for events, and in the morning before it starts. But we need to understand that what Scenic Nevada is trying to propose is not to eliminate digital signs for schools. We don't want someone to have to go out there in the snow, which is what they told us, having to change the little letters by manual changing the letters on those little school signs. They want to do it on a computer. Okay, fine. But make that sign something that the neighborhood can live with is what we're trying to say. Let's protect the neighborhood because now is the time. We can't protect neighborhoods in the future. Once this passes, all the neighborhood people, anyone who has a problem with a sign is going to be told they can do it as a matter of right. The Reno municipal codes that I would like you to be aware of are, for signs, 300 lineal feet from a residentially zoned district for a billboard. Animated signs, 750 feet. This is to give you an idea of how far away from a residence you should be for one of these signs. And finally, 150 nits is in the code for any commercial signs. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Glad to have had this time with you. Appreciate it.
Lori Ray, followed by Leah Sanders, followed by Karen Munson.
Good evening. My name's Lori Ray, and I'm here on behalf of Scenic Nevada. First, we want to thank staff for the work done to clean up the sign code, and we appreciate the changes made to the proposed regulations concerning unlimited signage downtown, which had caused so much community concern. So as we told the Planning Commission on May 8th, we aren't opposed to digital school signs. We just want decent regulations that protect the neighborhoods. We've sent you a letter with our reasons, you saw a part of that on Mark's, on the overhead, for opposing staff's regulations, along with our suggestions that would allow the schools to change messages frequently without being a nuisance to nearby houses or become a traffic safety problem. We hope you had a chance to read that letter, and there should have been approximately 60 others that you should have received from the community as well. Back in 2014, when the city was adopting its digital sign standards for the first time, Scenic Nevada was there participating in meetings and public workshops. When it came time to vote, the council took a more simplified approach. They tossed the staff's regulations and rewrote different ones on the spot to appease businesses, but also included protections for Mount Rose Highway, the Truckee River, and the neighborhoods. For the neighborhoods, the council said no digital signs would be allowed within 750 feet of a residentially zoned property without a public hearing and a conditional use permit. And though we were very disappointed, it turned out that that one requirement protected the neighborhoods from digital signs because of the expense of public hearings and the uncertainty for the sign applicant. Since then, a fast food chain and gas stations asked for exceptions from the minimal digital regulations that Reno has, and Scenic Nevada worked with staff and proposed compromises that were eventually accepted by the City Council. Now schools are coming forward asking that they be exempted from the 750-foot rule from residences, demonstrating what a slippery slope this is. Next will be neighborhood commercial businesses and who knows what else. We're very concerned with the impact all these potential digital signs will have on neighborhood aesthetics, traffic safety, and preserving the tranquility and quality of life for residents, not to mention their property values. Neither unincorporated county nor Sparks have such liberal regulations as the ones proposed today. They may have an 8-second flip time, but they also have parcel size limits, distance requirements from residences, and distance between digital signs. Those existing regulations will limit the number of signs in neighborhoods there, diminishing the negative impacts in those jurisdictions. Please consider our suggestions for the sake of Reno's neighborhoods to limit digital signs to 1 per school, the flip time to every 15 minutes unless there's an emergency, with an instantaneous change, and that's important, and it's not included. The height to 6 feet, the hours of operation of 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. unless there's an event, and only while schools are in session, and maintain the proposed size of 32 square feet with a 150 nit nighttime brightness level. Thank you very much.
Leah Sanders, followed by Kyle Chisholm, followed by Karen Munson. No, she wants to.
Good evening, Assistant Mayor and council people. I am Leah Sanders. I'm a Reno resident and a member of Scenic Nevada, and I concur with my colleagues of Scenic Nevada and the letter that was written to you by Scenic Nevada. We don't question digital signs. This is the Mount Rose sign taken on May 14th. So it hasn't been updated. It says, have a great spring break when they're back from spring. So I think a digital sign is okay. Maybe it'll keep them up. But it is far back from the street, only covered by all the advertising banners. But research, I didn't hear a whole lot, but I did a little anecdotal research. Very small sample, but I did ask people. Many parents like the reminder signs provide when they drop their children off and pick them up, especially if they have children at different schools. Nobody liked the idea of flipping sign verbiage every 8 seconds or signs lit outside of school hours. Some question the need for signs, cost, and some pointed out that presently many schools do not post current notices on signs, using emails, phones, teletown hall, which I've participated in with Renown. Please realize that we do not need fast flipping digital signs in our elementary school, in our schools. If the signs are for school information, they should be restricted to being active only during school hours and unlit and static when school is not in session. A 15-minute rotation allows time for the message to be read without any traffic hazards and keeps driving safe. Special signs for emergencies, absolutely. Signs should not become advertisements for businesses, thanking them for donations. School only needs one modest sign. This one's lovely, very classic. Schools exist to be part of a neighborhood, not an exceptional standout, annoyance, or traffic hazard. Schools should be a model for little pollution and responsible for energy consumption. And, if somebody proposed painting a school neon pink so that it stood out in a neighborhood, I don't think we'd be before the city council approving it. So why are bright signs okay? And reasonable regulations are possible. I want to compliment Lauren on such a great summary she did of the different oppositions. So number of signs and placement should be limited. Present proposal regarding signs need better rationale and research. And I refer you, if you haven't read the May 18th letter by Lori Ray of Scenic Nevada with the tables, it's priceless. Thank you.
Kyle Chisholm, followed by Karen Munson.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, or Madam Vice Mayor, Council. Kyle Chisholm with Washoe County School District. First, I'd like to just say thank you for your support to get this far. We've been working hard and appreciate staff's time and expertise in working with the school district to try and find a reasonable solution to allow for digital signs at schools. Over the last few months, we've worked with city staff and other stakeholders to try and come up with common sense regulations that address actual impacts such as brightness, and while also achieving a modernization of the current code. What staff has carefully crafted and what Planning Commission made a unanimous recommendation to approve allows both schools to have digital signs consistent with virtually every other jurisdiction within the state of Nevada. And while also minimizing any perceived impacts to residential areas. Now, while there is no perfect solution that will satisfy every concern or provide perfect consistency with other local jurisdictions' codes, because they're very complex, we believe that staff's proposal contains a fair and thoughtful middle ground that will have very little impact on our communities where schools are located. Again, the school district appreciates your support in this endeavor to modernize the code and to allow our schools the ability to communicate with their communities and another tool in the tool shed, so to speak, for engagement. Thank you very much for your time and service. I just would like to, that was a prepared statement, so I'd just like to add, since I have a little time left, many of the code requirements, we've had multiple meetings with Scenic Nevada and attempted to work with them, as Lauren stated. Many of the proposed code amendments actually came from them. We made many concessions. Including the 150 nit brightness level, which is about 50% of what Sparks and the county allow. There are many other things in there that are very consistent with the rest of the state, the county and Sparks. So to say that it's inconsistent is not true. And as a matter of fact, I would go a little further just to say that we tried to look at this from an impact level rather than having, maybe arbitrary requirements in there, to look at what are the actual impacts, brightness, hours, those types of things. So appreciate all the work that's went into this thus far, and we hope that you'll support it. Thank you.
Karen Munson.
Good evening, Madam Vice Mayor and council members. Karen Munson with YESCO. Been here before. Back in 2015, I was here talking about signs. And when we had those changes adopted, just like then, staff has done an engaging, fantastic job, not only engaging stakeholders throughout this entire code cleanup process, but throughout these changes that they've tried to work with. We fully support the sign ordinance text amendment as presented. These updates and clarifications will benefit both stakeholders and staff. There have been several instances where senior staff members had to intervene in permit application reviews due to confusion stemming from unclear messaging and language in the existing code. Given the dedication that staff brings to their work every day, we want to ensure that the time is used efficiently and effectively as possible. Regarding the allowance of digital signs for schools, we frequently, almost monthly, receive calls from principals, administrators, boosters, asking for digital signs. Have to be the ones that say, no, you can't have it. Well, they have them in this city and that city, why can't we? And so we have to explain that to them. You know, it's our understanding that the demand is driven for the necessity to communicate important messages to the communities of the schools, such as reminders of picture days, early releases, upcoming school events, as well as potential opportunities to recognize students for birthdays, awards, and team achievement. Again, staff has done an outstanding job in involving all relevant stakeholders in this process, including Washoe County School District, Scenic Nevada, and industry representatives. As to the proposed lighting standards for the animated signs, Mr. Ray was somewhat inaccurate. This is the current code that says that animated signs can be 1,500 nits. The 150 comes to gas stations. And so that's 10% of what the standard sign in the city of Reno is required. And so limiting that, you know, we see it as very excessively restrictive. However, we can support those limitations because we can understand the needs to mitigate any potential impacts to the nearby residents. As far as timing, school is out. You know, I don't know about you, but my grandchildren, they go to school, they have events after school, 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night, they're getting home. And to drive by their schools and see what events are happening is important. Lastly, regarding flip times, a term coined by Scenic Nevada, we recommend that the language for digital signs remain consistent with the terminology already used in the current code, in motion, flashing, or video. We support the proposed 8-second hold time as this has already been adopted by NDOT. And one other thing that I did here too is the lights and sounds from sporting events at high schools are far more disruptive to many more people than those who may be directly impacted by those in the neighboring homes. Thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, we have no additional public comment.
Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the council for comments and questions. Start to my right, Councilmember Anderson.
Yes, I am prepared to support the ordinance, but I wanted to chat a little bit about why. I wanted to make it clear that I've read all of the letters that I've received about this. And if I don't agree with those letters, it's not because I haven't heard you, it's because I don't agree. I don't know how long it's been since you all have had children in school, but there are a variety of reasons that I have pause in interrupting a school's ability to communicate anything that is happening at the school, to be honest with you. I think that people underestimate how much activity is happening on school properties every single day, almost of the year. Even when school isn't in session, there are programs that are happening in session. And some parents might be much more organized and put together than I am, but any opportunity that I have to be reminded about what's going on at school, making sure that my children are or were prepared and ready, and just to remind me of my own responsibilities was really, really helpful. And I also do agree with Ms. Munson that, you know, people put up with a lot when they live in and around a school. Very rarely is a school just plopped into the middle of a neighborhood these days. It's been pre-planned and pre-prepared, and I live very close to Brown Elementary. Actually, I live about 12 blocks from Brown Elementary, and I can hear their bells every single day. And in a way, sometimes it can be annoying, but it is also a reminder that you're part of a community, and there's a lot of pride around that. And these signs can be a really big opportunity for community pride and community engagement, but most importantly, it's safety. So I just wanted to put that on the record about why I will be supporting the first reading of this ordinance.
Thank you, Councilmember Martinez.
Thanks so much. I'm just wondering if I could take a second. Looks like from the memo that was provided from staff that there are some questions that we received from our planning commissioners about why the school district is wanting school signs. And I mean, I think you've already made the case, and so has one of the public commenters. But just to reiterate, if you can for us, why does the school district need digital signs at their schools?
Sure. So the big point is really efficiency, right? So those manual changeable signs, they take a lot of time. You can't always put all the messaging up that you maybe need to put up. It takes someone going out there, making sure that it's correct, making sure someone didn't mess with it and change out the letters. So a lot is that efficiency factor, but also it's modernization as well. A lot of schools, this is what they're implementing now. This is kind of the new technology. It also helps sometimes too to be able to use those messages for, say there's an emergency, say there's a lockdown at a school, say there's something going on. You can program that to be able to also display that information. So it's another kind of public safety piece as well.
And then there was a comment from the public as well about maybe, overseeing what is actually produced on these digital signs. I know in the past, there wasn't a school sign, but the sign that's on California and Virginia caused a lot of heartburn for folks. And so is there anything within the ordinance that you have that sort of regulates some of the content that is on these digital signs?
So per federal law, we're not allowed to regulate content. We can look at time, manner, place. So we can look at location-based. That's how we're able to talk about off-premise advertising, things like a billboard, versus on-premise advertising. But we can't say you have on-premise advertising and we can't dictate what you put on there per federal law.
And then I'm having issues sort of imagining what 32 square feet looks like. Is the picture on slide 7 is it North Branch Elementary? Is that sort of...
So I don't have the specifics on that sign. I would say it's probably right around that square footage. Basically 4 by 8 would be 32 square feet.
Close to the size of that front.
Yeah.
That desk.
Yep.
And I'm assuming there'd be longer than...
Yeah,
tall.
generally they are. Generally they come kind of in this, if you look at that second picture down, they're a little bit longer and a little bit shorter to help with the messaging piece.
Awesome. Yeah, and I think the only other point I'll make in the time I have remaining is I understand the fact of wanting there to be maybe some restrictions on the amount of time and being more flexible during emergency operations, but sometimes educators are responding to the emergency themselves, and it's difficult to try to put a message out on these signs if you're also adding that to the list of items that they have to complete once a emergency is in place. And so I'll just put that on record for now, and then I'll do it in the second round after this.
Councilmember Dewar.
Yeah, thank you. I've had the benefit of many sign conversations, and I totally get why schools want and need digital signs. I support it. In fact, I made the motion last time on the signs to include digital signs for schools and to go back and work with people. Earlier today, we said that all our rules should be the same as the other jurisdictions, and that's why I really appreciate this chart that Scenic Nevada put together. And so going on to understanding that I think these are good things, but also I question why would we adopt different standards than Washoe County and Sparks? And let me give you an example. In Washoe County and Sparks, they limit the signs to 6 feet tall, but ours, we do not. We just say whatever zone you're in. And because over in Reno and Sparks, they put all their schools in something called public facility. And we have schools in residential zone and public facility and industrial. We have them everywhere. And it's not consistent. And that means that the sign heights can all vary based on what zone they happen to be put in. And so I guess I question why we wouldn't want consistency with the other jurisdictions. So an example is 6 feet tall. I'd like to bring it into consistent with 6 feet tall. I think that's reasonable. Let's see, another area. Distance from residential zone property. Washoe County has 200 feet. Sparks has 300 feet. We have no feet. You can be right next door. So I challenge our colleagues, what's best? Is there a best? Is Washoe County better than ours, or Sparks, or ours? Both Sparks and Washoe County say 1 sign per site. both of them. Why should we not have one sign per site? Like, what is wrong with that? Let me go on. They all allow 8 seconds. I don't particularly like the 8 seconds because I've gone through this whole digital discussion, and it is very quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we're flipping. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, we're flipping. I think the proposal is very, very reasonable, but hey, if we want to be consistent with other jurisdictions, it's 8 seconds. The NITS is a little higher in Sparks and Washoe, but we did go over this extensively. I spent many meetings on how bright these signs should be, and to the point about the gas stations, 150. That was something the whole council, we have been over and over and over this. And then, I'm a little confused about the transition time. One has instantaneous, one is 1 second, one is none. I guess I really challenge why we should all be different. Why, especially it sounds like the Planning Commission, based on your overhead here, recommended a lot of these things. The 1 sign per school, the flip time, the height, and the hours of operation. So do we want to diverge from the Planning Commission? I'm ready to do what they say. Again, I want to.
Okay, we're gonna be.
Okay, I'll wrap up, but
and we'll come
again, I
back
want
again.
to
Councilmember
support the
Ebert.
digital signs with some reasonable restrictions. Thank you.
You bet.
Yeah, I also agree with wanting the residents to have some kind of notice if there's going to be a sign going in that, could potentially be on until 10 p.m. at night. I have little kids in school right now. I receive text messages and emails regarding things at school, and their school is an industrial area, but they're building a brand new Stead Elementary School literally in a residential neighborhood that was there first. So this residential neighborhood could have a very large digital sign just get built that will literally be shining in people's houses until 10 p.m. without any kind of public input. Again, in Ward 4, our party over there, but I think that we need to have some more guardrails on this. I think that the community should have some say. I think that 10 p.m. is a little bit late to have a sign on. I understand wanting to be able to communicate, but if we can't have a nightclub open in the entertainment district past 11, I can't really understand why we would need to have a school sign on at 10 p.m. at night. In a neighborhood, that seems counterintuitive to me. So, I agree that there should be more setback. I agree that there should be notice to the residents. I think that I agree with Councilmember Dewar's point that it should be consistent in the size and limited to 6 foot. And I just really, truly, as a parent of 2 children, I have an adult son as well that I went all the way through high school with. I don't see the necessity for the 10 p.m. sign. I think if it's not in a residential neighborhood, it's a different story, but it could be. And that's why you would need to have that kind of community outreach and opportunity to make modifications. Oh, also agree with, having 1 per site. It's too much, especially for the locations that it could be in. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Councilmember Reese.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I suppose I want to start by saying, just generally speaking, I appreciate the length to which the public engagement happened. It sounds like from the presentation that there was a lot of robust dialogue, and certainly the folks who have testified in there tonight, Mark and Lori Ray, have obviously made an impact on our sign code over the years. But I do think it's important to point out that so much of the iterations of the sign code came out of that work product, and I think that's really good. I wanted to ask first Mr. Hall or Mr. Shipman, either one of you. I didn't understand. We got something in our inbox maybe a week or so ago about a lawsuit in which Scenic Nevada had sued the city over the Jacobs Entertainment wayfinding signs. and it had to do with standing. And so I don't totally understand. Do folks from Scenic Nevada have standing to sue the city on this particular topic here, that this school signage issue?
They can file a suit, and then we would, challenge their standing and to, determine whether or not they're actually an aggrieved party. If they want to bring a suit and challenge the validity of the code, they can do that.
Okay, I didn't totally understand what the impact of that is because we haven't had a briefing on it. I did read the opinion of the Nevada Supreme Court, which found in favor of the city of Reno, and so I just didn't know if that implicated our discussion here tonight. Look, I fundamentally believe that our planning staff and has gotten it right, that this is the work of months and months, and in fact, a year of compromise. Sounds like 99% of what the folks who had objections to these signs asked about, they got. I'm happy to see where we are. I do trust the school district to be good neighbors. They will build and place them and use the WC1 funds to make these improvements at each school site. I suppose the only ones I'm concerned about would be like where someone puts a charter school right next to an existing elementary school. Like, how would you know whose sign is which? Like, that seems an odd thing, but I know in Ward 4 that was done, charter school right adjacent to a school. But I think that's not the same as asking whether or not a single school might have two signs. So for my part, I'm going to be supporting the planning staff's recommendations and supporting the school district, and believe that they should know best, how to place them, how large they might be, how often they can be changed. I don't think we're going to see, advertisements up there, mostly like PTA meeting Thursday kind of stuff, but I'll leave that to them.
Thank you, Councilmember Reese. I'll look to my right. Any other comments or questions? Councilmember Dewar.
Sure. So I have an unanswered question to my colleagues. We just made a pitch that we should all be the same on everything, and I'm still struggling with that. I was outvoted on that issue that we should maybe be different. So, I would like to support the things that are the same in Washoe County and Sparks. Why should they be different here just because we have an artifact of weird zoning? So I'd like to.
Ms. Dewar, I can answer that question for me. Are you asking me?
Sure. Yeah.
Well, the reality is we don't control the elected bodies in other cities and jurisdictions or why they've arrived at their reasoning, right? We can only control us. And so because those signs will only be the ones that are in Reno, we got to do our best person's effort, right? And you even noted that the NITS requirements were higher in other places than our place. So you aren't saying we should go to the higher NIT, are you?
I probably was. I'm looking for consistency, that's all, and thank you for responding.
I don't think that, well, I'm just saying, I don't think there has to be consistency. It just has to be what we think is the best issue.
Well,
and in the end, I think the school district is the one who has said what they want to do, and that's good enough for me.
Yeah. So the school district, just to respond to that point, has the school district focus, but we have the job of planning our community and setting regulations. That's our job. We have different jobs. And so I want to make sure we do our job. And Kyle used to work here and enforce our regulations. So, now he is basically advocating the school would like as much, as many, wherever, as few restrictions. And we hear that, and I respect it, and I've already said I support it. I support them having digital signs, but I also have to balance, right, the neighborhoods, the brightness. These are all issues that our staff have juggled. And what they brought to us is some things they couldn't quite get across the finish line in concert with all of the groups you were talking. So you bring it to us to kind of cut the cake or make the final decision. And what I would like to do is be as consistent as we can. Okay, not if it's not uniform, but they also make fees, which we just made an argument that our fees should be identical to their fees, even though we have different processing costs here. I mean, I have many arguments about that, but that's not what we're talking about here. So we also heard from our planning commission, who I do respect, and they suggested some things. I'm just trying to lean in, make sure we do the best that we can, and we can, let's say we say one sign per school. And 2 years from now, someone comes back and says, wow, we think 2 signs per school is better. we can reevaluate that, but I don't think in our first pass to allow these, you know, if people can agree on one, I mean, Scenic Nevada's agreed on it, they want it at all the schools, why not start there? That would be, I don't understand, you know, is 3 right? I mean, I just think let's start with 1, let's get some experience under our belt, and, you know, I'm prepared to make a motion when we get there, thank you.
Ms. Stewart, can I just respond
Sure,
to
Councilmember
also
Embers.
just answer?
Yeah, that'd
The
be great.
reason on the consistency here, I don't think it's apples and apples. I don't think that the fees being consistent with other jurisdictions are the same. It's not apples to apples. Our team has done a year and a half worth of very, very significant work for Reno sign code. And I don't think it should be thrown out with the bathwater just because we want to be consistent here. And I definitely don't think that you want to increase the nits here. I mean, people have worked really hard to get to these areas. And as it relates to number of signs and what needs to go on the sign and size of sign and things like that, I personally want to give the trust and respect to the school district to make those decisions on their school's behalf. And so that is my position on that, just to answer your
Yeah,
question.
thank you. I didn't know how far it went, that we should all be the same, I really didn't, and I didn't see them that different, so I appreciate that.
Councilmember Ebert, do you want a second round?
Yeah, I mean, not to just kind of spiral on this, but I mean, the same could be said about our finance team today. You know, they put a lot of work into trying to figure out how to set up a fee schedule, and then it was asked that they match with other areas in the region, and I don't think that their work should be taken lightly either. But there's been an interest expressed by this body to keep things consistent across the region. I think that something that Councilmember Dewar and I are struggling with is just kind of the lack of consistency with the board. So I think I've already kind of made my opinion known about this. I think Councilmember Dewar has as well. I agree with her that we should kind of just try and stay consistent. I think people should have a right to know if a big sign is gonna go across the street from their bedroom that could, you know, be shining light into their bedroom until 10 p.m. at night, or their kid's bedroom until 10 p.m. at night. And I think it's a lot easier to mitigate problems like that on the front end than try and claw things back on the back end once they become a problem, if they do. Yeah, I'm just not comfortable with this ordinance as it's written based on those items. But I do very much appreciate your work. That is not in any way a dig at you. That's just my hesitation and wanting to protect the surrounding residential communities around these schools.
Great. I think we've had some really good discussion. I will say, I worked at a gas station many, many years ago. And besides cleaning the bathroom, changing the signs were the worst thing with that big pole and the wind blowing and the numbers going out into the street. So I think there was lots of community engagement. Washoe County School District had to give some, staff had to give some, Scenic Nevada had to give some. We're in a different age, as Councilmember Anderson said. I lived across the street from a school, and you know, the sign was there. And so I think one of the commenters brought up a sign that said, you know, spring break was still in session. I've seen it. I understand where we're moving with this. I will try a motion for discussion and see where we go from there. I move to refer the bill for a second reading and adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Further discussion?
Well, I wanted to see where the council was and how far they were going to apply this consistency thing, because it was really a first time I've heard it today. And it sounds like we can apply consistency when it seems right, and then when it doesn't, we want to make our own rules. And I'm okay with our own. I have been there for making our own rules for a really long time. But I also have been on this topic of digital signs, and in some of our zoning districts, we have allowance of 12-foot high signs. Well, that's not really, I don't think that's neighborhood friendly. Just because that site happens to be zoned that way, doesn't mean that we should have 12 foot high and then the sign. I don't agree with that. So I would love, Madam Vice Mayor, if you'd consider this, at least 6 foot seems to be supported by the other two jurisdictions. I'd love to see a 6 foot limitation on ours. Is that something that, just that you could consider?
Do you want me to answer? Or do you want to go? I'm going to go forward with the motion at hand in the second, and then if it fails, or we'll see what happens, and we can try another one.
Okay. And then the flip time is very reasonable. I mean, they're not flipping on these static signs for months. I think we're talking 8 seconds. I think every 15 minutes is very reasonable. The Planning Commission weighed in. We've had, 60-some letters from various members of the public that advocate for those things, so I'd love to see the flip time reduced to some. I mean, is there a reason that they have to flip this fast? I don't understand. You want to address that?
Sure. So again, for the record, Lauren Knox. So the 8-second flip time comes from the Nevada Administrative Code, and that is specific to billboards. So it's not a perfect changeover. Okay. But again, that is what the other jurisdictions
which we've
have
eliminated.
As well.
Billboards, yes, by ballot initiative.
Yeah, it's a different section of code. But yes, so it's not perfect, but it is what is consistent with the other jurisdictions is that 8-second piece.
So, and then finally, this timing, to Councilmember Ebert's point, I mean, do we need to have bright signs at night at 10 o'clock at night in the dark? I just don't really understand. I understand all day long. Believe me, I support this concept. All I'm trying to do is just kind of have a uniform regulation. We're going to add like 70, 80, couple hundred more signs. So let's just make them reasonable, right?
Sure, and the reason that we looked at this, the 6 to 10 p.m. piece was because we did put in that more dim nit requirement. So that 150 nits is kind of that it's very limited. So just kind of looking at comparable things. For example, a residential street light, that when you calc it out, it's about 1,000 nits. So when factoring in this adjacency piece with residentials and the time frame, the idea was that nit limiter actually really limits that to be
since my time's up, I just want to say, guys, I want us to work together, and I want us to be responsive to the public, and I want us to help the school district. And all I'm trying to do is come up with a compromise on the issues that are outstanding. And I just want it to be understood in that context, and that we can lean in and work together with both our residents and our school district in this case, but it could be someone else in another case. So, I don't want to vote no. I want to vote yes. I just want to get to a better place. That's been my whole thing the whole darn time I've been on council, so thanks.
Okay, well, let's see where this vote goes. We have a motion and a second.
Vice Mayor, I have a commentary on the motion.
Okay. Councilmember Reese?
Thank you so much. Ms. Dewar, I want to make sure that I am hearing your concerns and understand that just because I don't always agree with you doesn't mean I'm not listening to you. But please understand, every one of us on the dais tries to take the information we have and synthesize it to the best of our ability.
Right.
And we aren't doing it to thumb our nose at you or someone who disagrees with us.
Right.
Oftentimes, we know that we can make better policies by finding compromise.
Right.
But oftentimes, what I see is you doing the exact same thing that you want us to not do on this issue, on other issues, right? You have a particular idea about whatever it might be, insert trees or some other issue, and you are very passionate about it. And we just don't necessarily see the same thing that you do.
Right.
And so we don't go that way. So, for example, you've said consistency. Now, Ms. Knox said, well, to be consistent, here's the ordinance, it should be 8 seconds. But you don't like that, right? So here you are being inconsistent.
No,
right?
I said
No,
I
hold on
was
a second.
willing.
I think I have the floor, and
do.
so I'm just trying to point
Just don't
out
want you
what
to
I hear.
mischaracterize. Yeah.
I would never seek to mischaracterize you. You are a dear friend, and I love you dearly. So, but understand what I hear when you say that is you wanted something different than what was being proposed. And when it was said to you that that thing was different because the state regulated it that way, you were okay with being different there, right? So you're using consistency as like a sword and a shield. And that's where I have to draw the line. Ms. Anderson had it right when she said, we trust the school district. We believe they will make the best decisions for their school sites, for their neighborhoods, for their children. Why would we tell them artificially, it must only be this way? I don't know what's best for McQueen School site versus what's better at Brown Elementary. And I think we have to trust that our elected officials and other bodies will make good choices for themselves, rather than me saying, I want it to be thus height, I want it to be these many nits, I want it to be consistent here, but not there. Therein lies the rub. We each see it differently because we are different human beings, not because we don't want to lean in or work hard or do the hard questions. We all do that every day. And when you say it in the way you have, it makes it suggest to me that you don't believe we do the same thing. And so, again, much love to you. We just are disagreeing on a principle, and that principle is that I trust the school district to make those decisions.
So I appreciate.
Okay, we're going to move into a vote.
I would like to respond.
We're going to move into a vote.
No,
Yes, we
Madam
are.
Vice Mayor, my
Councilmember Dewar, please
sincerity was
stop.
challenged.
We are going to vote now.
I do have a second for discussion.
Madam
I
Clerk,
do-
can you please do a roll call vote, please?
I'm sorry, do
We
I
are
not get
voting.
discussion?
Vice Mayor Taylor,
Yes.
Dewar,
No.
Martinez,
Yes.
No.
Ebert,
Thanks for letting me
Yes.
vote.
Reese,
Yes, aye.
Anderson,
Aye.
Sheevy absent. Vote passes 4-2.
Okay, we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk, are we ready to resume the meeting?
Yes, Madam Vice Mayor, we can reconvene at 7:52. At this time, Mayor Sheevy and Councilmember Ebert are absent. We're moving on to item E1, which is an ordinance introduction to be read by the City Attorney's Office.
Okay. Mr. Hall, will you please read the ordinance?
Yes, I will, Madam Vice Mayor, thank you. Ordinance introduction, bill number 7302 for possible action. An ordinance authorizing the issuance by the City of Reno, Nevada, of its general obligation limited tax sewer bonds, additionally secured by pledged revenue, Series 2025A, in the maximum aggregate principal amount of $69,599,200, and Series 2025B in the maximum aggregate principal amount of $400,800, principal forgiveness for the purpose of financing the American Flat Advanced Purified Water Facility, APWF, sewage project for the city, providing the form, terms, and conditions of the bonds and other details and connections therewith, and providing other matters relating thereto.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We do not have any public comment on this item.
Okay, do we have any discussions or questions from council on this?
I'll make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to move to adopt this ordinance introduction, E1. Do you need me to read this whole thing, or what's the story?
Just a motion to refer, I think.
A motion to refer.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to item E2. Council members, do we need a presentation on this?
No, but I have a question.
Okay.
Okay. I thought Mr. Pingree did a really great job. He sent us a memo that highlighted the changes from the previous ordinance. I mean, I asked him to do it. He did it. He presented it, and it was really easy to understand. The one thing I didn't get a answer to, and that was years ago, I asked Mr. Pingree when we were going to adopt there's a Southwest Convention on implementing EV charging, okay? And he had told me at that time the next code update. And what I'm not sure is it included? This has come out from the Southwest Energy Project. And I didn't know, Chris, thank you, I didn't even know you were here. I didn't know if this did we end up, since it's part of the electrical code, did we end up incorporating anything about the charging stations?
Sorry, Chris Pingree for the record. Can you repeat that question,
Yeah.
please? I didn't catch the
So
whole
a
thing.
couple of years ago, you and I talked about the EV charging stations, and you said like the country was different places on it. And I discussed the Southwest Energy Project, I think it's called, and they have a model code that Denver's adopted and other communities have adopted. And years ago, I asked you, when would we be adopting it? And I thought you said the next time we updated the code. And I just didn't know if there's so much in this code, I didn't know if it was buried in there somewhere.
It's a great question, and yes, we did have that conversation. And the region, and to stay consistent with the state of Nevada, the EV charging is all incorporated into the appendices of both the International Residential and International Building Code.
Okay.
To where those appendices are basically guidelines for departments, building departments throughout the country, or in our case, the state, to use those as a professional document. So if one is to install an EV charger in a residence or a commercial building, that gives you the guidelines on how it's done and how it's done safely.
Okay.
So we have nothing in in our regional amendments or in the International Residential Code or Building Code requires EV charging stations, but it gives us the tools in the appendices to install them safely and how they would be wired.
All right, thank you. I think it's probably a two-part process. One is the how, and then the other is a policy question of should you. And in the Southwest Energy Project, they recommend cities do adopt a policy that says if you have X amount of parking spots, which is usually in our building development code, if you have X amount of parking spots, a certain percentage of them should be two different ways. One would be EV ready, that means plug and play. And another would be, well, I might have the terms, but the other one would be the cables run. If the developer later wants to put it in, at least the cable's put in with the concrete, you don't have to tear everything up to put in an EV charging station. So they've got the panel correct and the conduit correct. So we're not there yet, but we are with, is that correct?
And a good point, but also with the requirements for a parking lot of a commercial building, there are code requirements for EV charging
Oh,
stations.
well, that's what I'm asking.
What there is, I was thinking you were thinking the structure itself
No.
as far as residential. But yes, we do have those in our code currently. And the number, the location, they all have to, their per EV charging station is accessible parking space. That is all defined in the code now currently on a site.
Is that a
parking
new
related.
change, or has that been in for years?
That's been in for years.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, thank you.
Councilmember Reese, your hand is up. Did you have a question?
No, I think that it just was from the last time. Sorry about that.
Okay. Council members, any other questions, or are we looking for a motion?
We need the city attorney to read the bill introduction.
Can you please read the bill introduction?
Yep, I'll read it real quick. This is Bill Number 7303, Ordinance to amend Reno Municipal Code Title 14, Building Construction, Chapter 1404, Building and Housing Code, Section 1404-001, Purpose, Section 1404-007, Interpretation, Section 1404-010, International Existing Building Code, Section 1404-050, International Building Code, Section 1404-100, International Residential Code, Section 1404-105, International Mechanical Code, Section 1404-110, International Fuel Gas Code, Section 1404-115, Uniform Mechanical Code, Section 1404-120, Uniform Plumbing Code, Section 1404-120.010, Section Subsection D, Apprentice Plumbing Certificate, Section 1404-125 National Electric Code, and to adopt the amended versions of the following: 2024 International Existing Building Code, 2024 International Building Code, 2024 International Residential Code, 2024 International Mechanical Code, 2024 International Fuel Gas Code, 2024 Uniform Plumbing Code, 2023 National Electric Code, Section 1404-125.005, subsection C, certificates required under the National Electric Code, Section 1404-125.005, subsection E, certificates required under the National Electric Code, Section 1404-125.010, subsection D, apprentice electrical certificates, Section 1404-130, International Energy Conservation Code, together with the Northern Nevada amendments associated with each code to add and delete certain wording related thereto, together with the matters properly relating thereto.
Thank you. Now, can we get a motion?
I'll make a motion again. For
Second.
to refer. Is that
Okay.
the, what?
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, motion carries
Did
unanimously.
you not want me to? I'm missing the joke, I guess.
I think it's just late. I think we're just.
Oh.
And Madam Clerk, we are pulling item G1. That is for the mayor's appointment. And we'll move on to item G2, which I believe is Councilmember Anderson's.
Yes, I'm prepared to make a motion, I think. Let's see here. I make a motion to appoint Jody Bennett to the Financial Advisory Board.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. And we are moving on to item G3. This is discussion and potential appointment of up to one individual to the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Commission and one or two alternates. And
I'm prepared to make a motion on this as well.
Commissioner.
Hold on one second.
Yeah.
Are you
As
the
a liaison to this board, I was going to make a recommendation.
Okay.
I would like to make a recommendation to appoint Christina Del Villar for the to the regular appointment. If you want to add somebody as an alternate to the motion, Brandy, I don't know. But this Commissioner Del Villar was the appointment recommended by the Planning Commission.
Okay, we have a motion for that. Do we have a second? And then we'll move into discussion.
Yeah, second.
Do we have any discussion? So I guess for discussion purposes, there are a couple of new planning commissioners. I understand Councilmembers Ebert's recommendation, but that recommendation from the Planning Commission also came before we had new members. So I think there was some new interest from other people, but we'll see how her motion goes.
Madam Vice Mayor, I'm inclined to support Mr. Giacomine or Mr. Williams, so I will not be supporting the motion.
Okay. Councilmember Dewar?
Yeah, I had a chance to talk to the chair because I wanted to see if they had made a recommendation, and they usually vote, and I would say 9 times out of 10, that's what we've done. I asked them specifically who was on there, and I found out Mr. Velto's on there, Ms. Romeyer, and this one empty position. I asked, did anyone else express interest? And she said no. And I think perhaps they were newer. I don't know, so perhaps you have other information.
I know that Mr. Jacquemin has gone through an extensive process with his employer to make sure that he was a candidate and could serve on this Regional Planning Commission, and so he is very interested, and I am prepared to support him.
Yeah. Do you want to, I didn't know, is he your recommendation for Ward 6 planning? Okay. Do you, apparently we have the option of appointing a person and 2 alternates, and it sounds like some of the members have missed, and so the alternate would probably be there pretty frequently. So is that of interest to you?
I'm
do what
definitely
the-
open to whatever you guys
Yeah,
are
I
wanting
mean,
to discuss.
well, I'm just giving you a little history. We don't have to do it, but they usually vote at the planning commission, recommend to us, and that's what we do. But it's not forever. I think the term is maybe 2 years, but I'm not, on this regional planning, but I'm not 100% sure on that. And I know that we have an opportunity to appoint 2 alternates, so.
Yeah.
So
I'd be-
like your Councilmember Dewar, I talked to a couple planning commissioners also, and I'm prepared to support Mr. Jacquemin on regional based on the conversations I had. Councilmember Ebert, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I also have had conversations with the Planning Commission. Commissioner Del Villar was who the Planning Commission recommended or, voted to be the representative on the Planning Commission or on the Regional Planning Commission. So I feel like this is kind of a little unusual to not support the, the vote of the Planning Commission body. I'd be willing to appoint or nominate anybody as the alternates, but I think that's kind of unusual to go against what the body would like.
Yeah, I think there's been a lot of recent changeover at the Planning Commission with different members, so understand your concern. As it is now, we have the motion from Councilmember Ebert and the second by Councilmember Dewar. Is there any other discussion?
I just wanted to say, Ms. Ebert, I hear you. This vote came before the 2 new members of the Planning Commission got onto the commission. And the reason I'm specifically interested in Mr. Jacquemin is his professional experience. He's a traffic engineer. I think we could really use his expertise at the regional level. That's why I'm very, interested in him serving on this, in this area. I'm not pushing back on what your suggestion was. These 2 members just came on after that vote. So I just wanted to clarify what my position was.
I understand, but I think there's also some value in having a little bit of experience as well. I mean, this is a 2-year appointment. It might be beneficial if people that have just recently come on to the Planning Commission have some experience, and then move on to the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Commission.
Yeah, I think Mr. Jacquemin has a strong planning and traffic engineering background and would be really beneficial at the regional planning. Commissioner or Councilmember Dewar?
Yeah, just a thought as another approach. Perhaps we could ask the ask our planning commission, now that new members have been seated, to revote. I mean, if they didn't have the benefit of these people on there, or maybe other people on there, I'm totally open to continuing the item, getting their input, now that all the members are seated, and maybe they'll recommend Mr. Jacquemin. And, we can take that as the recommendation.
Sure, I think this has been pushed off a couple items, though, so I think we need to get to a vote. So we have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? No?
Nay.
Hey.
So it was a 3-3?
Can you do a roll call vote, please?
Council or Vice Mayor Taylor?
Nay?
Dewar?
Aye.
Martinez? Yes. Ebert?
Yes.
Reese?
No.
Anderson?
No.
3-3.
Okay. Can we try it?
Yeah, just for the record, so this isn't technically a land use decision, so you don't, I mean, if there's another motion or an alternative candidate, you can vote on that. If you can't, then then the practicality is you need to bring it back or do something else with it, but.
Okay, well, maybe we can get there with another. Councilmember Anderson, you had a recommendation?
I was just going to recommend that we appoint Mr. Jacquemin and Mr. Williams as an alternate.
I'll second that. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Reese, second. Let's do another roll call vote.
I have a question
sorry.
for discussion.
Yes.
Is there a reason why you wouldn't want to include Dilviar as an alternate in this
I'm sorry,
situation?
I didn't mean to disclude her. I thought we only had one alternate. If we can add another one, I'm happy to add
Okay,
her. I
but
apologize.
why-
I didn't mean to not include
I
her.
know, but why? I mean,
She
did
just
you
wasn't taught. It was just an oversight, honestly.
Okay,
It was
okay.
just, I'm not as familiar with her, so.
Okay,
That's all.
okay, all right.
So is that,
Okay, so I'll amend the motion. I would like to put forward that we appoint Mr. Jacquemin and that Mr. Williams and Mrs. Delviar are appointed as alternates.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm sorry, I'm not going to be able to support this just because the planning commission did make a vote on this. I would be willing to postpone it to have another vote on it. But I just think that this is really bad form to not uphold their decision or to give them an opportunity to make another decision with the new body. If the discussion is there's new people on there, then we should have a new vote on their end. So as much as I would like to support this, I'm just not able to, so thank you.
Okay, well, can we please do a roll call again?
Vice Mayor Taylor?
Yes?
Dewar?
no,
Martinez?
Yes.
Ebert?
No.
Reese?
Yes.
Anderson?
Yes.
Motion passes 4-2.
Okay, thank you. We are moving on to our final item, which is council comments and announcements. Councilmember Reese, why don't you kick us off? Do you have anything?
No, I don't. Thank you so much.
Councilmember Anderson? No. Councilman Martinez? Councilmember Dewar?
no.
Councilmember Ebert?
Yeah, I do have some comments. I just want to express my frustration and disappointment in the lack of regard given to the community at large and their input to the community that they live in. I think that it is unfortunate that there isn't more care given to the people that have to live with the consequences of our votes. There's not more consideration given to them. I think it's quite prideful to assume that you know better than every single member of the community without going to any of the meetings, without touring the site, without understanding what's going on. I think that, you know, I know the mayor has some issues with ward-only voting. I know that my ward is fine with my representation, but there is still mayoral races that are citywide, and I think people who are going to be running for mayor should be considerate of the people that live in Reno and maybe give a little more credence to the people that live in this city and value their opinions a little more. So those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do have public comment registered by Linda Cross.
Thank you for being with us so late.
Oh.
Okay. I wanted to speak. I'm Linda Cross from Reno, Nevada, Greenbrook Drive, 6133. And I wanted to speak regarding the discussion you had earlier that I unfortunately mostly missed. A little bit I heard before it went off my computer on the way here. And the recommendation, I don't know if you made any specific recommendations or came to any conclusions, but I do think the NABs are important because it creates a specific time when people can get together and express their comments without having a clock to beep them out. And also get other people's opinions and so forth. The comments, of course, are important, and I would hope that one of these days that you all would listen. I mean, if you remember, last month, you had a massive exodus here, and it wasn't any 50 people like somebody said. It was more like 150. But that's another subject. I do believe that they're important. I think that the town hall type meetings are important as well, but when you have those, if you just go by ward, then you're not getting the whole world's opinion. So if you're gonna do that, you need to do it just like you're campaigning, because really you should be campaigning, and then you should follow up after you campaign and do what you say you're gonna do, because I find that that is not a case in so many cases. And the other thing is, I think everyone needs to make sure that they review all of these items before they're talked about. Unfortunately, I was as aware about the signs, or I would have made comment, but the word consistency has been thrown around here. And that's absolutely one thing I don't see here ever. The consistency that there should be. The whole county should be consistent. The cities should be getting along. The city managers should be going to the other city managers, and there should be some discussion. And I'd like to see that, because I'm not seeing it. And then finally, I really think that people used to come to Reno to see the wild, wild west. Now all they see are cube buildings of cement that are making us the hottest city in America, and just a cement and digital jungle that continues to do that. And instead of more trees and so forth, you're authorizing more buildings. And I think you need to really think about it, because, and especially that mess at my street, that's going to ruin everything. And so you need to think of the people and not override everything. I mean, the master plan that was set up so many years ago that thousands of people bought their homes and based their life on. And y'all just overrode it like it was, a dead animal laying in the road, and just, oh, well, it's already dead, let's run on over it again. I just really want to see some of that change, and I would like to see more get-togethers so everybody knows what's going on. So
Thank you,
many
Ms.
people
Cross.
don't know.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah.
And I think we're looking for a motion.
I'll fill out a form, sorry,
okay.
under public comment. I just wanted to really support what Ms. Cross said. I mean, the reason that I brought up consistency about the school district signs, I want to be clear. The school district has buildings in Reno, Sparks, and Washoe County, but they're going to be following 3 different standards, 3 different light standards, 3 different size standards, 3 different height standards. I mean, I think she makes a great point, that on something like that, that's crossing jurisdictions, we should be able to find some consistency. Over in Washoe County, you have to have a hearing now, okay, per their rules. You don't in Reno. Over in Washoe County, it has to be a certain distance from another property, another school property. You have to have 1 sign. These are some of the things that I think you're making an excellent point on, Ms. Cross, and I want to support that kind of point. There's plenty of reasons for us to be different. I totally get that. But the school district, they cross all of us. We have done something different for them. We are requiring hearings where a school's over 400 people. Why? Because we were approving schools at the staff level that the public was very much caring about how that school would be developed, where it would be developed, the impacts of the school. So we did something different. Right now, Sparks and Washoe County don't require that hearing. I hope they're going to join us, because it's a best practice. to make sure that schools of a certain size, which can have impacts, are properly evaluated. And I want us to do it the same. So I want to express that at times I think there is a reason to try to be consistent, and other times there's reasons for us to be unique and different and special. So I don't want you to think I'm all about consistency all day long and all against it on other days, or I'm being opportunistic. There's thought that goes into it. I have spent some time as a regulator, more time than I want to think about. And, I just want you to, the public and my colleagues to understand where I'm coming from. It's driven out of this poor school district has to interpret 3 different regulations on their signs right now. That's where we're going. So anyway, it is what it is. I accept it. We're moving on. But I do want to just say that sometimes there's good reasons for doing these things. It's not just trying to be different or against the group or something. It's not what it is about. So thank you.
Madam Vice Mayor, for the record, we received 7 comments which were general in nature and not directly associated with an agenda item after 4 p.m. yesterday, Tuesday, May 20th. These have been distributed to the Reno City Council and are part of the record. 4 letters of opposition and 3 letters of concern. And we're looking for a motion to adjourn.
Move to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion
Aye.
carries. Thank you. Have a great night.